love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation, surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from rainy Le Mans, France. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are in Le Mans. Never been here before. It is a beautiful day, regardless of the fact that it is currently rainy, which is supposed to stop in 21 minutes. And also, I don't know what degrees it is. It's rainy, though. It is raining here. Stop. Hold on. And it's 65 degrees here. 65 degrees and rainy here in Le Mans, France. And we are live. We are alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. I'm in a race car room like a baby. Okay? And that's not the reason why it's a beautiful day. Is it a beautiful day because I had a very cool car ride up here where I was in a car with a PlayStation 5 in it? No, that's not the reason either. Is it a very cool day because I didn't sleep at all last night? I literally did not get a lick of sleep. Is that the reason? No, that's not the reason. No matter where we are in the world, this is a special day for all. A day of celebration. Joyous celebration, as a matter of fact. And that is because it is.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday.
Friday then.
That's right.
Saturday, Sunday, what?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's a freaking Friday. It's fucked up in France Friday. It's a day of celebration because this is a day where we recognize that we have some autonomy, some humanity in our lives because of the gains that our labor union forefathers fought for us long and hard. And that's right. That's why we're going to be celebrating. I'm a little low energy right now, so I had to crack a Monster Energy Ultra. Certaines personnes sont impossibles à satisfaire. But that's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's freaking Friday, and we're going to have some immaculate vibes. Some humanity. Let me spend weekend sleeping. Yeah, that's what I mean. For some, it's about sleeping. For others,
It's about working. Anyway, having a little bit of battery acid, okay? Having a little bit of battery acid to kick me into high gear, baby. It's Friday. We'll do a little bit of fun stuff as well, hopefully, today. But, you know, we're alive, and there's a lot to cover as always. It is Friday, October 3rd, 2025. It's 10:09 in Los Angeles, California. However, where I'm at in France, it is 7 p.m. Now, you might be wondering, Hasan, what's going on? You're not in the same room. What happened? Did you get kicked out because you were yelling too much? And the answer is no, that's not. I did not get kicked out because I was yelling too much, although I was yelling quite a bit. Let me turn this off. Is that better? Is that worse? I can't tell. Although I was yelling quite a bit, I did not get kicked out. We're here for GP3, GP3, GP Explorer. We're here in Le Mans, the iconic, legendary city that is specifically designed around racing. And perhaps that is the reason why this entire hotel is designed around racing as well. You can kind of tell. You can see the odometers in the back there. There's a PNG looking fake window into the bathroom that is not really a window. And yeah, there's a wall that says no stop, and then the ground is also the flag, the checkered flag as well. So this is the most racist city, perhaps in the world, with the exception of what is it? Not Nuremberg. Where'd they do the Nürburgring? Nürburgring. Not Nuremberg is racist for other reasons. Nuremberg is racist for other reasons. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about racist, not like racism. Le raciste. I'm talking about race cars. That kind of thing. Okay? So it's like between Le Mans and Nürburgring, that is probably, and Monaco as well. Three of the top racist cities of all time. But I'm in one of them. I'm in one of them right now, and I can feel it. I've never been to an entire city that is straight up designed around racing. It's very interesting. And I guess someone said Indianapolis. Very interesting that someone in the chat said Indianapolis, because that's precisely what March was saying. And not even about like Talladega or the Daytona Speedway or whatever, right? Like we were driving up, and he was looking out into the countryside, the pasture. And he turned around and said, "You can't convince me that this is different than Idaho." And it kind of zapped my consciousness a little bit, because the countryside of France and the countryside of like European capitals have always had this like romantic pastoral depiction. And I guess like in some ways I also believe that as well in my mind, until March turned around and said, "Bro, this shit's basically Idaho. Like this is Iowa. Like you can't like look around." And I was like trying to make an argument like, "No, don't you think it's beautiful?" And then I realized like this motherfucker's right. I mean, I didn't tell him at the time. Okay. But in my mind, I was like, damn, dude, this shit is Idaho, bro. It's fucking Idaho. Now, I don't know if that means Idaho is beautiful. and unrecognized, its beauty is left unrecognized, or if like the fucking French countryside is also just, you know, just a whole lot of land with nothing in between. Yeah, but no guns. That's also true. That's better. The trees are different. GeoGuessr players know this. True. Why are you so wide today? I don't know. Food is better in Idaho, though. I don't agree with that, but we're about to find out because I did order some kebab again. I did order some kebab. So we'll see if the lemon kebab is also just as good as the kebabs that I have had. Hasan, you know Indianapolis is not in Idaho, right? Dog, do you think there's a distinction? I also mentioned Iowa. Yeah, I'm saying it's all the same. Anyway. Yeah, Iowa, Dahona, Ohio, Indiana, all the same. Same old Iowa. Anyway, limon kebabs are mid. Trust me, I had one recently. I think lime kebabs are better. That's a good one. So I don't know what my obligations are as far as like I'm here to do whatever Lucas asked me to do, right? This is his event, and he spent so much money on it. Apparently, they've spent 10 million euros this year on the event. And basically, I'm just here to help out to the best of my ability, okay? Because that's my guy. He's my goat. He's the man. And he's a incredibly kind individual, really good guy. So I want to show as much support as I possibly can for this massive event that he put together. Where is the fucking information? I thought I liked the tweet that showed like exactly what exactly the amount of like effort and money that's been poured into it this year so far, but I can't find it now. Jesus. I guess maybe I didn't like it. Shoot. Maybe on the bookmarks. Maybe I bookmarked it. Yeah, 10 million euros was invested. I know that, but I can't find the tweet that had like all these other details about the event as well. But yeah, here are all the racers. They've been training today as well. It was raining. Today. So obviously, and it's going to apparently be raining tomorrow and the day after as well. So that's probably going to play a role in the environment. It's going to play a role in the race as well. It's going to increase the intensity. But Hasan, you're never not in France these days. You pass right over Ireland. Why don't you come and visit us? I'll make you tea and introduce you to some lovely shiny horses. I will be in Ireland in December. Are you going to the concert later? Probably not, because I am going to be streaming. But in any case, yeah. Did you see Ethan making drama about your brother? No. And also, what? He makes drama about me every day, man. Who cares? Just like calm down. My 40K follower TikTok clip account was banned for impersonating you. I'm guessing anything you can do. That's crazy. I don't know. I'll ask my... Did you get tear gas last night? I did. I'll ask my manager. So... Yeah, I don't need to hear about... There's a lot going on in the world, okay? I don't need to fucking hear about what irrelevant losers are doing. So... Where was I? Oh, yeah. So, the GP event is like very exciting. Everyone's training for it. I got some thoughts. I'll give you guys some more details on it in a second. But I'm here. I ordered some food. Hopefully it'll be good. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I didn't get any sleep last night, as a matter of fact. I basically slept a little bit in the morning, but are you casting the GP event from your hotel room? No. No, I'm not. That would be very funny, and that would be exactly what I would do, but no, I have a whole podium and stuff like that at the stadium. However, I don't think tomorrow I'm supposed to be live broadcasting the event. I think tomorrow is for the paid ticket holders only. So I don't think I'm supposed to be broadcasting the event tomorrow, but maybe I'll do some stuff around the event. And then Sunday is the main day. But yeah, we switched up the set because I just like to throw curveballs your way. Okay. Are you casting with Pokey on your stream? I think we're probably going to be. It is broadcasting in French? Yes, but we are going to be broadcasting it in. We're going to be broadcasting it in English. So me and Pokey are the American broadcasters, the English speaking broadcasters. Yeah, I saw this. I saw this fucking TikTok. It's awesome. I like that. Like my clippers are also doing the phase style baity clips nowadays, like fake clips nowadays. I like it. It'll be so early in the morning though for people in the US. Hope your and Pokey's viewership will not be that bad. I mean, it doesn't matter. We're just, we're expanding this event that is going to be viewed by millions in France and in Spain and in Spanish speaking countries to the English to the Americans and the English speaking world. Not exactly certain as to how much people will watch, but yeah, the Spanish language stream is going to be on Ebai's channel. We're just trying to make it international, a little bit more international and not just EU only. So I do also have European viewers as well, so they will rejoice. I'll tell you exactly when it's going to happen, but I don't have but it's most likely going to be on 1 p.m. France time here. So that's probably like the first race starts at 1, second race starts at 3, and 3 p.m. I believe is like 6 a.m. PST, 9 a.m. EST. So it'll be late. Like it'll be early in the morning for the most part. So you have one European watcher and they're a mod from Belgium. That's true. So you're a watcher here. I actually like that I watch you in the evening, then during the day. Yeah. Real F1 heads are used to getting up early for races. I'll be tuning in. Hell yeah. Do you know anything about racing, or are we just going to hear you say cargo fast? You're going to hear me say cargo fast, and maybe even, in some instances, escargot. That's right. I'll be saying both. So there's that going on in the background. But as far as personal news goes, like I said, not even a little bit of sleep. All systems go. Watching a lot of Code Gay Ass. Learning so much about Imperial Britannia and how it must be undermined through acts that Britannia might consider terrorism. Definitely peak. I totally understand why it's peak. It's a complex anime. Okay? It's a complex anime that talks about what is necessary to undermine colonialism and imperial superpower. It talks about how you even become a little bit dehumanized in the lose a sense of your humanity in the process of fighting against this utterly inhumane machine of death and destruction. It's so goddamn good. I'm genuinely shocked that an anime such as that one was made. It might be my favorite anime. And I hate mecha stuff. So the fact that I keep coming back to it, it's amazing. I wish there was more anime like that people make. I feel like there are. Where are you at in Gias? I am nearing the end of the first season. The real terrorism is what Taylor dropped. Fear ain't gonna eat. Oh my god. I don't really know too much about what Taylor dropped, but I just saw some stuff and I thought it was a joke, and it turns out it's not a joke. I saw some choice quotes, some lyrics that I personally thought were like people making fun of Taylor Swift or something and saying like, "Oh yeah, she's just going real crazy on this one." Like people are memeing, but it turns out they weren't memeing. But yeah, you have so much good stuff ahead of you to be you too. The second season is even better than the first one. Okay. Well, in any case, that's all it is for the personal news. Came in, put this setup together, and everybody is currently. What is this? Did you girl boss too close to the sun? I'm in Israel on birthright with the IDF baddies. Okay, that's not real. That's not a real quote. That's crazy. That's not a real lyric. Ghost of Yote's fire. Oh yeah, I'm actually stoked to play Ghost of Yote. I am actually stoked to play it. And it's also cool because I mean, maybe I'm spoiling it, or maybe I got spoiled, but like from what I understand, it's like it's about the ethnic cleansing of the Ainu people. So it's like unironically something that I feel would be more consequential and more frustrating for the Japanese population than any Japanese game out there. Because like I feel like this is a little bit of a hush hush thing. It's just not necessarily something that people talk about it's just. I feel like many people don't know that Japan had its own like ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population. Yeah, the Ainu population is the indigenous population of the island originally, and there was a tremendous amount of oppression and also ethnic cleansing that took place. And Ghost of Wokte is actually putting you in the shoes of the Ainu population. I suspect that's not a spoiler, but maybe it is. I don't know. Your mic volume is a little bit low, I think. I don't think so. Guilty Crown is almost like Code Gay Ass. MC gets a power caught between the rebels and the government. Okay, bye. I only came in for personal news. I'm leaving now. Okay. Kogurabachi also covers genocide done by Japan. Interesting. So, in any case, what else? Code Gay Ass I talked about already. This is this is also another hotel room that's at least a little bit bigger than the previous hotel room that I was in, but it's also not exactly the nicest digs. But as long as I got that internet, you already know, baby. As long as I got my internet, I'm good. Like I'm cooking. And so far, so good. Chat, did I miss the point of one battle after another? I walked out because it felt like every character was a one friend who's too woke and they all sucked except for the sensei. Okay, well, I haven't watched it yet, so I can't give you feedback on it. Aren't you a billionaire? I'm the first trillionaire, actually. Have you seen this brilliant trap by Crystal?
You think Bad
Wait, what the hell is this? Oh, they're talking about Bad Bunny. I can't believe that Bad Bunny is like this controversial, is considered this controversial. Like people are at this point, it's just like these guys are just constantly mad that they're not as popular, right? Like that's what it is. That's what most of the anger and resentment revolves around, right? Like that's what it is. Anyway, we'll talk about that too, but let's blast off because there's a lot to cover and there's a lot to get into. Seems like Maga is being blamed for the shutdown. obviously. MAGA blame for the government shutdown. Government shutdown is continuing. There's an insane ICE raid that happened in Chicago. Trump is applying pressure to universities. No jobs report came out. This is France day 3, GP3 tomorrow. And dumbasses are mad at Bad Bunny. Hold on. Racists are mad at Bad Bunny. You see the Nazi that got run off of UW? I did. I also saw that a anti-Nazi is getting run off of UNC Chapel Hill. Someone should remind me of that. I want to cover that too because that's also interesting. There's a professor at UNC Chapel Hill that I think like either started the John Brown Club or something, and they are straight up. Yeah, there's a new poll that came out that shows Democrats are on the fuck Israel tip. It's fuck Israel o'clock. Obviously, that's a big one too. But yeah, the Daily Tar Heel covered it. We'll talk about it. Another big balls moment for the admin. Oh yeah, Nick Sorter, MAGA personality. Nick Sorter got arrested by woke Antifa cops as well, and that's pissing off a lot of Republicans. Get in now. All right, let's do it. The get in now. HasanAbi. Did you see the new Pete Buttigieg shit? Yes, I did. He fucking sucks. What else is new? Pete Buttigieg failing to communicate around this Israel issue is such a perfect demonstration of why I hate him, and I'm glad that it's making other people also recognize why I hate him as well. Okay. Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing is happening. I don't really care about that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sorry. It's just like I have a limit to how many things I can care about, and that goes above it. That goes beyond it. 0 viewers, bro. You're washed. No, do I have 0 viewers? Finally, my bots. Twitch took my bots out. This is fucked up. I can't believe it. Anyway, blast off, everybody. Let the people know. I need your help. I need your help, chatters. I need your help in getting the word out now that my bots are gone. All my bots are gone. Asma had 30K bots on, 60K viewers yesterday. I don't think he had 60K viewers yesterday, but maybe he did. Good for him. I don't know. I thought Twitch was cooking the bots. What happened? You're starting at OnlyFans, aren't you? Are things that bad? First homeless, now this? Yeah, that's why I'm in this. That's why I keep couch surfing. I keep going from hotel to hotel. I don't have a place to live anymore. Hasan hallucinating that he has viewers and that he's in France. That's true. I'm actually. This is all a figment of my imagination. It's not even real. It's not happening. Is MAGA actually getting ultimately blamed for the shutdown, or is that just liberal cope? So far, it seems like a lot of people are choosing to correctly blame MAGA for the shutdown. And it seems like a lot of people are also very, very invested in defending healthcare. So far, so good, chat. Bad Bunny mentioned. Oh, speaking of Bad Bunny, that this is a Bad Bunny song translated to English is living in my mind. I don't know if that makes me like a boomer or if that is like Gen Z brain rot memes, but that Bad Bunny song translated to English song, one, goes fucking hard, and two, I love it. I see it all the time on my TikTok For You page, and I think it's so funny. Where he's like, clubbing. Yeah, you're spiritual a boomer now. No, it's really funny because March was listening to. I showed it to March, and he was like, those are the lyrics actually. Twerking, rubbing, dancing, clubbing. There's gonna be twerking. It's fucking hilarious. That's a meme, sadly. Yeah, she's 30, so she's been clubbing for a while. Wait, where's the full song? I need to play the full one.
She's coming over here and she never comes alone. She never comes alone. All the bandits are whipping out their chrome. And tonight there's gonna be twerking, rubbing, grinding,
Clubbing!
Twerking, rubbing, grinding, clubbing.
It's so good. Do not disrespect my brother, my Puerto Rican cuz in Bad Bunny. This is not even remotely disrespectful from my perspective. I think is awesome. There's literally Latin songs about cows and it's just cow as the lyrics. It's the song EO. You can never speak on Bad Bunny ever again. Stay out of Boricua business. Why does he low-key look like you here? Listen, I hear this. La Vaca Mu. He is my boy. I saw him live in PR. Yo. Puerto Ricans do not play around about Bad Bunny, bro. I swear to God. Like, it's not even a joke. It's not even a joke. It's like, honestly, what white women do for Taylor Swift, I feel like Puerto Ricans do for Bad Bunny. Like, they do not play around. Like, I'm going to get some death threats after this, even though I don't have any smoke for Bad Bunny. I think he's fucking awesome. I think he is dope. Obviously, he's like Mr. Woke. And I personally love that. Girl, it's what you do for Dua Lipa. No, not even close, dude. Puerto Rican right here is way more than justified for Bad Bunny, though. No, I understand. He is like perfect in every way, from what I understand. So that's the reason why. That is the reason why everybody loves him so much. He's woke as fuck. He has bops. And also his politics are great. As your Puerto Rican mod, I'm advising you to stop speaking. Okay, well. Am I wrong? Did I say something wrong? He's hot. He's super talented. And he's on the right side of issues. And he's like outspoken too. And he's a decent actor as well. Anyway. Get Bad Bunny on the show to talk about the exploitation of Puerto Rico. I would fucking die for that. Okay? I would die for that. That is one of the top slots. And it's also not that hard. Like, I feel like that's not that far-fetched. Am I crazy? Or do I feel like I'm like I have probably an easier time getting Bad Bunny on the show than like some other people? Bitch, he knows who you are. I don't think Bad Bunny knows who the fuck I am. A little out of reach, not gonna lie. No, the only reason why I say I don't think it's that out of reach is because of how fucking woke he is. Bro thinks he has motion. In parentheses, you do. Like, I'm sure there's like people that here, let's look at this. Does Bad Bunny have an Instagram? Is he active on Instagram? Because usually my favorite thing to do is like if there's like a woke celebrity, I'll look at who they're following. Oh, he's following 0 people. God damn it. Oh, that doesn't count then. But basically, when there is like a woke celebrity, I'll look through who they're following list, and there's usually like a bunch of mutuals. I mean, obviously AOC being one of them. But Bad Bunny stream with eBay had him on stream. Ask eBay. Dude, I don't know eBay like that. The fuck? I don't think I've ever met him, actually. Maybe I'll meet him now. Maybe I'll meet him today or tomorrow. But yeah, you did our place with him. I know, but like we've never actually like fully communicated with one another. You know what I mean? I feel like eBay is harder get than Bad Bunny is. If anything, I feel like I have an easier time going through AOC. The schedule for the race tomorrow, UTC +2, 9 a.m., free practice 2 p.m., sprint qualifying 6:30 p.m., sprint race 8 laps, 9 p.m. concert. Yeah. Can you bring Trump on your stream? We have some questions. This is why you need more POC friends? Wait, what? You need to work on your Spanish? I'm already bilingual, but you're right. I do need to speak Spanish. I don't at all. I don't speak any. I just kind of gave up. I got 2 native tongues and then I just gave up. I was like, no need for a third. And it sucks because like Turkish isn't even fucking useful. Like, unless I'm in Germany, I guess. It's my biggest gripe. Why couldn't I have been born to a Chinese family so I could speak Mandarin or Spanish? Fake Latino from LA? Yeah, that's true. Unc, we've heard your Turkish is getting worse. More like bilingual? Okay, calm down. No, don't come after me like that. I can teach you Spanish and Mandarin? Okay, well, those are the 2 languages I need to learn. But where was I? What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, we were talking about Bad Bunny. All right, so we blasted off already. We're going to get started with Bad Bunny. Now that I showed you guys Bad Bunny, famous for this song.
She's coming over here and she never comes alone. She never comes alone. All the bandits are whipping out their chrome. And tonight, there's gonna be twerking, rubbing, grinding,
clubbing,
twerking, rubbing, grinding, clubbing.
So that's what Bad Bunny is famous for. For those of you who don't know, that's his song. He famously is an English singer-songwriter. People get mad because it sounds so good in Spanish, but it sounds kind of corny in English. I think that's what it is. That's the reason why people get mad about it. But I still think it's awesome. Yeah. So Bad Bunny was announced. For those of you who don't know, Bad Bunny was originally announced as the Super Bowl halftime show this year. Now, of course, he is one of the biggest recording artists of this generation, okay? This man is a generational talent, and he goes so hard. Like, Spanish speakers do not play around about Bad Bunny. Puerto Ricans especially do not play around about Bad Bunny. I feel like Bad Bunny could literally get Puerto Rico to gain independence if he wanted to. Like, he has the he has the motion to make sure that the Puerto Ricans like rise up in arms if he chose to do so. I feel like there are people out there that would be like, I'm waiting for the opportunity, sir, Mr. Bad Bunny. I will do it for you. Right? He's huge. He's got mad motion. And he's woke as fuck. So, of course, when the NFL decided to get Bad Bunny to perform for the halftime show, Republicans got mad. But there's a little bit of a backstory to this. Now, Bad Bunny is touring right now, but he's not touring in the United States of America. For those of you who don't know, the reason why he's not touring in the United States of America is because he is very upset with the current administration for understandable reasons and said, I'm not touring deliberately in the United States because I don't want ICE to be planted outside of my concerts. Right? I don't want ICE agents parked outside my concerts packing up my fans. Right? And this drew some controversy in America, but you know, most people didn't really care. Most of the races were too busy I don't know, celebrating that like little kids are getting separated from their parents or whatever to pay attention to Bad Bunny saying that at the time. But now it's being highlighted once again. And obviously it's people are like, a lot of races are for the first time ever encountering Bad Bunny's music because they don't speak Spanish. They're going to, you know, Rap Genius or whatever, and they are translating the lyrics and finding out that he is, very anti-Trump, pro-BLM, talks about gun violence, talks about racism, and that's not good, obviously, for the white people that hate any kind of woke, right? And not only that, but he also has done drag, as many performers have, and that's like a big problem for a lot of people as well. And he is very anti-colonial, and he also doesn't really speak English. I mean, he can, but he just chooses not to, right? And that is probably the most frustrating thing for a lot of racist people. Okay? But it is pretty funny that, you know, N Wokeness is doing this. This is who was just picked to lead the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show. And it's like, yeah, dude, he looks fucking dope. Okay? Bad Bunny has more monthly listeners than Trump has voters. Shut the fuck up, says Anthony Fantano from The Needle Drop, which is pretty good dunk. I also personally love Bad Bunny because, much like myself, he is an old. Someone in the chat also pointed that out. I'm reminded. And as an old, he was jumping up and down on stage in, I think, his last tour spot. And in the process of jumping up and down on stage, he actually busted his knee. And that is unironically an experience that is so near and dear to me, so close and personal to me that it felt like I was jumping up and down on that stage. When I saw that, I was like, that's it. I love this man. He speaks English fine. Yes, I'm just saying he chooses not to, okay? Like, deliberately. The MAGA bitchos are so annoying. Like, damn, leave Bad Bunny alone. Yeah. So, unk status for him and unk status for me. Yeah, this is what I mean. Oh, Bad Bunny's knee had other plans mid-show. So, unks rise up. Unks rise up. But yeah, here, let's hear some of these incredible right-wing commentators who obviously have their finger on the pulse, okay? They know exactly They know exactly how culture should be, okay? And they will tell you. Here's Benny Johnson, an in-the-closet gay man, Benny Johnson, formerly of BuzzFeed notoriety, got fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarism, and his wife doesn't allow him to go on work trips without her being present any longer because he keeps having sex with men. Gay sex. Anyway, Benny Johnson says, this is Bad Bunny. He was just announced as the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show. Massive Trump hater, anti-ICE activist, no songs in English. No songs in English. How dare he? Bro, just bop your head along, okay? Bad Bunny and Hasan are literally the same. Okay, well, that's... You just wanted to show the Calvin photo, okay? Yeah. Anyway, we'll look at what, who these guys are suggesting should replace Bad Bunny. He even canceled his entire U.S. tour for this response. Fucking ICE could be outside my concert, and it's something that we're talking about and very concerned about. The NFL is self-destructing year after year. Okay? Now, at least Bad Bunny is comfortable with his sexuality, unlike Benny Johnson. But regardless, because of some of those reasons that I just mentioned and some of the reasons that Benny Johnson also presented, Republicans have decided, amidst the government shutdown, amidst a possible super recession, unlike something we've ever encountered before, where the market is so removed from the economy and so completely cordoned off from the real economy that people are experiencing, where there's, profits to be made, all these fake companies, doing AI shit. This is what the Republicans are predisposed with. Yelling about the fucking NFL, going with a massive, incredibly famous recording artist doing the Super Bowl halftime show. Now, of course, Super Bowl halftime show is free. You're in front of a ginormous audience, and a lot of artists will take on the task because they want to be in front of this massive audience. And I suspect that Bad Bunny will probably, if he continues with this, is going to deliver a political message, one that I don't even think Kendrick Lamar actually entertained. Okay? So, for those reasons, I think people are for that reason, and also because conservatives just cannot understand that they do not control culture. They have no good cultural output whatsoever. They're just trying to cry bully their way out of this situation. Now, former race car driver Danica Patrick, who is also running for office, as a matter of fact, as a Republican, slams Bad Bunny as a Super Bowl 2026 halftime headliner, says, no songs in English should not be allowed at one of America's highest rated television events of the year, not just for sports. I do like that for many people that want to run for office as a Republican, all you have to fucking do is just be the dumbest racist. Not even an intellectual style racist, but just like a racist child. Okay? You have to make sure that you tune into a specific type of racism that is also childlike almost. It's like goo goo gaga racism. Okay? Speak English, damn it. How dare you? Megan Kelly says Bad Bunny Super Bowl shows a middle finger to the Maga. Who knew the fuck your feelings crowd was actually so fragile? I did. They are the most fragile. They've always been the most fragile. Races below mediocre race car driver probably lose that race too, so shrug. Who knows? And I don't know if this is I I don't know if this is because like I just don't listen to music that much, but like who gives a fuck if you don't understand the lyrics? Like, is music. Just shake your ass and move on, you know? The fuck are we talking about? Am I crazy for this position? Like, what do you... Like, I barely can understand some of the English lyrics in American songs, you know? Why would you give a shit? It's like one of the most universal languages that everyone can tune into. Is that a crazy take? I don't know. I feel like music is just music. You could be a fucking alien and still kind of understand what's going on there. Well, I guess like Republicans can't. I don't know. Motherfuckers saying that like they can understand any of Adele's lyrics. Yeah, it's just like... Like, who cares? But obviously, this back and forth is a culture war issue that is unfortunately going to be on the front lines for all the culture warriors because things are not looking too good in the United States of America right now as it stands with job numbers looking disastrous, the economy screaming bloody murder, and the unaffordability crisis being worse at this point than at any other point under the Biden administration, as a matter of fact. Shit is too expensive. It turns out Donald Trump has not, as a matter of fact, fixed the prices. So the more that becomes a problem, be on the lookout for more idiotic culture war narratives as the Republicans try to seize control of mainstream discourse once again. Okay? And in the process of this, I showed you some choice quotes, you know, Megyn Kelly, all these people. There was a funny takedown from, where is it? There was a Tommy Lauren conversation that took place with Krista Ball. Let's take a look at what she said. Apparently this was a slam dunk.
Good choice for the Super Bowl.
I'm not that like knowledgeable about him, but it seems fine, and I don't know why it's a big deal. Seems like a great American artist, so sure.
He's not an American artist, but
he's Puerto Rican. That's part of America, dear.
This is what I mean when I say these people are fucking so stupid, dude. Like, you can't just be racist. You have to be like the dumbest style of racist. Okay? This is a unique, not to say that like racism can be intellectual or whatever, but it can be intellectualized at least. Or, you know, you should know better than to fall into the easiest trap of all time. The amount of Americans that don't realize that Puerto Ricans are American citizens is quite alarming. Okay? It actually is always, like, it's always shocking to me. Like, Puerto Rico is an American territory, man. How the fuck do you not know this? Like, how? How is this? How are you still oblivious to this? You're like 34 years old. How the fuck did you not figure it out? The 11 other times where you were like, well, Puerto Ricans are not American, I don't think. Yeah, and speaking of the baby brain, yes, exactly. I have this tweet already lined up. I'm going to talk about this as well. This is perhaps one of the best pieces of analysis that I've encountered on this issue. From Patrick Cosmos at Blue Sky. He says, working on a new unified theory of American reality I'm calling Everyone is 12 Now. I'm strong and I want to have like 50 kids and a farm. Of course you do. You're 12. I don't want to eat vegetables. I think steak and french fries is the only meal. Hell yeah, homie. You're 12. Maybe if there's a crime, we should just send the army. Bless your heart, my 12-year-old buddy. It's so perfect. It's so perfectly descriptive of the ways in which the Republicans now operate, in the ways in which like reactionary commentary happens in modern discourse. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was always this way. Obviously, reactionary ideology is anti-intellectual. It has to be. Because if you are even a little bit invested in critical thinking, you're going to look at some of these narratives that these assholes are presenting and go, that sounds weird and wrong. Why am I supposed to be angry about this? Like Bad Bunny being the Super Bowl halftime show performer. How is this an issue at all? He's one of the most famous recording artists of our generation. Like it's the same principle behind like, oh, the Oscars cannot be given to Parasite. It's a Korean movie. It's like, okay, well, it's a fucking banger too, dog. Do you not know how to read subtitles? Are you fucking stupid? I guess you are, kind of. You know? It makes no sense. I mean, I know it's racism, but it's not like, it just comes across, it's so childlike that it comes across as insincere when I hear this shit, where I'm like, dude, stop. Like, what are you fucking saying? What the fuck is coming out of your mouth? You're supposed to be an adult, man. How is this a major point of contention for you? How are you so bent on this? Like, you are such a fucking loser, dog. God damn, this is what motivates your day to day. Like, what a pathetic fucking waste of space. You got a finite amount of time on God's green earth, and this is what you waste it on? This is what you waste it on to get mad at? This is what you're choosing to get mad at? In any case, let's hear what these brilliant minds had to say. Jack Posobiec suggests TPUSA hosting an alternative Super Bowl halftime show featuring Creed.
They're going to see with Go Broke when people complain about this, and they're not. Well, they're going to try an international.
Yeah, the Super Bowl is going to go broke, dude. That's definitely what's going to happen. Oh my God! After spending the last week crying about Netflix and Coco Melon, which again goes back to the baby theory, you have to be baby brained. You are unironically yelling about shows made for babies. Okay. You are looking at a show that was designed for children and getting mad about that and then demanding that Netflix take it down, boycotting Netflix or some shit over that. You're a childlike, your brain is pudding. You're a childlike person. You're a baby and you like baby things. I don't get the Bad Bunny issue. The issue is he speaks Spanish. That's it. Literally, that's it. He's Puerto Rican. That's it. But here, let's hear what their suggestion is. So they want to do the Super Bowl is going woke, and then they're going to go woke. Let's see.
Whatever, but they're going to lose American audience.
But this is the one pushback to that is to Jack's point. They've imported the international audience into our domestic audience.
But when you have a popular vote winner in Donald Trump and a demand for immigration...
The response is simple here. Bring on Creed. We need Creed. We need Scott Stapp. We need them flying down from the rafters, the greatest halftime show that has ever taken place.
Let me give the audience
which wasn't even a Super Bowl show, by the way.
That's not an honest take. You'd have the same response if PragerU was writing for Coco Melon. That's really interesting because PragerU does have its own version of Coco Melon. And not only does it have its own version of Coco Melon, but they're also quite literally pumping that shit in kindergartens and schools and whatnot. Okay? And yes, there is a difference. And even then, I don't give a shit all that much, for the record. Despite the fact that it's not just like on YouTube, right? Because obviously there's a difference between like something being featured on Netflix versus a political think tank specifically designing propaganda to teach children valuable lessons such as sharing is not caring because sharing is communism and things of that nature. And then having that be blasted to fucking children's consciousness in fucking schools and shit. Obviously, is a little bit different than Coco Melon being featured on Netflix. You fucking absolute baboon. Did you learn from Prager University? Is that what happened? Did you go to Prager University? Is that where you got CTE? No contact CTE by just watching Prager U videos? Is that what happened? And even then, I don't even fucking chirp about it. Who gives a shit? Like, can you not... Do you think that Prager U and Coco Melon are both political operatives in this space? Is that what you think? Is that how you operate? Like, one is one is designed with an express purpose of doing political propaganda. The other is just entertainment for children. You fucking idiot. How are these two things even remotely the same? They're not. And not only are they not remotely the same, the other one is propped up by conservative billionaire donors specifically to do propaganda and has now made its way into schools. And even then, I'm just like, what are you going to fucking do? What are you going to do? What do you say? What do you fucking do? Can you explain what the fuck you're talking about? What is the Coco Melon thing? Dude, it's another no motion and utterly humiliating thing that the Republicans are doing in their corner of the internet, specifically on the Twitter side. Just they think that like Coco Melon has like a trans representation or something for a baby. I don't fucking know. I don't really care. I genuinely don't give a shit. Who gives a fuck? Fuck them. They're just yelling about some dumb, inconsequential shit again about a TV show that literally went bankrupt like 2 or 3 years ago that was specifically designed for children because it had a woke character. Okay, you do the same thing as Dim Pool. You're a hack. Greta has more balls than you. The difference is ideology. You only see it as bad when you disagree. Just be honest, bro. First of all, of course there is of course, I'm not like some delusional fake centrist, you dumb moron. Yes, there is a difference between good ideas and bad ones. And that's precisely the reason why you're also presenting this counter argument, which is a really bad counter argument to begin with. Just like there's a difference between something that was expressly created to do political propaganda, which is what I do, for example, okay? If I had a kids show, that would be like Prager U's Coco Melon version, okay? That's number one. Number two, you do the same thing as Dim Pool. You're a hack. Greta has more balls than you. I don't know how that's even remotely relevant to the fucking conversation, but guess what? So does fucking Prager U, idiot. One of the silliest things that these people actually think is like the peak of intellect is constantly being like, well, you're just saying that because you disagree. Yeah, I do disagree with it. What now? The fuck? Yeah, I do. I disagree with Prager U's worldview all the time, very publicly. You didn't like arrive at some hidden fucking truth, dumbass. What do you mean? Did it hurt your feelings that I'm making fun of you because you got so butthurt about Coco Melon? And for a brief moment, you thought to yourself, yeah, maybe I am a pathetic fucking loser who cares about baby shit. Is that why? Is that why you're trying to intellectualize the argument, being like, oh, you don't understand. It's just if there was a anti-woke propaganda for children, you would feel the same. God damn, dude. I'm so done with fucking how stupid conservatives are. I can't even deal with these dumb fucks. All right.
If that was the peak of America,
all right, hold on,
2004.
Let me give the audience a little context. Jack,
Super Bowl,
in response to this, tweeted out something along the lines, there's only one response. We need Creed. I'm literally, it's because, you know,
by the way,
you weren't
I did not have approval from TPUSA.
No, so this is what's hilarious. I'm getting multiple inquiries from the media right now.
So have I.
Saying, I would like a comment on, is Turning Point planning a competing, are they planning a competing halftime show with Creed? And I was like, well, I wasn't.
Yeah, this is a brilliant way to really take away the ratings from fucking the Super Bowl, man. This is unironically an even dumber. This is unironically an even dumber endeavor than when these guys were just like farming substandard, low quality alternative products. Low quality alternative products that were anti-woke, like anti-woke chocolate, anti-woke razors, things like that Daily Wire was doing. Do you remember? And the even the dumb fucks in their audience were like, I'm not gonna buy this. Like they really thought they could get away with just like farming the morons in their chat by being like, well, guess what, dude? Coffee is woke and gay. So we have anti-woke coffee, which is a worse version of the product that you can purchase at Walmart, but also more expensive somehow. Like, it's just a grift. I don't know how these people don't understand it. Anyway, but going back to the Bad Bunny story, the one other side of this is Trump advisor has warned that ICE agents will be at the 2026 Super Bowl where Bad Bunny is set to perform the halftime show. There's nowhere you can provide safe haven to people who are in this country illegally, not the Super Bowl and nowhere else. We will find you and apprehend you and put you in a detention facility and deport you. No, that is a very real situation under this administration, which is contrary to how it used to be, says Corey Lewandowski. It's so shameful they decided to pick somebody who seems to hate America so much to represent them at the halftime show. If there are illegal aliens, I don't care if it's a concert for Johnny Smith or Bad Bunny. Who's Johnny Smith? Is that like a famous recording artist for? Is that like a right-wing artist or something, or did he just like not have anyone that he could present? So he just came up with a generic name. And the generic name was like, that's crazy. Just say fucking Jelly Roll or something, man. Like what? I don't care if it's a concert for our esteemed champion of white rights, Jelly Roll, or the pedophile, famous pedophile, Ted Nugent, or the other famous pedophile, Kid Rock, or Bad Bunny, or anybody else. Wow, the talent pool is so deep over there on the Republican side. Can't you see? Yeah, you couldn't say Morgan Wallen. Isn't that like the champion? Isn't that the hero for these guys? Morgan Wallen for the Super Bowl? Oh my God, we're giving them ideas right now. They're going to unironically do that. Tom McDonald? Oh my Lord. We are going to make Americans safe. That is a directive from the president. If you're in this country illegally, go home. Which once again, and I'm going to repeat this, what makes Americans less safe is when you got ICE running around kidnapping people. That's what makes America less safe. This is a story that I'm obviously going to be covering. Chicago Sun-Times, massive immigration raid on Chicago apartment building leaves residents feeling defeated. And, we'll get to all of that in a second. But before I do that, here was the dunk from Crystal Ball. And then my TikTok clippers have evolved. They're doing fake aura edits now. Look at this. Okay, that was... It's fine. Hasan brushes up potential assassination attempt and rallies the people of France. Yeah. You matrix that bullet. Show me your ear. Yeah. Can someone describe what happened? I think that was a gunshot shooting past, but I don't know. Maybe some sort of rubber bullet more likely, though. The people are just like, law, potential attempt my ass. He is nobody. That's not an assassination attempt, bro. Nothing happened, and he commented on how chill the crowd and police were. I watched the whole live. And then there were people saying, like, plus ultra American instincts. The way you can tell who's American. Dude, duck before anybody else could even register what just happened. That's an American gun violence flinch. Yeah, let's create more mythical lore such as this one, chat. I like it. Observation hockey. That's what it is. on. It's the Aikido instincts. Truth defenders ironically taking away her aura. Yeah, it's fucked up. Don't do that. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is briefing members of the media, and that's that took place already. We're going to skip that, and we're going to get back to the number one news story. The American government is shut down. Ladies and gentlemen, the American government is shut down, and seemingly there is no compromise. Okay? I posted this from your stream about the French hog. What is this? Oh, yeah, this one is a good one, too.
Wow. Okay, French pigs are different. Like, this is literally like, this is an anthropological study, okay? R.I.P. to Jane Goodall. Call me the Jane Goodall of hogs. An anthropological study in the universality of hogs. We've made a tremendous discovery about pigs in France. Very different. Bacon in France has a very different attitude towards flashing lights. And the American hog cannot comprehend flashy lights without immediate, over-the-top militant response. It seems as though the French hog is unafraid of the flashing lights and does not use it. And even bottles being thrown in the direction of the French hog does not scare the French hog into immediately escalating for violence.
Yeah, that is real. That is what happened. All right, government shutdown. Hold on, I got to go deal with the Uber delivery real quick.
Now, Washington, President Trump is raising the stakes for the government shutdown, threatening mass firings possibly beginning today. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. Nancy, good morning. So what exactly is the president saying?
Well, Vlad, typically shutdowns don't lead to layoffs, but President Trump is saying that this situation gives him an unprecedented opportunity to slash government agencies, especially the ones that Democrats care about the most. White House officials tell us the first wave of layoffs could be announced today.
Every passing day, more closed signs are going up at monuments and museums and parks across the country as massive job cuts loom. On Thursday, President Trump met with Russ Vought, the administration's budget chief, so Vought could tell him which agencies he recommends to be cut and whether or not those cuts will be temporary or permanent. The White House press secretary said the jobs that don't align with the president's agenda will be the first to go.
It's likely going to be in the thousands.
The Treasury Secretary warned Thursday that if the shutdown is prolonged, economic growth could take a hit. The last shutdown that began in 2018 ended 35 days later in 2019 and cost the U.S. economy $11 billion, according to the Congressional Budget Office. Anthony Lee works at the Food and Drug Administration and estimates that 90% of his fellow food safety experts have been told, like him, to stay home.
Each day, something could happen in terms of a foodborne illness or a food safety outbreak or an allergen contaminant. And being able to, part of FDA's job is to get information, disseminate information out quickly to the public.
There is a bill to fund the government, but Democrats are holding out. They want an extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies and a rollback of cuts to Medicaid.
We're ready to have that conversation, but we need credible partners on the other side of the aisle.
Republicans say that conversation can wait.
I'm stunned that they have decided to shut the government down and hurt people.
Republicans continue to claim that Democrats want to expand health care coverage for undocumented immigrants, a charge Democrats say is false.
What's to stop you from negotiating over other provisions where there may be some common ground? We haven't wanted to negotiate. We just want to keep the government open.
The messaging war, and it is fierce, has now spread even to out-of-office emails. Furloughed workers at the Department of Education told CBS News that the automated out-of-office messages that they have set up were changed to include partisan talking points blaming Democrats for the shutdown. Tony.
Nancy, thank you very much.
It's day 3 of the government shutdown, with neither side willing to compromise on a spending plan. The Trump administration now turning to unprecedented tactics, hoping to get Democrats to give in.
I'm allowed to cut things that should have never been approved in the first place. And I will probably do that.
President Trump saying he's meeting with top budget official Russ Vought of Project 2025 fame to determine which of the many Democrat agencies he recommends to be cut. Trump calling this an unprecedented opportunity to shrink the federal bureaucracy, cutting programs that don't align with his agenda. Democrats claim Trump would have made the cuts even without a shutdown.
The Trump administration has been firing thousands of federal employees outside of the context of a government shutdown since January 20th.
Democrats say they'll only support a government spending plan that reverses cuts to Medicaid and extends Obamacare subsidies to prevent health insurance premiums from rising. A new poll shows a majority of Americans blame Republicans for the shutdown. The White House aiming to convince Americans otherwise. Running shutdown clock on its website with the caption, "Democrats have shut down the government." And employees of at least one federal agency say their out-of-office emails were changed without their approval to include a message blaming Democrats. Some ethics experts say those tactics could violate a federal law that bars federal resources from being used for politics. Meanwhile, as the administration targets Democrats, it's also considering a massive bailout of up to $14 billion for farmers hit hard by the shutdown, which has...
I ordered a bunch of fucking food, and I had to... Sorry, I have to pee still.
Close farm loan offices.
More Americans blame Trump and the GOP for shut down the Democrats' polls. As I told you, hold on, I'm going to be back in a second.
Just as tariffs take a major toll on soybean farmers. It's not just farmers struggling. The monthly jobs report, set to be released today, has been delayed due to the shutdown. But a new report from Goldman Sachs gives a grim economic outlook for many Americans. It finds 42% of younger working Americans are now living paycheck to paycheck, and 74% are struggling to save for retirement. Senate Majority Leader John Thune says a vote today on ending the shutdown is likely to fail, and no further action is expected.
Playing too much. Okay? I don't think they are aware of how much they're playing and how fucking annoying this shit is to the average person. They keep joking around about like this shutdown at a time when there are a lot of very frustrated people. They are acting... They're operating like they got Obama numbers on the economy. And even then, it wasn't so sweet. Shit wasn't so sweet back then either. Okay? So these kinds of memes, they're fine if you don't have discontent. These kinds of memes would go hard, I guess, if your base was like not experiencing unprecedented economic anxieties. Okay? You do not have the popular mandate that you think you have to be playing around like this. And I don't think they realize that. Wait, is this video supposed to be pro-Trump? Yes. Am I seeing this wrong? Donald Trump stars in Grim Reaper themed AI music video. Like they're saying like he's the Reaper and it's a good thing. Like they're saying Trump posted this. Like they're implying that Russ Vought is the Reaper and he's going to cut all these expenditures. He's going to cut all of these, federal programs, and that's like a good thing. And what's really interesting about this is it's not a pro-Trump thing. They want a small government. Nah. If that was the case, Donald Trump would not have personally tried to distance himself from Project 2025 during the election. You are wrong. If you think that people are going to fuck with this, if you think that the audience is going to fuck with this, especially when they already aren't too happy about the way things are going, like their pockets are still hurting, you're wrong. And regardless of how long you think you're going to stay in power, and it's very obvious that these guys are basically posting like there's not going to be another election ever again, right? Like, it's clear to me that they're out here posting like, you know, there's no tomorrow, there's no elections coming up. Who gives a shit? But even then, you need to have either strong enough loyalty or a base of support that can hold things together. And the more you fucking lose that, the more you're cooked. The more, the harder it's going to be for you to maintain your grip of power. I got some soggy ass fries and doner kebab, and it's not very good.
Senator, you've served in Congress and then in the Senate, and you've served through a number of different administrations with different presidents. And I've covered a number of shutdowns. I
just don't know what the fuck they're thinking, bro. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking behaving like this. And there's a reason why even the Republicans or just like the majority of the population hold Donald Trump responsible and the Republican Party responsible for this fucking shutdown, man. These guys are a lot weaker than they present themselves. I don't know where they're getting this confidence from, but they are not strong. They are very, very weak. I see everything that they're doing here as like, let them eat cake posting. You know what I mean?
I've seen a president during a shutdown kind of gloating about the ability to punish people or to take stuff away from people in states that didn't vote for him. Have you seen that before?
No, of course we haven't. You know, Chris, we are living in an unprecedentedly dangerous moment, maybe the worst crisis in America literally since the Civil War. You have a president who is acting unconstitutionally and illegally. Guess what? These projects have been appropriated.
Yes.
They were signed by a president. It is illegal to rescind them. And then basically to say to people in Vermont, in New York, in California, oh, you didn't vote for Donald Trump? Well, we're going to take away funding that was supposed to go to your state. Illegal, outrageous, unconstitutional.
Yes, let me just follow up on that. I'm glad you made this point. Two things about that. One is, it's just so obviously preposterous that if you think of the Constitution and the power of the purse, right? The article.
That's it. That's what that's the remaining power of the Constitution right now. Like, as it stands, nobody really fucks with the legislative body. It's been effectively neutered. Whatever, right? But the one thing that it does do still is this. It's allocation of resources. That is the only thing that Congress still has the power of the purse, the budget. And when Donald Trump takes that away as well, I don't think Republicans are going to be fond of that either.
Well, Congress has the power of the purse. That in a situation in which Congress fails to give money to the federal government, that somehow the executive gets more powerful? Like, that can't possibly be the case. That seems backward. And the second thing is you represent Republicans in Vermont, and I would say of all the politicians I've interviewed in my life, the vast majority, Democrat, Republican, Independent, genuinely care about all their constituents. Genuinely want to see them thrive. It is so weird to approach it this way.
Well, you got a president who is acting in an unprecedented way, who is a megalomaniac, who wants more and more power for himself and his oligarchic friends. And I want everybody to understand that, at least for me, and I think for many others in the Congress, one of the key aspects of this whole shutdown debate is that what Senate rules are about is Republicans need 60 votes. That's been going on for decades. And when you need 60 votes, the point of that is bipartisanship, negotiation. All right, you need 8 Democratic votes. Okay, how do we work together to keep the government open? Republicans, for the first time in modern history, have chosen not to negotiate. They are saying it is their way or the highway.
Right.
And that is not acceptable. And I want everybody to understand that if we do not make changes and fight back effectively, you're going to see 15 million Americans lose their health insurance through the cuts in Medicaid and the ACA. According to studies, 50,000 Americans die each year. That's what's at stake. People all over this country are already paying the highest prices in the world for health care. Guess what? 24 million Americans are going to see a doubling in their health care premiums. I cannot allow that to happen to Vermont or to this country. I ain't going to vote for that proposal.
So just to be clear here, because I had AOC on the other night, you guys did that video together. I mean, the big sort of negotiating point Democrats are saying is, look, these subsidies are about to run out. People's premiums are going to spike. It's going to be a disaster. Let's come to some agreement on extending them, and we'll vote them and do a bipartisan negotiation. Like, that remains the demand, right? Let's come to an agreement on this.
Yeah. The demand is that we don't double premiums for 24 million Americans. That's the Kaiser Family Foundation study just came out the other day, and throw 15 million people off health insurance. Let me say it again, Chris. You know, the media, we get, Democrats, Republicans, everyone's attacking themselves. The studies suggest 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily if we don't stop this.
So Vance basically, I mean, my understanding of their position is, we don't need you, screw you, we don't want to do this, we're also happy to do it. Are there conversations happening? There was this sort of big gaggle on the floor yesterday among senators. I mean, I know the House Freedom Caucus doesn't like this. Republicans hate the ACA. Steve Daines was on the record saying, I don't like these subsidies to keep premiums down. But it seems like you could maybe find enough votes to do it, maybe.
Our job is to make it very difficult for Republicans to go back to their districts and explain to their constituents why their premiums, which are today unaffordable, are going to double. And let me be very clear. I am not a great fan of the Affordable Care Act. I believe in Medicare for all. I think that health care is a human right. But I will be damned if I'm going to see people in Vermont and around this country see a doubling in their premiums when people today can't afford housing, they can't afford health care, they can't afford child care. We can't allow that to happen.
The cost of things has been such a front-of-mind issue in every poll we've seen now for the last 3 or 4 years, I would say. The president ran on a promise to reduce prices on day one. He said they were going to go down. Not just they weren't going to get higher slower, they're going to go down. It just seems like that has not happened. And do you feel like when you talk to the people you represent in your state, they feel like it doesn't happen? Like,
absolutely.
Is that the number one thing you hear from people still here in 2025?
Like the issue of affordability. People are going to the grocery store. They want decent quality food for their kids. They can't afford it. I will tell you that in Vermont and in many parts of this country, the cost of housing is now insane. It's off the charts. You got 20 million households spending 50% of their income or more in housing. You want to send your kid to college? Good luck.
Yeah.
Childcare, unaffordable. So the answer is yes. The issue of affordability is a major issue for people all over this country.
I guess the question is, they think eventually the pain will be too much for Senate Democrats to bear, and 8 or so people will come together and vote to reopen the government, because while those insurance premiums doubling is a huge problem, there's going to be real pain from the shutdown, and they seem to be relishing it. And the kind of bet here is you guys care more about that pain than we do. What do you think of that?
Well, I will tell you, Chris.
I think this is yet another opportunity for the Democrats to basically stress the division between the corporate-backed elite and the regular people at home. Okay? Drive a wedge between the base of the party and the actual party itself. Because if you can't do it here, in this moment of unprecedented economic uncertainty, where these guys are basically behaving like fucking clowns, as though everything is awesome right now, if you can't even do it here, you can never do it. Just like if you couldn't talk about how austerity sucks when they were doing the Doge cuts, you were giving up on a major opportunity. This is yet another major opportunity to say, look, man, you might not like us. You might think we're too busy doing woke stuff, doing transgender, everybody computer, everybody transgender. But we're actually doing this for you. We're doing this so that the people that you voted for don't selfishly destroy your health care. They do all think everything is awesome right now? No, they don't. You think Republicans think everything is awesome right now? What have I told you? There is one thing that you can't wish cast away, and that is people's pockets hurting. You're so wrong. Think about the farmers. Think about the farmers that need yet another bailout. Many of those hogs voted for Trump, and then Trump fucked them again.
I am a politician. If I'm a Republican, man, I do not want to go home to my district and explain to people why I am allowing huge numbers of people in their own congressional districts, in their states, to lose their health care. How do you survive if you don't have any health care? And to see premiums double. So yes, you're right. Nobody, sane person, wants to see a shutdown. The shutdown is hurting federal employees, people all over the country. That is true. But I will tell you, if I'm a Republican, and you notice, they don't talk about this issue. What they say is, oh, it is only the undocumented workers.
Yeah, right,
Obviously, a total lie. Undocumented people are ineligible for Medicaid, Medicare, the Affordable Care Act. So they lie. But I think that lie tells you what they don't want to deal with. They don't want to go home and explain to their constituents why premiums are doubling.
And here we go, day 3 of the government shutdown.
I can't stand these motherfuckers not only lying, but then also claiming the opposition is lying. What they're saying is simply untrue. Anyway, here's some new, fresh Harry Enton. Some of the GOP are walking around like they're cock of the walk with the shutdown, but polls are on the Dem side. Voters blame the GOP more for the shutdown by an average of 12 points. Also, history says the side blamed at the start of the shutdowns is who voters blame by the end. The reason why people are blaming the Republicans is because they're in charge. They're in charge. And instead of this being the one unique opportunity for the Republican Party to be like, oh shit, we have to actually take this kind of seriously, they're behaving in the exact same ways that they have been behaving, which is not taking this shit seriously at all and posting fucking memes. And obviously, when you do that, even the dumbest hogs are going to be like, wait a minute, dude, but like you're not doing anything to fix the shutdown. You're just like that's your goal? That's the best thing you got is just to keep calling Hakeem Jeffries a Mexican? Maybe it banged the first time, but how many more times can you just keep getting away with calling Hakeem Jeffries a Mexican? Wait, what happened? Oh, shit. Oh. That was TOS. Almost clicked on a TOS video. I was like, why is that not showing? Didn't realize it's because it's a terms of service violation. Okay. What the fuck are you doing? Sorry. Close call. Okay. I'm a little, I've lost my step a little bit. Okay. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Burrito at 3 a.m. in France? Wow, dude. It's not 3 a.m. But yeah. Wall Street Journal reports Trump's team is increasingly concerned about the ACA subsidies issue. Inside the White House, aides are discussing proposals to extend the enhanced subsidies for the Affordable Care Act health insurance plans, the official said. To which I responded with, this is not a burrito, chat. They do call this a taco, but it's doner. It's just doner, and it's not very good. The platter next to me is like chicken curry, but I'm not even going to eat it. Why are you purple? Am I purple? Oh, shit. You're right. I do look red as fuck. What the hell? I don't know. I'll ask Marsh to fix it in a second. Or I'll try to fix it myself in a second. Just wait. I'm a little purple. I didn't realize that. Sorry, chatters. I didn't mean to freak you out. I'm feeling kind of purple today. If that's the only thing you're doing, even people who are on your side are eventually going to look at the situation and go, man, this may be not so sweet. Man, shit is not sweet.
I think there are a lot of Republicans out there right now strutting around thinking that they're cock of the walk. But
this is a morning show.
I know.
Come on, keep it clean.
We'll try and keep it clean, but shutdowns just get me so excited. Republicans out there thinking they're cock of the walk. But here's the thing to keep in mind. Blame more for the 2025 shutdown. Who do Americans blame more? They blame Republicans. The New York Times, by 7 points, they blame Republicans in Congress and Donald Trump. Marist, look at that. Blame Trump and Republicans by 12 points. How about Washington Post? By a 17-point margin. When you look at the data, what you're actually seeing is that more Americans are blaming Republicans than Democrats, which I think really goes against the conventional wisdom because a lot of folks are saying, hey, Democrats are so divided. But at this particular point, Americans are placing the blame on the Republican shoulders, at least the plurality of them are.
looking at this, does this match historically? Like, how is this different or the same?
Yeah, this is what I think is so notable here is we can go back over time, and this is actually a pretty familiar story. What are we talking about here? Blame more at the start of shutdowns. 95, 96, they blame the Republicans more by 16 points. 2013, blame the Republicans more by 10 points. 2018, 2019, blame the Republicans more by 14 points. And right now, on the average poll, you see that the American public are blaming Republicans more by 12 points than Democrats. So this actually lines up with what we've seen historically. When the government goes in the shutdown, at least in prior occasions, and in this one, what we see is that more Americans are likely to blame Republicans than Democrats, which again, it's why the polling right now doesn't exactly strike me as surprising, despite the fact that Democrats might be messy. Republicans are the ones who are getting more blame because that is what has happened, at least historically speaking.
And also because Democrats are like, look, they have all three branches of government.
Correct.
You know,
that's exactly. I think that's so notable, right? It's the Republicans are the ones who have the House, the Senate, and of course the presidency.
Yeah. All right. So what about, you know, at the beginning versus the end of these shutdowns? Because things get really awful for so many people. People notice the services are cut, but you also have the big furloughs. What do you see there?
Yeah, I think this is notable, right? I think there might be a lot of Republicans who would say, okay, these are early days yet, right? This is early days yet. But what happens at the end of the shutdown? Does, in fact, the blame change? Well, historically speaking, no. Who gets the blame at the start of the shutdown has ended up being the ones who get the blame at the end of the shutdown. 95, 96, GOP. 2013, GOP. 2018, GOP. Look, it's early days yet. Maybe history will be bucked in this particular situation. But historically speaking, if you're being blamed at the start of a shutdown, you're getting blamed at the end of it. And right now, it's Republicans who are.
How did Dems manage to shut down the government not having control of the House or the Senate? What do you mean? They refused to offer 6 additional votes to the Republicans. That is a necessity in the Senate for them to be able to pass the budget. You need 60 votes in the Senate to pass the budget, as Bernie Sanders correctly described. And the Democrats are holding strong, and they're saying, we're not giving you those fucking votes until you come back to the fucking negotiations process and you save Americans' healthcare, which includes Republicans, by the way. Republicans act as though they're like an alien entity that is not living on U.S. soil, that is not impacted by the economy. But they do. They are. They're just so horny and so stupid and so racist that they don't even realize that this is like fucking them over. Yeah, MAGA uses Obamacare. Like, MAGA does not live in this unique space where they're not impacted by healthcare premiums skyrocketing. But if you're wondering why are Democrats so bad at like whipping the public approval against the Republicans, I think they've just like been bullied and ritualistically humiliated into submission. And some, I suspect, like a bunch of the stuff that the Republicans are doing in terms of the deregulation and the tax cuts. But they don't want to be out and proud about it. Why do you keep changing rooms? Are you on the run? Yeah. From your mom.
Blamed at the start of this one. History ain't exactly too kind to those who are blamed at the start of shutdowns.
And Democrats are sort of licking their chops seeing these numbers, I'm sure, and thinking about 2026.
They are definitely thinking there, but we'll see what happens.
All right, Harrington, I'm glad you kept it clean the rest of the entire segment.
It is morning television.
It is. John?
Yeah, and that's history being bucked with a B, we should note there. With the snap.
God, Harrington is such a fucking nerd. It's crazy. But yeah, poll after poll after poll is showing the same thing. Americans are currently looking at the government shutdown. They're very frustrated by it. And they are in much larger numbers, understandably blaming the Republicans for it. Now, of course, it takes two to tango. Obviously, it's a two-way street. Obviously, the only reason why the government is not currently being funded is because the Democrats are refusing to offer 6 additional votes to the Republicans, because Republicans have used a budget reconciliation to pass an insanely consequential bill that cuts $800 billion in Medicaid. $800 billion in Medicaid. That's what they are currently fighting against. That's what they're currently trying to stop. It's the right thing to do, and I'm glad that they're doing it, which is why I have been repeatedly trying to the best of my ability, defend Hakeem Jeffries, and no longer sarcastically talking about how Hakeem Jeffries is a sexual panther, but actually sincerely talking about Hakeem Jeffries being a sexual panther. But let's get back to these dummies on the right, chirping in their hug box at Fox News, talking about how the Democrats are lying about these bills. Even though they're the ones who are lying, as I've explained over and over again.
Republicans are blasting the Democrats' proposal, accusing them of trying to give illegal immigrants taxpayer-funded health care. House Speaker Mike...
Like, I love this. I love this. This is the faulty premise that this starts on. Just the abject fucking straightforward lie. They're like, oh yeah, they're hold on. They're basically saying, oh shit, look at that. Kayaween. It's Spooktober, baby. It's Halloween time. I like that the entire underlying premise here, the first statement right out of the gate is just a straight up lie. The Democrats, why won't they let us lie about the bill? Why won't they let us lie about the funding that they want to implement, which is $17 quintillion to Guatemalan migrants, illegal aliens. That's what they want, and they won't let us get away with it. They won't. They won't let us lie about it. That's basically what they're saying. They won't let us lie about who the Democrats are trying to fund here.
Johnson, he joins us now, and it is great to have you. All right, the full screen here. $200 billion in health care benefits for illegals in the Democratic CR. They said no. What do you say?
Well, welcome to day 3 of the Democrat shutdown. You've got Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats have now voted 3 times to reject the clean, simple, continuing resolution that we passed out of the House 2 weeks ago to keep the government.
Oh, God, he's got no motion, dude. You ain't Trump, big dog. And Trump is too busy calling Hakeem Jeffries a Mexican. So you're kind of cooked. Oh, the Democrat shutdown. Welcome to the Democrat shutdown. Shut up, bitch. That's not your job. Your job is not to say the Democrat shutdown and dumb shit like that. Your job is to actually normalize the Donald Trump stuff. It hits so different coming out of your mouth. We're day 3 on the Democrat shutdown.
Operating for the people, real pain for real Americans, and they're claiming breathlessly, Dana, that they're not trying to restore.
This is why we can't have free speech.
Taxpayer-funded benefits and health care to illegal aliens, and it's simply not true. I would direct everybody right now, go to speaker.gov, okay? That's my official website. We put right there on the first page the evidence. I have the receipts, okay, as Bill said earlier. Chuck Schumer filed a counter proposal, a counter continuing resolution when they voted ours down. And what is in that? If you go there on the page, you'll see, go to page 57. It's buried in their document, but it says in that section 2141, right there, Chuck Schumer filed it. It says they want to repeal the health provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the working families tax cut that we Republicans.
Yeah, no shit, dumbass. They're not hiding that, dumbass. They're saying that openly, dumbass. What the fuck? No, he's not lying. That's true. They do want to fucking repeal the cuts. They do. But the problem here, the lie here isn't that the Democrats want to stop the $800 billion of healthcare cuts that are coming down the line. That is the truth. The lie here is the claim that the $800 billion that are being cut from healthcare, from Medicaid specifically, is actually only going to undocumented migrants. That is what's fucked up. The big beautiful bill that they advanced cut $800 billion in Medicaid spending. Okay? $800 billion in Medicaid spending was cut. And they're going to do that through a process of like creating additional unnecessary hurdles for Medicaid recipients. Okay? So it's not a lie that Chuck Schumer is actually trying to stop that. It's not a lie that Chuck Schumer wants that cut to be gone. He wants $800 billion in Medicaid expenditure to come back into the government expenditures. That's true. He wants that. The lie here is the claim that the $800 billion was going to undocumented migrants. That's not true. Actually, he said only $200 billion was going to the immigrants. So the other $600 billion, he's fine with not going to Americans in his mind, I guess. Oh. The immigrants that are getting any kind of Medicaid help are documented immigrants. Okay? If you are an undocumented immigrant, you cannot get, you are no access to any sort of government-funded social safety net. You just can't do that. You can't get it. This conversation is not even about whether they should. If you ask me, obviously, like, yes, they should. But that's not even an issue right now because they're not. Undocumented pregnant women can't get Medicaid? No, they can't. Unless you're talking about, unless you are, first of all, holy shit, dude. Is the argument here that if you're fucking pregnant and you're poor and you're slated to have a child on U.S. soil, then they shouldn't get health care? Like, what is the alternative is like kicking a pregnant lady down, like a poor pregnant lady down? That's insane. That's number one. Number two, not the argument. It kind of does feel like that's the argument, but you're too much of a fucking pussy to fucking say it out loud. Okay? You are arguing for the truth. I love these motherfuckers. They just can't be like, yeah, I think we should just like deny care to pregnant undocumented migrants. That's an insane thing to openly state. Okay? Not very pro-life of you, my guy. That's number one. The only thing that undocumented immigrants can take advantage of, if you want to call it that, or the only aspect of Medicaid funding that actually ends up in the hands of like undocumented migrants is emergency room costs. That's it. Okay, Hasan, you're jumping to conclusions. Wait, what? Are you fucking stupid? He literally just said, what about an undocumented pregnant woman? Can they get access to Medicaid? The only way that an undocumented person could get any sort of healthcare expenditures covered by the government is at the emergency room. That's it. And as far as Medicaid goes, or as far as like any sort of social expenditure goes, the only people that can take advantage of that are American citizens. Okay? And a baby born on U.S. soil, in spite of having a parent that's undocumented, will have... Oh, you misunderstood the chatter? I never said it was bad. Not the argument. You are arguing for the truth. Nah, you are making a 100% statement. I never said it was bad. Oh, I thought you were trying to be... I thought you were trying to say undocumented pregnant women do get Medicaid. My bad. I apologize. They're asking a simple question, dude. They may not be American. Sorry, I was being hostile. I am very tired. How do undocumented people get healthcare in the U.S.? They don't. If they have a significant issue, if they have a significant health complication, they go to the emergency room and get coverage, and they can't deny they can't deny you service. Anyway, like I said, apologies to Dog Mod. I misunderstood. I thought he was being sarcastic and cynical. Some states do literally get Medicaid, but so do the clinics that can get paid. Obviously, you can't go through pregnancy without visiting a hospital. There is no federal funding. There is state funding for undocumented migrants in some states under some circumstances for like some kind of health care. But that's state funded. It's not the federal government. This is $800 billion in federal government funding being taken off of Medicaid. Not a single piece of that goes to undocumented migrants. Undocumented migrants cannot take advantage of Medicaid or Medicare. Documented migrants can. And I think they're just trying to say that, like, documented migrants, like, people with, like, green cards, shit like that, are also illegal, I guess, now. Maybe that's what they're saying. I don't know. Dude. As far as I know, in some cases, can apply to ER Medicaid that can only cover ER visits. Yes, the only thing that undocumented migrants can take advantage of is emergency rooms. Okay? They can go into the emergency room and not pay anything. And that is covered.
Passed earlier this year and that President Trump signed into law on July 4th. Now, why is that so important?
Yeah, it's important to specify that they can't deny life-saving service through the EMTALA Act under Reagan. Prior to this law, uninsured, poor, and undocumented were literally dying in the streets due to being unable to afford care. EMTALA requires all ERs to provide life-saving care regardless of payment. Yeah.
Because, Dana, that's where you'll find they want to add back in almost $200 billion of taxpayer funds to give free stuff to illegal aliens. 100% in writing, not a Republican talking point. It's Chuck Schumer's own document.
Wow. Okay, so you've got...
Wait. So is the argument that Mike Johnson is presenting is that Chuck Schumer put this counter proposal for funding the government together? And in that counter proposal, he wrote, as one of the footnotes, free stuff to illegal aliens, please. That's what you're saying? Like, what's this?
Not that.
Taxpayer funds to give free stuff to illegal aliens. 100% in writing, not a Republican talking point. It's Chuck Schumer's own document.
Chuck Schumer's own document says, 100%, not a Republican talking point. We want $200 billion in free stuff, healthcare for illegals. They often use immigrants and illegal immigrants interchangeably. The cost of illegal immigration to taxpayers. No, this is worse than that. Chatters. This is where I come into play as someone who has been an advocate for migrants and migrants' rights in this country for a very long time. America has birthright citizenship. Therefore, out of 1 in every 14 households in this country, you have one undocumented parent. Okay? That means 1 out of every 14 American citizen that was born on U.S. soil has an undocumented parent. Okay, that means an undocumented parent came here and gave birth to a child on U.S. soil who is now a fully fledged American citizen. So the reason why I'm explaining this to you is because these guys do something really fucking indecent. They don't just loop in documented migrants with undocumented migrants. They also add, because documented migrants are capable of taking advantage of some of the social safety nets, but undocumented migrants are not. The reason why this is even more sinister. The number that the eye-catching number that they arrive at is like usually, I think it was like $5 billion or something. Now it's even larger than that. But the reason why there's like this large number that they can point to is because they consider anchor babies to also be a burden on the system that illegals brought in to the country. But anchor babies are American citizens. So that's not a part of the fucking undocumented migrant cost on U.S. soil. They're American citizens. But the way that these guys try to crunch the numbers, they try to make it seem as though if you are born to a non-citizen parent, documented or undocumented, okay, if you're born to a non-citizen parent on U.S. soil, they put your public school funds and all the social safety nets and everything else that you take advantage of into that number. It is the most racist, most transparent, fucked up, racist lie that you could present. Those are American citizens, big dog. You can't just add their fucking social expenditures in there to be like, well, these undocumenteds brought them here. It's fucking bullshit. But that's because I remember years ago diving into this number because I was like, I couldn't comprehend it. I was like, why is there like, what do you mean they're spending $50 billion every year or some shit? Right? How is that possible? They can't take advantage of the social safety nets. Like where is this coming from? Okay. It turns out they're just adding the children that have one undocumented or documented non-citizen into the fucking pile as the cost, as the overall cost and the overall burden to the social safety nets. It's a gross ass statistic that they apply. See, lifetime fiscal impact of an illegal immigrant by educational attainment. Welfare programs. We can understand better why illegal immigrants create significant fiscal costs by looking at the welfare system. In a study published in December 2023, my colleague Karen Ziegler and I examined welfare using 2022 survey income and program participants. This is the intellectualized version of saying that undocumented immigrants are both stealing our jobs, but also simultaneously stealing our welfare because they're lazy. They're both lazy and also job stealers at the same time. How does that work? I don't know, but they're doing both. The enemy is both weak and strong. Yes, it is a false characterization of legal American citizens, natural-born U.S. citizens, as illegals if they are born to one parent that is either a documented or undocumented non-citizen.
Wow. Okay, so you've got that. And you've got a few moderate Democrats in the Senate who may crack. We'll see when this vote goes down, and they may stay strong.
Like if I went to
Gene Shaheen,
if I had like Medicaid, for example, I would be covered in this. I'm born here, okay, but I would be covered. I would be the burden that they're talking about. Now, if I also remained on U.S. soil, went to school here, went to public school here, that would be a part of the additional expenses that the federal government took on.
And she came on Fox yesterday and was talking about, well, there are a lot of people in districts where President Trump won who could be in peril if these health care subsidies lapse.
Oh, interesting. Wait, what the fuck? That's like, what is this? Is Mike Johnson on CNN? What's going on here? That's a good question. I'm sure he'll just let him get away with lying here, but
who could be in peril if these health care subsidies lapse. Here's what you said. Here's her argument right now.
Health insurance companies right now this month are setting those rates. So we need to get together. We need to address this. This is an issue that affects both Democrats and Republicans. You know, over 70% of people who are getting those health insurance subsidies are in states that President Trump won. 56% of them are in Republican districts.
That would seem to be pretty overwhelming, and I'm sure you're aware of this, and I imagine a lot of those folks live in Louisiana. What would you say to that?
Yeah, Bill, we're all aware of this. It's a total red herring. The Democrats have grasped onto a December policy issue. What she's referring to there doesn't expire until December 31st. We have 3 months in Congress to work through that issue. It has nothing to do with this September stopgap funding measure that will merely keep the government open for the people so that Republicans and Democrats can work here through the regular process to finish appropriations. They are trying to grab a red herring to distract everyone from the simple fact that they want to put illegal aliens back on the taxpayer-funded benefits wagon, and they want to, by the way, there are other demands in this counterproposal. They want us to give $500 million of American taxpayer funds back to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to prop up left-leaning media organizations. They want to add $1.5 trillion.
Wait. What did he say? It's a red herring. Dog, what? Oh, God. I can't deal with this, man. I can't deal with this. Everything he's saying the Democrats are doing, he's doing. He says the Democrats are lying. They want to give undocumented $200 billion in free stuff. Chuck Schumer wrote it. That's a lie. Okay? It's not the Democrats that are lying. It's the Republicans that are lying. Then he says the Democrats actually are using the healthcare premiums going up as a red herring. That's not the red herring. The red herring is the lie that this is like going to immigrants somehow. Oh my God. It's so fucking annoying, dude. It is so unbearable to watch these motherfuckers get away with lying like this every damn day. And then he packages it up with like Sesame Street being woke or some dumb shit. Oh. Yeah, they want to do woke Sesame Street. They want to do woke and gay Sesame Street. That's what they want to fund.
From the simple fact that they want to put illegal aliens back on the taxpayer-funded benefits wagon, and they want to, by the way, there are other demands in this counterproposal. They want us to give $500 million of American taxpayer funds back to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to prop up left-leaning media organizations. They want to add $1.5 trillion with a T, $trillion of new spending that we cannot afford right now.
By the way, notice how Johnson didn't even bother to lie about the cuts going into effect. The argument was basically, yeah, we cut those programs, but those cuts are not going to affect until 3 months from now, which is him admitting they did cut healthcare. Yes, they did. He doesn't have to relitigate that because he's presenting that in a false framing, that they are actually cutting healthcare for undocumented migrants. They're not cutting healthcare for undocumented migrants. They're cutting healthcare for Americans, American citizens. Undocumented migrants cannot get Medicaid. Oh, more often than not, like, do you think that there isn't a tremendous number of Republican Party voters that are also Medicaid recipients? There are, for the record. There are. As a matter of fact, as far as like funding rural hospitals goes, and that's where the Republicans live, in rural areas, Medicaid is massively consequential as a funding vehicle for rural hospitals that are already in a dire fucking state in this country. You're not going to have a hospital in a rural area in a 100-mile radius. You're going to accidentally chop your finger and have to go to the fucking veterinarian, as many Americans do nowadays in the fucking heartland, you know?
People cannot afford, and they want to do that on a 7-week stopgap funding measure. It's absurd. Let me tell you something. Every Democrat in the Senate that voted against this has voted for the same, almost identical thing 13 times. 13 times during the Biden administration over 4 years, but now suddenly they can't do it. There's one reason and one reason alone that this fight is being waged right now. They're trying to prove themselves to the Marxist left base of the Democrat Party. Plain and simple. Chuck Schumer made this decision because he's afraid that AOC or one of the Marxists are going to challenge him in his next Senate re-election bid, and that's why he's doing this. Selfishly.
I'm confused. I thought he was a Palestinian Marxist himself. Wait, so Chuck Schumer's not a commie? Interesting. I thought he was like the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine type guy. The way Trump talks about Chuck. Calls him a Palestinian, calls him a commie, calls him a socialist. Since when is he just like a moderate? Since when is he a moderate Democrat? There's a distinction between moderate Democrats and Marxist Democrats, which, by the way, who the fuck is a Marxist Democrat? Holy shit. I wish. I had to listen to my hairstylist talk about how the government shut down because migrants want health care. I said, no, that's not possible. They cannot get health care. She was insistent that they can. Just shows how people get their talking points from liars. Even stating logical facts isn't working anymore. I mean, dude, you just have to walk them through it. Ask them how. Okay? Ask them how. They don't have like a couple follow-up questions and they're going to buckle because one, it's untrue. And two, they never scratch the surface. They just go off of like, well, they do. I believe it. That's it. Be like, how? How do they?
And very dangerously for the American people.
Let's listen to AOC. This is what she said on her Instagram account.
This is what Republicans love to do. Whenever we fight to elevate the minimum wage, to expand Social Security, to make healthcare better in this country, in order to derail that, Republicans love to dangle this shiny object that says, but what if someone not like you gets it?
My coworkers say they have fake identification. Oh my God. Dog pills. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. What the fuck is a dog pill? That's a weird username, but I like it.
Okay, you work with Hakeem Jeffries and you work with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Who do you think is a better communicator?
Well, she's way better on social media, and she gets all the attention. But remember what she stands for, okay? She is the most vocal opponent for Mamdani, who's about to be elected.
The Republicans have flown too close to the sun. My normie mom asked, do they want us to believe that Dems are trying to give universal health care to undocumented immigrants? Yeah, no, they don't have fucking, guys, for the record, no, like, undocumented migrants are not running around with fake IDs and getting fucking health care. Okay? Like, there's 12 million undocumented migrants in this country. Do some of them have fake IDs and shit? Certainly. Okay? Are they capable of going into a government office with a fake ID and getting fucking Medicaid? You're out of your goddamn mind, dude. That's not how any of this works. Like, having a fake social security card doesn't mean that you're like in the fucking real database. You can't just like fake this stuff. You can't just go and get. Also, that's not even what these guys are saying, for the record. That's not even what these guys are saying. Like, not only did your hairdresser in this hypothetical scenario made that shit up, they're saying Democrats want to fund undocumented immigrants directly, not like undocumented immigrants are getting together and like creating a system of fake IDs so they can get like fake Medicaid that they don't actually, they're not supposed to get. They're saying Democrats have written into the law that we want to give undocumented migrants health care. So that's a totally separate thing that is also not a real problem at all. One of the craziest parts about this is Medicaid and Medicare fraud does happen, okay? But it happens at the point of the provider. It does not happen at the point of like individuals committing Medicare fraud by taking government healthcare, government funds that they actually are not entitled to, okay? Rick Scott is a great example. I will not be repeating what I've said in the past. Ironically enough, when I was responding to Mike Johnson last time, he was talking about how he's going to cut $800 billion in Medicaid funding while claiming he was actually going after fraud, waste, and abuse. Okay? But the reality of the matter is, just like with voter fraud does not happen at the point of individuals illegally voting. Election fraud is what happens at the point of systems making it harder for people to go out and vote, for example. Okay, voter suppression. Republicans love reframing the narrative. They are oftentimes the ones who are defending Medicare fraud that is happening at the point of providers, like Rick Scott did, right? While simultaneously shifting the blame back to like regular Americans. And they do this with pretty much everything. Election suppression is a real issue. In order to justify election suppression, voter suppression, Republicans falsely claim that there are a ton of people who are going around and voting fucking illegally. This is not the case. This is not the reality at all. It's just completely made up. It's a completely made up narrative. Always the same shit.
Apparently mayor of America's largest city and the cradle of capitalism. These people are Marxists. They want the government to take over and run everything. And what that means for you, listen, average American citizens, you surrender your freedom for the government to take over. It never works. It's destructive, and it is anti-American. And they are advancing something that their parents' generation of Democrats would have soundly rejected. This is not your father's Democratic Party. These people are dangerous to our system, and everybody needs to wake up and understand that. I don't care what they put on social media. You need to look at the philosophy behind that. And we're fighting to preserve freedom of the greatest nation in the history of the world that we celebrate 250 years next year. We've got to defend it. That freedom is not inherited in the bloodstream.
Yeah, we had a big vote here in New York in 4.5 weeks. That's coming up very quickly. Can I ask you, of these 7 moderate Democrats?
Yeah, we're defending your freedom to fucking die, okay? Your freedom. Guys, come on. This is the freest nation on earth where you're free to choose one of the 2 healthcare providers that we have offered you. Okay? Wake up. Wake up, guys. Don't you love that freedom? Don't you love the freedom of being saddled with medical debt instead of having the scary government actually offer single-payer health care? Why aren't you talk about the flotilla? It's because I'm scared to talk about it. It's because Israel's paying me $8,000 every minute that I don't talk about the flotilla. Stop fucking up the bag for me, chatter.
Describe to us. Have you heard from any of them? Is there a crack within that group?
Well, we hope so. I talked to Leader Thune late last night. They're working on that. They're hopeful that some of them will come to their senses. They don't want to be blamed for the destruction that is being wrought. There are real people being hurt right now. We have women, infants, and children nutrition programs that are now not funded. You have veterans health services that are not funded. FEMA.
He's going to nut if he talks more about all of the not funded programs for the working class. This is extremely his shit, okay? He loves this. He's like, oh, hell yeah.
Many of their services are stalled right now in the middle of a hurricane season. You got troops and TSA agents and Border Patrol agents serving us right now, defending the country without pay.
Well, you make an interesting argument with that. Does this vote, does it actually pass today and shock the world?
Well, I certainly hope so. I'm praying that this ends quickly because this is wrong.
No, I get it, but is that
to
a
do to
yes or a
American
no for today's vote?
Well, I don't know. I'm not in the Senate, but I'm trying to read the tea leaves as everybody else. I think there are cracks, and I think more Democrats will come along, and I hope they do it sooner than later.
Zooming out, just one last question from me. Kim Strassel this morning in the Wall Street Journal, she talks about Republicans, health care, the policy, and the messaging. Do you agree with her that the Republicans are...
It just doesn't make any sense because, like, on the one hand, they're advocating to cut these programs, and on the other hand, he's like, well, we can't even fund these programs right now. Isn't that damaging? It's like, okay, well, that sounds a lot like socialism to me, big dog. Maybe we should keep the government shut down then, I guess, you know? Which is it? Is that socialist Marxism that you're talking about over there that you want to fucking... that you want to fund all these programs? Isn't that socialism, that Marxism that you're talking about and how scary that is? Not your father's Democrat Party?
Weak, vulnerable, on healthcare policy at this moment when a lot of Americans are saying they are worried about the high prices, but there's just very little discussion about why the prices are so high.
Exactly. We're all concerned about that, but if they look at the facts, Republicans are the ones that are solving the problem. In the big, beautiful bill, when we put the reforms in for Medicaid, what we've done is brought down the premiums and we have eliminated the fraud, waste, and abuse. The CBO is the analyst that just put that out, August 25th. Go look it up. And they said the CBO is not a Republican group. They're the neutral arbiters here. And they say the Republicans are right because what we did was save $185 billion of waste and abuse in the program with our reforms. And we're going to get 2.3 ineligible recipients off of that. That's those illegal aliens. That's the young, able-bodied men.
But what about
who are siphoning
people who are not on Medicaid, people who are either on the Obama exchanges or are worried they're going to lose their employee-sponsored health insurance?
Yes, we have a lot of reforms that we need to push through, but the answer is not to grow government and further subsidize insurance companies, which is exactly what those subsidies do. It doesn't help bring premiums down. We got to do it for the people, not for the insurance companies. That's a pretty important distinction.
Sir, thank you for your time. Appreciate you coming on. I don't know, what are you getting, like 3 hours of sleep a night?
Probably. Well, just listen to the Taylor Swift album. You'll be fine. Stay up all night.
Right, sure.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Speaker Johnson, appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
We are getting new reports about a chilling and downright shocking escalation of ICE tactics against the residents of Chicago. In the middle of the night, hundreds of armed federal agents and police, backed up by riot trucks, smoke grenades, and helicopters, breached fences and busted doors in an immigration raid on an entire apartment building on the city's south side. They pulled dozens of residents from their homes and zip ties, including children, some of them without any clothes. They then held some outside for hours and dragged the others into rented vans.
It was scary because I've never had a gun put in my face.
Neighbors like Ebony Watson says they ducked for cover as they heard several flashbangs go off.
They was terrified. The kids was crying, people was screaming. They looked very distraught. I was out there crying when I seen the little girl come around the corner. Because they was bringing the kids out too. Had them zip tied to each other. One of them literally laughed. He was standing right here. He said, them kids.
They zip tied the kids together. ICE put out a statement saying they were pursuing Trinidad gang members, but
again, fake bullshit. This already happened. This happened under the, if you recall, this started in Aurora. The idea that there was like Trendaragua at one of these like low income housing properties. That's the new meta now. When the landlords want to do like mass evictions, they just claim Trendaragua, and the government comes in and does like a little sweep. Just, this is where we're at. And the thing is, like, I don't know. I don't know the background of all the people that they apprehended. But I do know the area, and I do know the type of housing. And the reality of the matter is, even like the documented citizens in that low income housing are they don't exactly have a solid defense. They don't have a direct line to their local representatives. Like, they are literally some of the most marginalized people. They're Black Chicagoans. So obviously, you can just get away with doing endless cruelty to all of those people, both the citizens and non-citizens alike. All of this is completely unconstitutional. Like, I highly, highly doubt that they got individual warrants for every single, and not administrative warrants, judicial warrants. because an administrative warrant is not the same as a judicial warrant. Like, you can't just fucking enter someone's property, for example. But at this point, they don't even give a shit. At this point, they could just do whatever the fuck they want. When it comes to ICE, they could just like do Gestapo shit. In the United States of America, you have certain laws. Like, you are supposed to be protected from exactly this kind of nonsense. Even if you are an undocumented migrant, you do not have any obligation to open a door to ICE. Or at least that was the case. It's a Fourth Amendment violation for ICE to just come over and be like, open the door right now, or just like bust through your door without the proper warrant. Federal agents detained 4 children who are U.S. citizens during an ICE raid this week in South Shore, according to a report. The children were held until they could be placed in the care of guardians, according to the New York Times report, which cited the Department of Homeland Security officials. No further details were immediately available. This is not the first time federal agents have detained a U.S. citizen since launching Operation Midway Blitz and at large in September, seeking to increase immigration enforcement in Chicago and throughout Illinois. But it is the first time they've publicly acknowledged detaining American children during the operations. The raid happened early Tuesday at an apartment building at 7500 South Shore Drive. A Department of Homeland Security spokesperson said federal agencies arrested at least 37 people in operations at the building, which they claimed is frequented by members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. They also said in the process of doing this that this was a collaborative law enforcement raid with like FBI and shit. And that if anyone had any sort of warrant whatsoever, they would also get arrested permanently. It had nothing to do with immigration whatsoever. Do you understand how psychotic that is? That's the federal government going to a black neighborhood and saying, go into those projects right there, bust down every door, throw out all the shit that people own, and arrest whoever has any warrant whatsoever. Like, you're detain and arrest every single person, which is what they did, and then sort it out after the fact. Nothing new, though? Oh, get the fuck out of here. No, that is new. Are you fucking insane? Of course that's new. No, that's dragnets, chatter. No, let's be fucking real, okay? Police disproportionately targeting black neighborhoods and creating fake crimes at the point of the individual to apprehend them and detain them, that's an ever-present part of this process. But no, going into an entire fucking block and busting down every fucking door, are you kidding me? That is absolutely a new thing. That's what is called a dragnet. That is unprecedented. It's kind of new. They did this in the 1980s. I mean, they blew up a fucking city block in the 1980s as well. Okay? They did. I know. Oh, God. 1985 move bombing. Read up on it. Jesus Christ. No, dude. The local law enforcement going in and dropping C4 from a helicopter against the Africa family, okay, in Pennsylvania is not the same as like routine practice of dragnets. Like, how many other fucking city bombings have happened since then? Like, what are you talking about? You're acting like it's not Gaza. That was similar to what Israel does in Gaza. Damn near identical, okay? And it was a horrifying incident. I'm not downplaying that at all. But that's like, there's a difference between that and the federal government openly saying, we are going to go into poor neighborhoods, where we suspect black and brown people are living, and we're just going to bust everyone's doors. Okay, you're comparing what used to be somewhat of a policy, like in the, the Tulsa City Massacre, or, the bombing of Black Wall Street and numerous other black neighborhoods that were destroyed, all the way up until like the civil rights struggle, and then the move bombing, to what this government is now openly sequencing out as like a normal part of its law enforcement: dragnets. Like this is a new level. This is a new level of cruelty, because they are saying this is normal law enforcement. Okay, this is a part of the normal mechanism of the law enforcement. You talked about Trump so much, you're starting to look like him. All right, hold on. I have to fix this fucking thing. I don't know why I'm so fucking orange. I don't know. Or purple. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's the white balance, not the exposure. Yeah, you're right. Is that better? I feel like that makes me look orange now, but I'd rather look orange than purple. It's a little bit better, right? He's orange for an amazing reason. Okay, shut up. It's warm, at least. It's no longer purple. Purple was not warm. He's orange for an amazing reason. Are they breaking into all the homes, or the homes they have warrants for? No, all the homes. Bro, they went in. I don't know how to explain this to you. I mean, as Chris Hayes already did. They went in to low-income housing in an apartment complex after the landlord lied and said, oh, there's Trendaragua here, just like they did in Aurora, Colorado. Okay? They went into the apartment complex and basically busted down the doors of every single house and apprehended everyone. You look exhausted. What the fuck happened? I am exhausted. Armed federal agents in military fatigues busted down their doors overnight, pulling men, women, and children from their apartments, some of them naked. Residents and witnesses said agents approached or entered nearly every apartment in the 5-story building, and U.S. citizens were among those detained for hours. When he got home from work, Jones said he entered his unit to find all of his electronics and furniture missing and all of his clothes and shoes thrown on the floor. Jones said he had no idea who took his belongings and hadn't received answers from the Chicago police. I'm pissed off, Jones said. I feel defeated because the authorities aren't doing anything. On Wednesday, toys, shoes, and food were still in the piles in the building's hallways. Property managers were seen throwing mattresses and broken doors into dumpsters. The DHS said federal agents with Border Patrol, the FBI, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives arrested 37 people in the raid. DHS said some of those arrested are believed to be involved in drug trafficking and distribution, weapons crimes, and immigration violations. One of these things is not like the others. That is a crazy thing. Oh, some of these guys are believed to be involved in drug trafficking, and also some of them are just, they're in the process of getting their documentation. They're in the process of getting their paperwork.
What would you say to the people who are against your operations right now when you're going and doing something like this to keep the community safe? What would you say to those people who are saying, you know, calling you guys Gestapo, things like that as you're walking around? What would you say to them?
You know, I think the first thing I would say is, how about you live in the apartment next door to Tren de Aragua members that are trafficking and prostitution, guns, drugs.
Okay, except these people are living next to the people that you're claiming that they're Tren de Aragua, and they were like, they're fucking chill ass neighbors, and they definitely weren't Tren de Aragua. But of course, once again, because the neighborhood where the undocumented and the documented alike live together is poor, it doesn't matter. It's poor and it's black. So you can just kind of say, well, you know, they're black, so obviously they also are criminals themselves. Do you get it?
And taking advantage of American citizens in a violent way. Why don't you live next to them and then see how much of a Gestapo or a Nazi we are?
What's the end game here? What's the goal?
Well, the end game tonight, obviously, is to make that area a safe place. We're going to remove all illegal aliens, especially if it's Tren de Aragua, but any and all illegal aliens, and that's going to make this community a safer place.
After the Des Moines incident, can we finally accept that immigrants aren't just Latino? I mean, I've been saying that, for the record. I've been saying that. Like, one of the first things that they fucking did was talk about the Haitians on TPS as like, as though they were undocumented migrants. That's why I was so mad when people are like, I'm tired. They said, Haitian migrants, refugee seekers that have temporary protected status and the proper work authorization to live and work on U.S. soil were illegal aliens that were eating cats and dogs. Okay, so obviously anyone who thought that this wasn't going to impact black people was maybe a little crazy. When has the American law enforcement ever been like, oh, you know what? We've moved past shitting on black people. We're just going after Mexicans only. Okay.
U.S. citizens living in the building say they were detained too. The cops told them that if they had any unrelated warrants, they wouldn't be going back home. 37 people were ultimately arrested after agents separated children from their parents on the street. And if you're looking at this and asking yourself, how is this legal? That is the right question to ask. And it has kind of an answer. And to understand it, you have to go back to Los Angeles this summer, where federal immigration agents started pushing the envelope on orders from the White House. They raided Home Depot parking lots and Walmart lots, and they grabbed people they saw. Near one Home Depot, masked agents with batons grabbed Narcisco Barranco, who has lived in the U.S. for more than 30 years and has 3 sons serving in the Marine Corps. Agents beat Barranco on the ground, dislocating his shoulder before detaining him. In Van Nuys, agents raided a car wash, remembering this, sending patrons and workers scrambling before the 79-year-old owner, who is a U.S. citizen named Rafi, tried to ask them what they were doing.
That is when...
Remember what I told you guys yesterday at the protest where, like, there is this understanding in the United States of America that, like, you're not supposed to ask cops questions or bother them or assume that they're human beings at all. And in the process of treating them like human beings and being like, what the fuck are you guys doing? If you get your ass beat, most Americans will look at that and go, no, you deserved it. How dare you ask? How dare you ask a cop what he was up to? What are you, crazy? That's not allowed. You're not allowed to do that. We are so servile, so subservient as a country, as our culture. Oh, you're just obstructing justice. You deserve it. Fucking ridiculous.
was taken down by agents and eventually handcuffed. Rafi says he was injured in the process.
And they sit on me. It's in my elbow. Since a week ago.
and it's in my arm.
Rafi says he and 5 others at his car wash were taken to a federal detention center downtown. We're still working to learn more about why they were detained.
And that man is not alone.
Look how you got my hand. You're twisting that. I'm American, bro. Yo, these guys are literally based off of skin color. My homie was born here just because of the way he looks.
Agents kept stopping people they suspected of being undocumented immigrants for no reason other than they weren't obviously white. Like Brian Gavidia, the man you saw there, the 29-year-old American. He wasn't arrested, but he says agents went through his phone for 20 minutes and kept his real ID card. Now, these are obvious violations of people's core constitutional civil rights, their right to equal protection and the freedom from unlawful searches and seizures. And victims filed a class action lawsuit. And after an entire bench trial, a federal judge sided with those victims and ended the ICE sweeps. And in her ruling, she wrote, "It is illegal to conduct roving patrols which identify people based upon race alone, aggressively question them, and then detain them without a warrant, without their consent, and without reasonable suspicion that they are with status." Yes, it is. Yes, it is. An appeals court upheld her injunction against ICE. You have to stop doing this. And so the Trump administration took the issue to the Supreme Court. And lo and behold, last month, the court's 6-3 conservative majority voted to just let Trump and ICE continue for now, as the case works its way up, to use racial profiling in their immigration raids, halting the lower court's decision, saying, go ahead. Now, they gave no reasoning or explanation for their decision, silent, except Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who wrote a short concurring opinion saying there's absolutely no problem whatsoever with racially motivated stops by law enforcement. Quote, "If the officers learn the individual they stopped is a U.S. citizen or otherwise lawfully in the U.S., they promptly let the individual go." Welcome to the era of what critics call the Kavanaugh stop.
Yep. That's what they're calling it. Stop and frisk on steroids. Universalized. I love the liberal assumption that the purpose of ICE has literally ever been anything else. I know. Don't get me fucking started. Dude. If an undocumented migrant is doing a crime, you fucking arrest them and you prosecute them. And depending on the type of crime, you either deport them or you throw them in jail. Okay? Just like anybody else. There is a reason why. Border crossings are treated differently than actual fucking violent crimes or any crimes at all. Because it's not like a real crime. It's one that could be dealt with through paperwork. Like not having the appropriate paperwork is not a fucking crime as severe as like murdering people or engaging in a hit and run. It's a permitting problem. It's a documentation problem. It is ridiculous. And is treated as though it is the most heinous of crimes.
Blanche for ICE to continue violent, warrantless raids and stops all over the country to undocumented immigrants, lawful residents, and American citizens alike. Like Leonardo Garcia Venegas. You see him there, being cuffed roughly by ICE agents on a construction site where he was working. Vargas showed the agents his real ID as proof of citizenship, and they told him he was lying. And it took hours to get him out of custody, so not exactly expeditious. And then, get this, 2 weeks later, ICE arrested him again at another work site. He's now suing the government. The consequence of all this is what we're seeing now in the dead of night in Chicago. Dozens of federal agents raiding an entire apartment building with kids in it just to see what they can find. It's the most egregious abuse of our basic rights as Americans I've seen in a long time, maybe my lifetime. And it comes 2 weeks after Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem posted a hype video of another.
I agree with your sentiment, but I don't like the argument. Just because it's a document issue doesn't mean it's not bad. Like, tax fraud is technically just a document issue, and a conservative could make the same argument about that. Proportional response. Proportional response. Proportional response. Mass apprehensions or any sort of detainment and deportation process is an inherently violent endeavor. In order to justify the state violence in this situation, you must first establish why it is a necessity. Are these guys actually doing a heinous crime? Tax evasion is a serious crime because tax evasion actually steals from the government coffers, okay? And if more and more people were to do it, or if anyone were to do it, really, which, by the way, who the fuck gets arrested for tax evasion in this fucking country? Holy shit. But tax fraud and tax evasion is theft from the government. You are stealing from your fellow citizens money that should be going back to all of these resources that must be funded. You do not have an argument for why these people should be apprehended and detained if they are not doing anything wrong. Okay? What is the argument? Republicans don't have a real argument as to why they have to mass detain and mass deport. This is the reason why they lie about the argument. They lie to make up a reason. And that lie is that these guys are all actually engaging in heinous crimes at alarming rates. Okay? This would be the equivalent of beating the fuck out of someone and ripping them away from their families for putting in a new bathroom without getting the proper permit. Okay? Putting in a new bathroom in your home without getting the proper permit could be damaging in the long run, because not having the proper issuance of the permit implies that, like, you might have had like substandard safety standards, and maybe later down the line you might actually rent that property to someone, and then that person can I don't know, fucking die on the toilet or something, right? Like, whatever. There could be something that is harmful to the public later down the line, but even then, it still doesn't justify this level of apprehension. No one would ever say this is totally appropriate. You are absolutely allowed to deport someone or detain them for building a fucking additional bathroom in their house without getting the proper permits for it. Okay? What the fuck was that example? I'm just trying to use an example that is like, that is also like relatively harmless.
Violent ICE raid with helicopters and grenades, this time on a house in the Chicago.
Hamas response just dropped. Breaking. Hamas's statement in response to Trump's plan to end the war in Gaza. We appreciate President Trump's efforts to bring an end to the war. We agree to release all hostages in order to achieve permanent ceasefire. We are ready to enter immediately into negotiations to discuss the details. We agree to hand over the administration of the Gaza Strip to a Palestinian body of independent, unaffiliated figures. Okay, that's literally what they originally said. Yeah, Hamas is also saying, yes, once again, we agree. And then Israel's going to say, no, 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 not like that. Watch this space. Dying on the toilet, harmless? No, no, no. I'm trying to explain why, like, building something without a permit could be harmful in the long run, okay? And as to why that code exists, or as to why that, like, law exists. But under no circumstance would the treatment of someone who is engaging in this kind of action is going to be apprehended in a similar violent way and have all of their fucking human rights revoked in the process. And then everyone will go, yeah, no, that's actually appropriate. That's totally fine. There needs to be a degree of proportionality. And there is no proportionality here. It's just completely ridiculous. A lot of people are going to be dying on the toilet with the food deregulation. Also true. You'll be seeing more and more of this. Many people are saying more and more people are going to be dying on the toilets now that the food is poison because we crippled the FDA.
Our suburbs. And guess what? 2 U.S. citizens were mistakenly arrested. You know, there's a reason the American founders put the right to be free from unlawful searches and seizures in the Bill of Rights from the start. Masked secret police profiling people and now targeting entire apartment buildings, making everyone prove they're not guilty of something, is the province of tyrants. It is the opposite of American. And I don't think Americans will stand for it, nor should they.
Protest.
Right now, they kind of are standing for it. Like, by and large, it's just like the areas that are impacted by these kinds of targeted raids that are actually showcasing discontent. But that's pretty much it. Jailing a pregnant woman while she's in labor because she sped to the ER. Libs are literally passing laws allowing this. Liberals have also participated in offering additional funds to the fucking ICE agents, okay? They have never clawed back. They have never even tried. They've never even attempted to claw back some of these restrictions. They are absolutely responsible for this as well. Full text of the Hamas response to Trump. Okay, we'll get to this breaking news story right now. As you guys know, there was a fake peace plan that was put forward. The peace plan had a bunch of additional Benjamin Netanyahu provisions added onto it. All of the Arab states that actually participated in the peace plan, which once again had very little Palestinian input, no Palestinian input whatsoever. All the Arab countries actually came out and said, what the fuck? America, you just added a bunch of random shit to this like so-called 21-point peace plan that was not initially on the agreement that we put together. What the fuck's that about? Turns out it was Benjamin Netanyahu that added those provisions. But it also doesn't end there. Benjamin Netanyahu literally left the White House like 20 minutes after they did that joint press conference. He left the White House and delivered a speech in Hebrew to the Israeli audience, to the Israeli population, saying, don't worry, this peace plan is fucking bullshit. We're going to keep killing them. Okay? And I said that this was, again, not about like ending this bloodshed, but instead simply managing the PR of Israel as it continues with this bloodshed. Now, of course, yeah, he was on the White House lawn when he delivered that speech. I know. Now, there were many different like insane provisions added onto that. Hamas has seemingly taken the bluff and once again said, sure, we'll bite. Regarding Hamas's response to the proposal of the U.S. President Trump, out of concern to stop the aggression and the genocide being inflicted upon our steadfast people in the Gaza Strip, and based on national responsibility and commitment to the principles, rights, and supreme interests of our people, the Islamic resistance movement, Hamas, conducted in-depth consultations with its leadership bodies, extensive consultations with the Palestinian forces and factions, as well as discussions with brotherly mediators and friends in order to reach a responsible position in dealing with the plan proposed by U.S. President Donald Trump. After thorough study, the movement has made its decision and has delivered the following response to the brotherly mediators. The Islamic resistance movement, Hamas, appreciates the Arab, Islamic, and international efforts, as well as the efforts of U.S. President Donald Trump aimed at halting the war in the Gaza Strip, achieving a prisoner exchange, allowing immediate entry of humanitarian aid, rejecting the occupation of the Strip, and opposing the displacement of Palestinian people from it. In this context, and in a manner that achieves an end to the war and the full withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, the movement announces its approval to release all prisoners of the occupation, both living and the bodies of the deceased, according to the exchange formula included in President Trump's proposal, and with the provisions of appropriate field conditions for carrying out the exchange process. In this regard, the movement affirms its readiness to immediately enter into negotiations through the mediators to discuss the details. The movement also reiterates its approval to hand over the administration of the Gaza Strip to a Palestinian body composed of independents, technocrats, based on Palestinian national consensus and supported by Arab and Islamic backing. Now, once again, all of this is the Hamas proposal. This was the Hamas proposal. Hamas said that they would disband politically, not disarm, of course, but disband politically and allow a Palestinian technocratic committee to rule the Strip. However, the Trump peace process, the 21-point program, does not actually do any of those things. The Trump peace program wants there to be a Palestinian committee that is still beholden to Donald Trump and Tony Blair. Now, Tony Blair obviously is a major ally to Israel. He is basically the stand-in for Israel there. He is the stand-in for Western interests here. He is the stand-in for Israel here. And therefore, it would render the technocratic Palestinian committee useless. Okay? Once again, removing autonomy and sovereignty and dignity from the Palestinian population. Okay? Also, I am noticing a lack of statements about disarmament, which was a non-starter, understandable, for not only Hamas, but the Palestinian population in its entirety. As for the other issues included in the President Trump's proposal that relate to the future of the Gaza Strip and the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people, these are subjects to a comprehensive national position and must be passed on relevant international laws and resolutions. These matters shall be discussed within a unified Palestinian national framework in which Hamas will participate and contribute with full responsibility. The Islamic resistance movement, Hamas. Did we lose the rewind function already? Wait, you did already? This response is the most perfect possible response they could have to this. I admire their strategic consistency in the face of all this horror. Yeah, but they're not gonna they're not gonna bite. This comes after President Donald Trump gave Hamas a 6 p.m. Sunday deadline to agree to a deal or else. POTUS, an agreement must be reached by Hamas by Sunday evening at 6 p.m. Washington, D.C. time. Every country has signed on. If this last chance agreement is not reached, all hell, like no one has ever seen before, will break out against Hamas. That's what he said. So, make no mistake, a senior Hamas official released this statement, and the statement is basically a reiteration of what Hamas has already said. Yeah, Hamas says it accepts some elements of Trump's peace plan, but that others require further negotiation. Except this is their proposal. This has been their proposal. This is not different than previous proposals. Do you understand? This has been the proposal from Hamas for almost a fucking year, for longer than a year at this point. Meanwhile, Israel has announced that anyone that remains in Gaza City will be treated as a terrorist. Why has no one asked Why are we negotiating an end to the genocide? So many outlets are misreading this statement and leaving important details out. Hamas agrees to hand over hostages under Trump peace plan for Gaza. Yeah. I think a lot of people don't understand what Hamas is saying here. Okay? They're looking at Hamas agreeing to their concessions that they've made already and simply assuming that this is a full-blown recognition of the Trump peace proposal. Okay? One that Trump lied about, by the way, when he claimed he sent over to Hamas envoys anyway. They never did. This was basically put together by every party except for the Palestinians. Having said that, however, some of the inclusions in that proposal, the ones that Hamas agreed to here, were already concessions that Hamas had negotiated on and accepted, conditions that Hamas had accepted prior to this Gaza peace proposal. Now, the very fact that they are making it seem as though it's up to Hamas to end this genocide is also insane because Israel is doing the genocide. Hamas is not doing the genocide. It is Israel that's doing the genocide. So it's up to Israel to stop the genocide, which we all know they don't want to. Why do you think they don't want to? Because I have 2 eyes, 2 ears, and a working brain in between them. And I have seen what Israel has done for the past 23 months. Because I've heard Israel speak. I meant explain for someone not knowing a lot. Israel has time and time again said they have no interest in actually doing any negotiation with Hamas whatsoever, openly, and that their desire is permanent ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing and genocide. For the last 23 months, there have been numerous reasonable proposals that Hamas has put forward, proposals that America has taken and claimed Israel was offering, as a matter of fact. Israel has always added a last-second poison pill provision out of nowhere after they agree to their own fucking ceasefire, supposedly, and have decided, actually, you know what? We're going to continue fucking fighting. Israel has also killed negotiators like Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. But I've heard the Bibi guy say he does not like war. Okay. Adolf Hitler has said he doesn't like bloodshed either. Good point. Killing in Qatar, I see it now. No. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about blowing up Ismail Haniyeh in fucking Tehran. The Qatar one is recent. I can't tell if this guy is like trolling or not, or if there's a person who found themselves in my community at this stage and still goes, I don't know, well, Bibi said, I mean, okay, I will watch more and learn. Okay, respect. This guy is awesome. He's the most open-minded, aloof guy I have ever met. Al Jazeera is covering the Hamas response. I don't know what happened. That was crazy. I got booted. That was weird. So I got booted off of the OBS. And then it kept telling me, like, it made it seem like there was a firewall or something. You are the most streamer that encounters Fs ever, bro. Okay, man, I got ops. I got government ops. Okay, Israel's after me. All jokes aside, I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know what just happened. But I got cooked.
20-point plan. But you have to remember that when it's a deal laid out by President Trump, Israeli forces would have an initial withdrawal at first, and then they would gradually withdraw as long as it took for the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. So if there's a 10% demilitarization in Gaza, 10% more of Israeli troops would withdraw. That's how it's laid out in the deal.
American
and then
team
eventually,
to
once it gets up to a certain point, which is still up for negotiation, it seems, then Israeli troops would hand over everything to this international security force that's going to be in there. So there are so many moving parts here, and it seems like there are still some minor details that need to be hammered out. But you're right. Again, there is no trust between both of these sides. There are no guarantees when it comes to two groups who consider themselves complete enemies. So these mediators and these negotiators putting themselves in place, offering assurances, offering guarantees. President Trump is offering this as one of the most historic peace deals of the century. So you can understand that he wants credit for this. He is a deal maker. He wants the credit for ending the war on Gaza, for ending this conflict that has been going on for so long. And with all of the other sort of points in the deal, it can lead for a pathway to peace in the region in the future. But it's going to be up to both sides to try and narrow out those details as to how willing they are to expedite that process.
All right, Hamda, many thanks for that. We'll, of course, be checking in with you regularly as we digest this news. Well, as you know, we're covering Hamas's response to Trump's ceasefire proposal from multiple angles. We've got Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C. We've just heard from Hamda Salhoud, who's in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Let's go back to Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim, who's here in the studio with me, helping to decode all of this. So the suggestion is a very positive response, at least from Hamas, in terms of what was on the table in front of it, but it's not a clear yes to all of the points. Some of them were inevitably going to be difficult and challenging for Hamas to swallow, let alone huge questions about what it may mean in the long run for the hopes of a Palestinian state. But this is what we appear to know so far, that Hamas is ready to immediately engage in negotiations through mediators. Let's start with that one. What does that mean, to continue negotiating through mediators?
Well, this is what Hamas accepted before. This is not new, and this is among what they've accepted in the past, negotiating over a prisoner swap. Now, regardless of how a prisoner swap is going to happen, is it going to be immediate and all the Israeli captives are going to be released once and for all, and then the Palestinian prisoners also will be released. This is a detail, but you know, when you read the statement, Hamas is linking this to a full withdrawal from Gaza, which is not in the paper, which is not in the 20 points paper. So this is another issue we have to take into consideration.
I lost someone on 710. Many people I know are gone, and whole families were destroyed. You have no right to push one-sided views to 33,000 people when you have not seen what they've seen and believe. Find out.
Peripheries of Gaza, which is in the paper. In the
So just to remind our viewers, it has always been a key priority for Hamas.
Bullet babies is not fun. My friend was found burned. Respect the victims.
This 20-point proposal is a kind of...
I don't know how to explain this to you. Chatter. Israeli chatter. You have no right to defend an ongoing genocide that Israel is doing. Okay? Like, I respect the humanity of those who were killed on October 7. The problem for you, however, is that I also treat Palestinians as human beings as well. You do not. Because if someone was horrified by October 7, they should be fucking losing their minds about the countless October 7s that Israel has done to Palestinians before October 7 and certainly after October 7, as it has engaged in a relentless campaign of murder and ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement, a genocide. There is no I'm the victim here, okay? It's easy to say that, but block me initially when I say that. Lol, look at your chat. I am looking at my chat. I think you should probably look at the rest of the world for a second. This is one of the few moments where it seems as though you have left your fucking hug box and are not surrounded by like-minded Israelis, but instead you are for the first time ever seeing how the rest of the world sees you as a monster, because you are a monster. Only a fucking monster can defend a genocide. Understand, this is not about anti-Semitism at all. I don't know how you justify it to yourself. I know from what I have seen, many Israelis think, no, we're hell-bent on death and destruction. They simply don't understand. These people don't understand because they're anti-Semitic. We are not anti-Semitic. We just know right from wrong. We are anti-genocide. Look at the hate speech your chat does. Nope, the reason I see your weird Twitch, I try to understand the other side. Brother, there is no other side, okay? There's a reason why large majorities of the fucking planet look to Israel as a Nazi state, because it is a Nazi state. I need you to understand this. There's no hate speech happening in this chat, by the way. Everyone's saying we don't give a fuck or fuck you, you're a Nazi. That's not hate speech, dumbass. That's just an accurate reflection of events. You need to wake up. But look at them. I am looking at them. I am. They're calling you a bitch. They're calling you a Nazi, which is true. Brother, if you think this community is actually engaging in hate speech, oh my God, don't dare go on Twitter, okay? Don't dare have a conversation with the average person right now, because this community is simply anti-Zionist. We moderate anti-Semitism every single fucking day. Just anti-Zionist, not anti-Semitic. There are plenty of Jews in this community as well, who themselves are also anti-Zionist. But trust me, this is one of the small slivers online that demonstrate principled anti-Zionism without engaging in anti-Semitism. The rest of the world looks very different right now, and that is because of Israel. This didn't happen out of nowhere, okay? So you confirm you hate, you can't make a full conversation, so you confirm you spread hate speech? Wait, what are you saying? If you think saying fuck Israel is hate speech, then yeah, okay? Israel can suck my dick. Israel's a Nazi country, and you are a Nazi for defending Israel's Nazi behavior. There are anti-Zionist Jews in Israel that are in this fucking community, and they would say the same thing to you. Okay? You dumb fuck. That's not hate speech. That's just saying the truth. The problem is, I think a lot of people in Israel think that like everywhere is Israel. Okay? They think everywhere is the fucking West Bank where they could just like, you know, kick and spit on people and do whatever the fuck they want. Show them to me. What do you mean, show who to you? See, this is what I mean. You don't get to boss me around, dipshit. Okay? I know that you live in a Jewish supremacist hug box, an ethno state that has basically designed the world at your fucking mercy, but that's not how it works in the real world. Do you understand? Show them to me. Israel #1. Fuck you. You can't make argument. Come here. I will spit on you. Like, where is this entitlement coming from? Brother, I swear to God, I think this is a byproduct of like unlimited fascist ideology, which is what Zionism is. Zionism is fascism. And because of that ethno-religious supremacist ideology going unchecked for so long, people who defend Israel have developed a sense of entitlement that is so indecent to the average person. It literally cuts to the very core of every human being. Like, even if Israel wasn't doing a fucking genocide and you behave this way, people will be like, dog, I think I'm like 10% more anti-Semitic after having this interaction with you. If you were to just like behave this way when you didn't get your wishes across at a fucking regular, like at a regular coffee shop, when you're like, when you didn't get your order, you know? It's so strange. It's so strange. It's like this disgusting, repulsive sense of entitlement. Like everyone is your fucking little cattle. Everyone's your little slave. You're like, what do you mean? Show me. Who are the anti-Zionist Israelis? Show me the Jews you are sheltering. Show them to me now. The fuck? Who the fuck are you? It's funny. You get mad. You feel the need to curse. 40 years old, ugly guy. You can't even talk normally. I'm sorry, what? Nah, this is a child for sure. Anyway, hopefully one day you'll understand that the entire world despises Israel for a very good reason. And you're kind of demonstrating that right now, as a matter of fact. And this is a microcosm of why so many people are genuinely repulsed. It's sad because there's like wonderful anti-fascist, anti-Zionist Jews that are basically stuck in Israel right now. And they're like, well, we have to both deal with these fucking assholes in Israel. And then also the rest of the world would look at us weirdly, no matter what, forever. Yeah, I'm going to talk about Andre and the other dude. What was his name? Greenberg? The ones that like tried to run into Gaza? That was beast mode. I'm not going to lie. Anyway, let's get back to the Hamas response to the proposal.
The president said there's not much wiggle room here, although Hamas wants to negotiate. Let's talk about Hamas's goals, and does this deal line up with those goals?
Listen, I think in terms of what we've just heard from Hamas, there are significant differences between what it's saying and what President Trump's proposals were. And it's going to test President Trump's willingness to negotiate on this. There are
Did you shave your beard to hide the gray hair,
missing.
showing that you're actually a 50-year-old man?
They've
You can
slightly
still see.
shifted or largely shifted the goalpost. I mean, they're saying all the right things. We're ready to release all the hostages, but when the conditions allow. But what does that mean? And again, intrinsic in President Trump's 20-point peace plan were a lack of detail. What is a timescale for the phased Israeli withdrawal and Hamas decommissioning, handing over its weapons, and essentially assigning itself out of existence? I think there's more that we don't know than we do know right now. I think there is a risk here that everyone in their willingness to want to see this as a positive is interpreting it as Hamas essentially agreeing to President Trump's statement. I'm not so sure that is the case there. They're certainly saying a lot of the right things, but if you drill down and see what little detail is out there, and it's the negotiators who've got it all, there isn't enough there, I think, at the moment for President Trump or Netanyahu to agree to.
Still a lot of questions, Ian Panel. Thank you for that. And Mary Bruce, thank you as well. The news never stops. You can find us anywhere you stream live news. And if you are on the go, we're on the ABC News app.
Guys, I know Hamas agreed to release the hostages. I know. But they have agreed to release the hostages since October 10th, 2023. It's not up to Hamas to agree to release the hostages. Please understand, it is up to Israel to agree to Hamas's agreement to release the hostages. This has been going on for 2 fucking years. Can we please be a little bit more normal about this stuff at this stage? How many fucking deals has Israel spoiled after it was like, after Hamas agreed to it? I'm just telling you my assessment from what I have seen. Hamas, once again, came out and said all of the 21-point peace plan proposal concessions that we had conceded to prior, all the provisions that we had conceded to prior in like a million different negotiations that we said yes to, we say yes to once again. That's all they said. The only additionals that I was wondering about was the disarmament part, which was a non-starter for Hamas. And I think they said that they would even be down for disarmament as long as it was handed off to a Palestinian state, whichever Palestinian state takes over after Hamas dissolves. Israel will never allow that to happen.
80 years. You know, there are lots of resolutions, lots of recognition of the rights of the Palestinians, no matter how.
Did you just blame Israel for Hamas not releasing the hostages? Lamau, what backwards, uneducated sack of shit you are? Dude, are people who are pro-Israel capable of thinking clearly? Or did they just respond like fucking animals? Because it sounds like they just genuinely go, lol, what the fuck are you saying? Yes, I'm blaming Israel for everything. Just like I'm blaming Israel for October 7 as well. Okay, of course I'm blaming Israel because I have a fucking brain. Israel is the responsible party for the fucking genocide, dipshit. How many times has Hamas actually said yes to a ceasefire negotiation that meant the release of all hostages? You know who else is blaming Israel for Hamas not releasing the hostages? The fucking hostage families. But you obviously don't give a shit about any of that. Nah, you're a literal brain dead clown gassed up by losers. One of the best parts about this stuff is that I've been hearing this from Zionist pieces of shit from the fucking start, right? I've been hearing this since October 7. I've been hearing this since October 8 since I went live on October 8, 2023. The problem now is back then when they used to say this, they actually had the backing of large majorities of the population in the Western world, in the United States of America especially. Now when they say this, it's just them. Okay? There's like 8 total people who fucking still have this kind of attitude. Sucks to suck, big dog. You got no more allies. You are such a repulsive enterprise that Western populations who are normally so agnostic to all the violence that goes on in the region have turned around and are revolting against their governments for refusing to put an end to Israel. Think about how much everybody fucking hates you, okay? Think about how much everybody hates Israel now for such great reason, for the record. It is the most deserved hate. Israel is so genocidal and so entitled that it has caused people to reconsider whether liberal capitalist democracies actually abide by the majority wishes at all. Like, that's how fucking impactful this has been, because the entire world hates Israel, including the populations in the Western world, and they hate Israel so much for its crimes that they are demanding their governments put a stop to it. And when their governments refuse to put a stop to it, they're now reconsidering whether or not democracy is real at all. Think about that. And all of this happened in spite of the Diddy sentencing. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? I am going to put you on a rocket ship and send you to space, to outer space for a week. Okay? Like, do you think I give a fuck about the Diddy sentencing right now? Get the fuck out of my chat, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, we see Israel the same way you see Nazi Germany. You just don't see it because you are in Nazi Germany and you are a part of the SS. That is the only reason.
From the White House.
All right, Sultan, always good to hear your thoughts on that. Sultan Barakat joining us there from Doha.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's speak now to senior Hamas member Musa Abu Marzouk, who is joining us. Many thanks for joining us here on Al Jazeera. So, as we have been saying, we have the official statement from Hamas.
Do you want to list off the
is
people
saying that Hamas is willing to release Israeli captives with suitable conditions. Can you explain what those conditions are?
We're talking about the conditions to release all the president.
How much does Hamas pay you? Does Hamas pay you to support them? Dog, do you think Hamas is the most... Hamas would have to be the richest country on the fucking planet.
War prisoners, the war gonna stop. The second
Great question. The answer is $0. Okay.
Withdraw from Gaza Strip.
I would, if hating Israel, if hating Israel costs money, I would pay it. And I have, in many ways, actually, as I have. I have. It's been very costly financially to hate Israel openly as much as I do. And I will gladly pay it any day of the fucking week, okay? Because it is the truth. Because Israel must stop, okay? It's that simple.
To go back to the border between Gaza and this is the kind of conditions.
Yeah, Abu Ubaida is fucking subscribing to me for $6 a month.
About this, because it's impossible to release all of the war prisoner, the bodies or the corpse and the lives war prisoners, because the corpse we need months to looking and digging and
Hamas would have to be the richest country on the planet. Wonderful geography knowledge.
Remove the rubbles and all of these
yes,
things.
Yes, dude. I know Hamas is not a country. Okay, I misspoke. You got me. Everybody still hates your stupid fucking country. Okay, sorry. But hey, better luck next time. Pay more fucking losers $7,000 a pop to be like, oh, why don't you like Israel? Why don't you like Israel? Yeah. Get Barry Weiss's annoying ass to control CBS. Maybe everyone will change.
That these issues could be solved before the deadline set by Donald Trump, which is Sunday evening. You have listed a lot.
No, we discussed the issue with the Palestinian parties and faction, and we discussed that with the leaders of Palestinians and with everybody about how can Hamas respond for the initiative President Trump. And we have a lot of discussion also with the mediators and with the other friends and other official people to how to respond with this kind of, plan. And after that,
Why do we have additional dumbasses today?
out of discussions.
The thing you don't get is that you are just like the right-wing people you hate, just on the left side.
With their leaders inside, outside, everywhere.
Okay, so on the right side of history,
Today with
and not grifting.
that response and telling
What is
because
this?
we received the Trump initiative by the mediators, Egypt
Pink
and
news.
Qatar, and sent response with the same thing with the Qatar and,
Why is pink news?
And Egypt.
What you have suggested is that you are concerned about the time frame that has been given to you for the release of.
I like that
tactics.
pink
You
news is
describe
yelling
the
at me because I
situation
said
on
we
the
shouldn't
ground
concede to
in
the fucking
Gaza. It is
anti-trans
very
framing.
challenging and very, very difficult. Are you concerned overall about the time frame of the plans that this Trump proposal seems to suggest?
So I guess President Trump changed his mind and changed his talking every time. Sometimes he talking about something in right, and suddenly he talking about the same thing in left. But he talking about many issues, many notes in his initiative. Not dealing with Hamas. Why he asking Hamas to respond for that? Many points. It is related to the international governments and the United Nations, and related to the Arab League, and related to the Palestinians themselves, and related to the PLO. Related with all of this, we don't have that answer for all in behalf of all of those parties. Then we have to discuss with the Palestinians themselves about most of the point from point 9 until 19. It is we have to discuss all of those points with the Palestinian, and we're gonna discuss with the Palestinian with more responsibility also, and we come up with to answer all of the questions coming from the American initiative. But we
This
can't
sounds like
answer
Hasan's
those-
Israeli
those
accent to a
questions.
tweet. No, this is a very clear-cut Arab accent. He said BLO. When talking about the PLO, dude, are you kidding me? That's the most Arab accent. That's the most Arab unk of all time.
Palestinian Authority. Let me ask you this, because it appears, and
Bro
please
said
clarify
BLO.
this, that Hamas has consented to the handover of the governance of the Gaza Strip to a technocratic government.
Yes.
That's disrespectful.
What would Hamas want
To say that a
to look
Hamas
like?
leader has a Israeli accent.
I guess we discussed this with the Egyptian initiative among the Palestinians themselves, and we decide for
I'm trans. Pink News was literally caught on tape saying they need to abandon trans people.
the special group, which is technocrat, to control Gaza Strip in the first day of the when the
Zabibul.
Hamas, give up to all of the controlling Gaza Strip to those people, and they're gonna do their work and with connecting with the Palestinian Authority and with the Egyptian themselves also, because they are dealing with this directly with all of the Palestinian faction. For that reason, in the day one, Hamas in charge to administrate anything in Gaza Strip.
If Hamas will not be in charge to administrate anything in the Gaza Strip, according to this proposal by Donald Trump, Hamas needs to lay down its weapons, completely disarm, that amnesty will be given to some Hamas members if they are willing to
Oh,
agree to this
shit.
proposal. What do you make of that? Is that something that Hamas would be willing to do, to disarm and to also potentially seek amnesty?
First of all, Israeli, the issues that Hamas, the weapon among Hamas, 90% of their capability, they destroyed it. Then there is nothing with Hamas talking about it, about women. The second thing, we, since in the beginning of this conflict, we told every mediator and everybody there, Hamas resist the occupation. And if the occupation ends and the Palestinians control themselves and there is a Palestinian state.
Does Hamas look up to Trump the way everyone? Hamas is doing the exact same thing that everybody else who has to deal with Trump is doing, which is to try to play nice and play into his
capabilities and
play into his narcissistic tendencies.
That's what we said from the beginning. We don't need the weapon if there is no occupation.
Could I please ask you one last question? It's regarding one of the key points, point number 9 in the proposal, that the Gaza Strip...
This is framed well, though. Because President Trump responds to Hamas's acceptance of his peace plan. Stay tuned. But once again, Israel hasn't made the boss call yet, so who knows?
A key role for the former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair. How do you interpret that? What does that mean to you and obviously the people of Palestine to see a body like that in charge in the interim?
We see the Palestinians, they will refuse any kind of anybody to control control themselves. The Palestinians should control themselves. The Palestinians, they left the British colonies in 1917 until 1948 under that kind of that the same thing, the government under the UN resolution. But after that, they promised the Jewish for Jewish state for the Jew. Then the Palestinian become refugee, and we will never accept anyone out not Palestinian to control the Palestinian. This is but this does not belong to Hamas only. This belongs all of the Palestinian and the Palestinian Authority and the PLO. They should say what their response about this. And we can't bring someone like Tony Blair to be governor in Gaza, because this man, he destroyed the Iraqi when he lied to the international communities and UN that the Saddam Hussein, he has a nuclear weapon, and he has also at that time he had
yes, he's basically saying what we've been saying, what he has said already, which is the people of Palestine deserve to have control over their own destiny, their own dignity. They should control their own leadership. They should choose their own leadership. That's it.
Was initiated by Russia and American. He was the...
Bro, this is why America gets so much mileage. Saddam wasn't a good guy, though. Oh, shit, dude. Okay, your dad's not a good guy. Do we get to kill him? Like, what do you mean? What the fuck are we talking about? Saddam wasn't a good guy. You know who's an even worse guy than Saddam in that situation? Tony Blair and George W. Bush, okay? They together killed 1 million Iraqis. Way more than Saddam ever could, honestly. The fuck?
Angles. We've got Rosalind Jordan.
This dynamic is so busted. It's like...
In the Jordanian capital Amman. Ali Hashim is here sitting beside me in the studio. Let's try and...
The job is almost done at this point. They're just buying time to relocate the people. There are no real efforts here. It's just a land grab per usual. I don't know. Maybe... Who knows, man? I'll tell you what my take is after seeing what Trump says. My suspicion is Israel says fuck no to this again. And they'll try to fuck it up. They'll try to fuck it up, as they are known to. Having said that, however, maybe Donald Trump has a different calculation here where he thinks enough is enough. You know, Israel, everybody hates you. Everybody hates you. And we can't just like be attached to the hip in this way. But I don't think Bibi will ever withdraw for the reasons why I have mentioned a million times over. Like, I'd believe that like Israel would do a false flag attack before they would fucking withdraw. I feel like, because when the dust is settled, if they are not controlling the excavation every step of the way, and that international human rights organizations are allowed full reign over Gaza, Western journalists are allowed into Gaza to show the full scale of the atrocities, your parents and your grandparents who kind of think it's really messed up is going to start having the same opinions that you have had for months now about Israel. And Benjamin Netanyahu knows that better than anybody else. He knows that the reason why he has thwarted every effort for a ceasefire beyond like 6 days is because he knows if there's a ceasefire for too long and people have an unlimited appetite for peace, that it's going to be all the more difficult for him to continue this death and destruction campaign. And last but not least, when the Western world recognizes the full severity of this genocide, do you think Israel's going to be able to recover its standing in the rest of the planet? Do you think other countries are going to look to, like, when all of these atrocities are spoken openly and seen with Western eyes, do you think that people will look to those who did this, look to those who committed such heinous acts of violence and say, yeah, these are normal people. They can exist in polite society alongside ourselves? They won't.
The logistics behind that.
I know it sounds like I'm being too hopeful.
Is that something you think the Israelis
I know.
and Americans are prepared to buy?
You guys, I understand your cynicism because you're tuned in every day. You are locked in. You know exactly what Israel has done. You know exactly what Israel has done. And once you recognize it, it's impossible to go back. Okay? Once you see it, it is virtually impossible to unsee it. And every day that goes by, you become more and more resentful. You understand, you go back on previous considerations that you had about, you know, maybe some other fears that you had about Muslims being barbaric and scary due to unlimited Islamophobia. You go back on that. And then you realize, like, maybe these guys weren't fucking barbaric. Actually, who's more barbaric here? It's the Western aligned nations that are beheading children with weapons, with drones, with bombs. They are the real barbarians. And once you get to that point, you think, how can people see what I'm seeing and turn a blind eye to it or look the other way, right? But you forget, many people actually don't see what you're seeing. We think everyone is as tuned in to Israel's incalculable harm and its genocide to the same degree as everybody else. Like, you think everyone else is seeing it in the same way that you have seen it. They haven't. That's why I'm saying it's very significant for the Anderson Coopers of the world to also be forced to reckon with these atrocities. Okay? Now, they see it. They're indecent. They're monsters. They know the truth, and they refuse to cover it. But when you have not just Cindy McCain or the UNESCO guy, but thousands of fucking white Westerners going there, NGOs, and consistently covering what's going on or what has taken place. And then they uncover the true death toll, the true magnitude of this genocide. All of the people that have said, yeah, what Israel's doing is wrong, but October 7 will no longer say, yeah, but but October 7. And the people that don't say, but October 7, the people that are saying what Israel's doing is a genocide, will then also understand why people have resisted towards the apartheid and taken up arms against Israel. Okay? People's positions will shift further and further to the left on this issue.
What's going to happen to the Gaza Strip? Does this deal essentially go out the window? What would happen to the territory that has been taken and annexed by the Israeli military? What's going to happen to the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip? There are no guarantees, and what Hamas is looking for are assurances moving forward.
Not bait. Why do you think Trump is this close to a peace deal, but Biden never was? Come on, man. Come on, dude. It's been 2 years. I'm sure even an ultra-Zionist like Biden would have at this point been like, all right, we got to pack it up, Jack. But then again, we don't even know if Donald Trump is actually close to a peace deal, okay? Remember, he's a fucking liar. Look no further than how he kept repeatedly claiming, I don't know what Project 2025 is, only to now have Russ Vought, only to flex about how Russ Vought, the author of Project 2025, is actually doing Project 2025 right now. And the same thing goes for what he has said about the West Bank, where he was like, oh my God, I will never let Israel annex the West Bank. Yeah, that's right. You say that now, except Miriam Adelson gave you $250 million to say the exact opposite. So, I don't fucking believe you. Donald Trump has been such a monstrous dick rider of Israel, exactly as hard as Biden has gone on Israel, if not even harder than Biden has gone at times with like all the memeing and the AI shit. More honest than Biden in his lack of interest in seeing the humanity of Palestinians. I don't think they are close to a peace deal, but we shall see. Hamas agrees to release hostages. Conditions are met. That's disingenuous framing. Hamas leader Musa Abu Marzouk told Al Jazeera, we will hand over the weapons to the coming Palestinian state, and whoever rules Gaza will hold the weapons. This is in response to accepting the Trump-Gaza deal. So he's not saying that they're disarming. This is not disarmament. He's saying that Palestinians will still hold those weapons and will still have sovereignty. I hope Donald Trump, in his endless narcissism, sees this as a fucking W. So we await his response, okay? We await his response. Could you explain why all previous proposed peace deals or ceasefires have fallen through? Yeah, easy. Israel wanted to keep killing more babies. I know that sounds crazy. I know that sounds crazy when I say it. You're like, come on, man, really? Yes, Israel wanted to keep killing more Palestinians, okay? Majority women, children, and the elderly. It sounds insane, but it's the truth. Trump reposted the Hamas statement on Truth Social, so I think he's happy. What would the most realistic peace plan look like? Not the most idealistic. The most realistic peace plan. I mean, it's not even idealistic. Is a one state. Israel disbands. Zionism is treated like Nazism. There are Nuremberg-style trials conducted. Truth and reconciliation committees are created. There's reparations afforded to all Palestinians. All Palestinians in diaspora are allowed a right to return. And then there's a single solitary secular state there where Palestinians and Israelis side by side can have a wonderful, diverse democracy. That is the idealistic, or not even the idealistic, but that is the correct thing. Okay? That is the appropriate thing. That's the moral thing to do in this situation. But we do not live in a just world. We live in an unjust world. And in an unjust world, the realistic solution, I guess, is entirely dependent on how much more bloodshed and how much more violence Western leadership is willing to entertain. So far, we've seen unlimited bloodshed. What would you call that country? Oh, I would call it Palestine. That's what I would call that country. But I don't necessarily care about what to call that country as long as it's a single, solitary, secular state. But the just and moral thing to do is to call it Palestine. Early Zionists also wanted to call it Palestine. The name Israel was a newer invention for biblical purposes, to bring in the Bible thumpers on board. It was very successful.
Acknowledgement of the fact that Hamas has responded. Well, it's not clear. What is clear is that, according to the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, posting on the X platform, there is a photo of the U.S. president sitting at his desk in the Oval Office, surrounded by TV cameras.
Ideally be secular, but ultimately it should be up to the Palestinians themselves.
To Hamas's response to the administration's ceasefire proposal. We don't know when that recording is going to be released. Of course, we are watching very, very closely so that we can bring that information to you. But this is something that the Trump administration has said
Israel.
That there was a firm deadline.
New York Times editorialized the title, said Hamas agrees to release all hostages, but then they changed it to change it. Look at the original link. Yeah.
Or there would be deadly consequences.
Hamas says it agrees to release all hostages in Gaza, and then they said, as conditions are met.
They have received a response. We are expecting a recorded message, potentially from the U.S. president. That's it for me, Nick Barker. For now, I'll be back in a moment with
And before people say, oh, dude, this is so meaningless, it just gives Trump something to gloat about. What did I tell you? If Donald Trump ends the genocide, okay, if he ends the genocide and offers Palestinians dignity and sovereignty, which I don't think he will, I would fucking kiss his toes and deliver the Nobel Peace Prize to him personally. I don't give a fuck what the reasoning is here, okay? Do you not understand? It's just like a win's a win. I don't care what the ambitions are there, okay? I do think he would be worthy of a fucking Nobel Peace Prize if he actually did literally stop the bloodshed, stop the genocide, and offer Palestinian sovereignty, in spite of the fact that he was a belligerent and was responsible for the fucking genocide. Man, I don't think that's a fair point at all. What do you mean? Nobel Peace Prize is mostly bullshit anyway. I know Obama got one. So obviously it's fucking bullshit, but rare bad take. Dude, I'm just explaining to you how desperate I am to end the bloodshed, okay? This doesn't mean that Trump is not a belligerent party here, and so is Joe Biden. Just as a Palestinian, I understand I am desperate too. You don't give the Peace Prize to the person who holds some responsibility to the genocide. Do you think Palestinians would agree to that? Take, bro? I think some Palestinians might at this point. But no, I understand. Obviously, he's also a fucking Nazi who is also responsible for the genocide, chatters. I know. But look at the way Hamas is talking to Donald Trump, in spite of the fact that you think they don't fucking know that Donald Trump literally offered a feint, like a fake ceasefire proposal, so that Hamas could get together, the Politburo could get together in Doha, and then let Israel bomb Doha. You think Hamas doesn't fucking know that America is responsible for this shit? They do. Look at the way they're talking to Donald Trump, being like, oh, thank you, Mr. President, for, we believe in you. We believe in you for, offering up peace. Do you think that Hamas thinks like Donald Trump is responsible for peace here? Or do you think that they recognize him as a belligerent party here? It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Like I said, Barack Obama got a peace prize. If it means that Donald Trump actually packs this entire thing up and offers Palestinian sovereignty, then who gives a fuck if he gets this symbolic bullshit peace prize and strokes his fucking ego, even if he doesn't deserve it, because he is also a belligerent party to the genocide. Do you not understand the point I'm making? Anyway, I still don't believe this is like going to happen. I still think that it is going to be Israel's not going to let it happen. That's what I think. I think this is Hamas abiding by the standards that they set, like basically reframing the conversation and putting the responsibility of destroying yet another round of ceasefire negotiations, shifting the blame over to Israel. Because their recognition of the ceasefire plan only factored in concessions that they had made prior. Nothing about like Trump being the nothing about the Tony Blair being the viceroy or anything like that.
Remove the rebels and all of these things. I guess we discussed this with the Egyptian initiative among the Palestinians themselves, and we decide for the special group, which is technocrat, to control Gaza Strip in the first day of when the Hamas, give up to all of the controlling Gaza Strip to those people, and they're gonna do their work and with connecting with the Palestinian Authority and with the Egyptian themselves also, because they are dealing with this directly with all of the Palestinian faction. For that reason, in the day one, Hamas will not be in charge to administrate anything in Gaza Strip. The Palestinians, they will refuse any kind of anybody to control control themselves. The Palestinians should control themselves. The Palestinians, they left the British colonialism in 1917 until 1948.
Why did he name Tony Blair specifically? Because Tony Blair is an Israel stooge, and he's been working closely with Israel. I think that the whole like back and forth between Benjamin Netanyahu and Tony Blair being like, oh, this is unacceptable, is also fake. Not to get too conspiratorial, but I think that Israel actually wants Tony Blair to be the viceroy of Gaza because Tony Blair is a stooge for Israel, and therefore they can't openly be like, oh, we're really excited about Tony Blair controlling the Gaza Strip, because if they were to say that, then more people would be skeptical of that narrative, I feel like. But I've never understood why they even acted as though this would be devastating for Israel's needs. Tony Blair is the butcher of Gaza. Or not butcher of Gaza, sorry. The butcher of Iraq. And not only was he just as responsible, maybe not as responsible, but it shares a significant bit of the blame for the numerous war crimes that took place in Iraq. He has been a giant advocate for Israel and has played a formative role in working in unison with Israel on international incidents, including, but not limited to, the Gaza Holocaust Fund that they set up at BCG, Boston Consulting Group, that Tony Blair was a part of that initiative. Remember when the Boston Consulting Group came out with the Gaza Riviera Project? That kind of looked like the AI video that Donald Trump had put forward about like what Gaza would look like under the rulership of Donald Trump, under full American control. Yeah, Boston Consulting Group basically put that design in action with Tony Blair. So that's the reason why I don't trust that motherfucker. Because I think he's going to basically be a viceroy for the Western interests in Gaza. Okay, well, we're still waiting on this fucking POTUS speech. God damn, how long does this fucking take, man? How long? You know he is doing a phone call to Bibi. No, it's not because they don't have a march. It's because Benjamin Netanyahu is chewing his fucking ear right now, being like, Mr. President, don't you dare come out and accept this ridiculous, anti-Semitic ceasefire. Everyone knows ceasefire is already blood libel. Israel has killed 0 people in the Gaza Strip. Mr. President, you have been a wonderful ally to Israel your whole life, and I love you. Please do not accept this Hamas ceasefire. Ceasefire is a dirty word, an anti-Semitic word. Now give me $20 billion. The White House Twitter account is saying Hamas's response is for Trump. President Donald J. Trump releases an important statement on Hamas's response to President Donald Trump's proposal. No, they're not. No, they're not saying that. Wait, what? Oh. On Hamas's response to U.S. President Trump's proposal, out of keenness in the end of aggression and genocide being carried out against Wait, what the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God, they released it like that was Donald Trump's response. Oh my God, they released the Hamas response, and then they said President Donald J. Trump releases important statement. Oh my God, oh my God, you're right. Oh wow, they're so stupid. Oh my God, it's official. Donald Trump is Hamas. No, it's a joke. They actually have a second, like this is the Hamas statement, and then this is Trump's Well, I guess technically this is not a statement from Trump. This is just Donald Trump posting the Hamas statement. They just retweeted the Hamas statement. Wow. May Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States. They retweeted a document saying there's a genocide being carried out. They deleted the post? Ain't no fucking... Okay. They just deleted the post? Okay. If you're in here and you're working for the White House comms team, you have to reveal it. That is fucking insane, bro. That was up for 20 minutes, dog. That was up for 20 minutes until I retweeted it just now. There is no fucking shot. Bro, shut the fuck up. I'm doing my best. They just fired my supervisor this morning. $20 minutes ago, Donald Trump's White House released the Hamas statement, which included, like, you know, saying that Israel's doing a genocide and whatnot. As the President Donald J. Trump releases important statement on Hamas's response to President Trump's proposal. They just only fucking posted the Hamas statement. It was up for 20 minutes. And then we realized that it was wrong and it was just the Hamas statement. And I made a joke saying Donald Trump is Hamas and I retweeted it and they immediately took it down. Too late, it's official.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
God, I fucking love that. I love that video so much, dude. It is the best video. All right, Washington, D.C., what are they saying?
What the Trump administration's reaction is going to be. We are, of course, waiting for this video to be released. We don't know when it's going to be released, whether it's going to be broadcast live to the agencies, which then we could all pick up and share with our audience, or whether it's going to come at some later time. But we do know now that the White House is aware of Hamas's response and is preparing some sort of reaction to it.
And Roz, I mean, Trump made it absolutely crystal clear that in his eyes, this was going to be the last-ditch attempt to bring peace to the region. Is there any kind of suggestion that the United States might give Hamas any kind of room to maneuver? Was that in any way written into initial plans?
Well, I wasn't in the room when the negotiators on the American side were trying to figure out exactly how to put forward this idea of setting a deadline of 22 GMT or 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Sunday, October 5th here in Washington. But certainly the U.S. president has expressed his frustration over the past several months that except for the first ceasefire.
Based on the statement just issued by Hamas, I believe they are ready for a lasting peace. Israel must immediately stop the bombing of Gaza so that we can get the hostages out safely and quickly. Right now, it's far too dangerous to do that. We are already in discussions on details to be worked out. This is not about Gaza alone. This is about long-sought peace in the Middle East. Guys. Is it happening? I don't know. It feels different.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
That's crazy. I mean, he is such a fucking monstrous piece of shit. He is such a monstrous piece of shit, dude. This is too good to happen. You know what I mean? I just can't. So maybe there's no video. Maybe that's the only thing. Maybe that's the only thing he posed. If Bibi loses his seat, will Trump turn on him for being a loser? Yes, Trump. I don't think Donald Trump likes Benjamin Netanyahu that much. Nobody likes Benjamin Netanyahu. His own fucking voters don't like him. He's just such an arrogant little asshole. Is probably another trap, or they're basically fake. They're fake playing nice so that they can take the hostages out, and then Trump says go back and kill everybody.
Trump's post also urged, quote, all innocent Palestinians immediately leave this area of potentially great future death for safer parts of Gaza, unquote. He was not specific about how they should leave or which parts of Gaza are safer than others. Let's bring in Barak Ravid, a political and global affairs analyst for CNN. He also writes for Axios. Barak, you're so well-sourced in what leaders are saying in the Middle East. 6 p.m. Sunday.
Bro, we're fucking let's go to the IDF guy. Thanks, Jake.
Does this feel
You're so well-sourced. Okay, well, Trump already released a statement, CNN. We're fucking faster than CNN here. Don't you forget it. At the HasanAbi Broadcast, we are faster than CNN. We got to the Truth Social post and even did the Donald Trump May Allah awaken the people. We got to it way faster than Jake fake yapper ever could. Stronger, faster, better in every way.
Right now, it's far too dangerous to do that. President Trump continues and says, we are already in discussions on details to be worked
He's like,
out.
we brought you in. We brought you in, Barak Ravid, because you're so knowledgeable. Barak Ravid, also reading the same fucking Truth Social post we're reading.
To stop the war immediately after Hamas responds with a yes but to his proposal. I think this is a point we haven't been in since October 7th, and definitely we haven't been in since January 20th when President Trump came back to office.
It seems momentous. It seems potentially huge. I do wonder, it does seem like the sticking point about whether Hamas will play any role in the future of Gaza is one that really there can't be any compromise ever made on. Even the Arab League has been saying Hamas can't be part of the future, and Hamas has not agreed to that. But you think that they will be able to ultimately get past that?
I think that at the moment, to be honest, I think it doesn't matter. I think what President Trump just said, calling on Israel to stop the bombing of Gaza so that a hostage release and an exchange of prisoners could be implemented, I think this is the most important thing. It basically means that President Trump accepts Hamas's response as a positive response. And I think this is super dramatic because it paves the way for the release of hostages and for the end of the war.
You reported that President Trump told Netanyahu, I think on Sunday, that he needed to get on board with this peace proposal, or it would be a dramatic shift in U.S. foreign policy, right? Tell us more about that.
I think the shift is happening in front of our eyes right now. I think we are witnessing the shift right now. The question is whether Prime Minister Netanyahu will get with the program or not. And if he doesn't get with the program, there's going to be problems between him and President Trump, big problems.
Is he willing to take on the extreme right-wing zealots in his cabinet who don't want any peace, who want to annex Gaza, the Ben-Gvirs, the Smotriches of there? Is Netanyahu willing to side with Trump over them because their opposition could mean his government falls apart?
Well, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu will have election in the next year. I think most likely at the beginning of 2026. Benjamin Netanyahu's political situation is not good, to say the least. He will not be able to win an election if he is in a confrontation with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is the most popular politician in Israel at the moment, and I don't see that changing. So Netanyahu needs Trump. He cannot move without Trump. He's totally dependent on Trump. And therefore, if President Trump tells him that he needs to stop the war, he will have no other choice but to stop the war or risk an all-out confrontation with Donald Trump.
Well, let us hope that this is actually a final step out of this horrific, horrific war. Barak Ravid, thank you so much. Joining us now, Atlantic Council Senior Fellow Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Sure did.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you so much.
Oh my
I've read your name
God.
so many times.
Oh
I've never
my
said it out loud.
God.
You grew up in Gaza.
Oh my God. First, Jake Tapper has an IDF guy on. Then he has an Atlantic Council guy on. God, I fucking hate mainstream media so much. Oh my God. This is why your fucking parents' brains are poisoned, okay? This is why they're constantly in an oblivious state.
Surprised by President Trump's reaction.
Like, yeah, let's go hear from the guy who spent 23 months of the last genocide, 23 past months of the ongoing genocide, complaining about fucking pro-Palestinian campus protesters, dude. Oh my God, they're going to put this motherfucker in the Gaza committee. Oh my God, they're going to put him on the fucking committee. He's going to be like, oh my God, it's going to be him and like the son of Hamas guy and Tony Blair and like every single fucking Palestinian adjacent guy that's very clearly working in tandem with Israel.
Lack of precision in what they've agreed to maybe maintain some level of control and reign and try to reign without ruling directly. And that would present all sorts of other problems. But in the immediate future, I believe this could be a very welcome reprieve from the horror we've witnessed over the last 2 years.
Let's hope so. One of the sticking points seems to be that Hamas will not.
Yeah, they're going to put DJ Khaled on there. They're going to put DJ Khaled on the committee.
Any future state of Palestine. They want to be part of it. They insist they must be. The Arab League doesn't want it. Obviously, the Europeans and the Americans don't want it. What do the Palestinians want?
Well,
why are you asking him?
Belief Hamas is extremely deeply unpopular in the Gaza Strip, and some of that precedes October 7th.
Oh my God, that's not even true, dude. This is literally not even fucking true. Why are you asking this dipshit?
If Hamas really wants to remain relevant in the Palestinian street, it can no longer rely on the armed resistance narrative. It can no longer rely on holding the Palestinian people hostage against their will in Gaza, sealing their resources, diverting aid and money towards vanity resistance projects like the tunnels and rockets. And so
Vanity resistance projects. Oh my God.
To actually present a nation.
Why don't you like this guy? Because he works for the Atlantic Council and he is a Palestinian face for the exact same shit that Israel's been doing. The reason why I don't like this guy is because dumb fuck white guys in the West go, oh, his name is Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib. Obviously, he like was 5 years old when he was in Gaza and then left Gaza and has never been back to fucking Palestine at all. Doesn't even call himself a Palestinian, but instead calls himself a Gazan, for the record. Like, he is a token figure, specifically. He's a token figure paid by a right-wing war hawk think tank by the name of Atlantic Council. And his express goal here is to just be like, every type of resistance that is existed against Israel is actually bad and everybody hates them. And they're actually they're actually totally fucking responsible for Israel's genocide, which he won't say is a genocide probably. Does he even say Israel's doing a genocide? No, right? He just spent every waking moment for the past 23 months shitting on pro-Palestine campus protesters, shitting on fucking anyone and everyone that resists against Israel's genocidal occupation. He is a collaborator. But because his bitch ass is
truce, the rejection of violence.
yeah, his bitch ass is Palestinian. White people go, "Oh, well, finally one of the good ones."
So that my people can travel. 70% of Gazans have never left the coastal enclave. And so if you open it up, you let people come in and out, commerce, connectivity beyond just Israel and Egypt, where Gaza squeezed in, I believe we could see
he defended the Gaza Holocaust Fund over and over again. That's all you need to know for this motherfucker. The United Nations quite literally designated the GHF as being a responsible belligerent party using perfidy, a war crime, to kill people at aid drop locations. And he, up until that moment, actively defended it over and over again. He kept saying GHF is good. No one is asking you to fucking hug and kiss Hamas, okay? But very obviously, there is a type of commentary that you don't fucking engage in if you're actually pro-Palestine. Please define perfidy. It means tricking, okay? Deceit, lying. He's a genocide profiteer. He's worse than a collaborator. I mean, he's a collaborator and a genocide profiteer. I hate that, like, what we just watched on CNN is exactly how devious and how awful mainstream resources are when covering American foreign policy. Okay? First, you hear from a fucking IDF guy, literally a dude that is the IDF guy. He's the IDF like media guy, okay? He's the field officer for American news, okay? Barak Ravid. Then the only pro-Palestinian position that you hear is from a guy who's from the Atlantic fucking Council, man. It is a think tank. It is a pro-war think tank that exists in one of the two belligerents in this genocide, the United States of America. How fucking ridiculous. Yes, the Atlantic Council's top funders are the U.S. State Department and U.S. military contractors. Yes. It is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. No, of course, hear him saying he don't believe it's genocide or occupation. Lamau, he's such a ghoul, aside from the fact that he smears Palestinian journalists to get them killed. September 5th, 2025. Zionism, occupation, genocide. Words are regularly thrown around with little regard for nuance or multiple truths, turning them into conversation enders, rather than starting points for seriously needed discussions, debates, and discourse on complex topics impacting millions.
Because of the aforementioned, I have to occupy Palestinians. I have to kill Palestinians. I have to dispossess Palestinians because there's different strains of Zionism. So I think that that's important to understand. You don't have to like Zionism. You don't have to identify with it, but just to throw the term around. Genocide. I'm not a lawyer. Do I think what is happening in Gaza is a textbook definition of genocide? My personal opinion is no, I don't think so. Do I
Thank God we don't care about Tubby's opinion. Brother, do you not understand? His entire purpose is to be a Palestinian in America that says that so that Jake Tapper can manufacture fucking consent. Yeah. Also, he hates me more than anybody else. Look at this. Hasan Piker, a horrible pro-jihad, pro-Hamas, pro-Houthi, pro-resistance personality who literally incited violence against me and instigated violent death threats along with his sidekick, the bad empanada that required FBI intervention, is not only claiming he won't go to TwitchCon stream first due to safety concerns, but is getting platformed by the New York Times opinion page editorial board. The New York Times opinions editors told me to my face that my anti-Hamas pro-peace views aren't representative of Palestinians. Because they're not, you fucking idiot. I'm so glad that even the New York Times was like, dude, come on, you're a stooge for the Atlantic Council. Why the fuck would we let you write a goddamn paper? Yeah, it's much more honest to have fucking Brett Stevens come out and be like, I love genocide. Genocide is awesome, and Israel would never do it. But if it's doing it, it's great. Rather than have your fucking bitch ass come out there and be like, I'm a Palestinian, and the real problem isn't Israel doing a genocide, which is not doing, but instead college campus protesters. How did you incite a death threat against him? I don't know, dude. I don't know what he's fucking talking about. Maybe I said drop in Twinkie and he took that as a death threat. You know what I mean? He's like, how dare you tell me not to eat donuts? Fucking meatball. I've listened to you for 10,000 hours and never once recalled this motherfucker being mentioned. I mentioned him briefly once or twice. I don't really talk too much about collaborators. I don't really fucking care. And also, he was like a marginal figure until now. I suspect that going forward, he will try to present himself as like the peaceful guy. I'm not even going to give him fucking any additional attention. I've already given him too much. He'll make he'll love this. He'll fucking post a shit ton off of this and be like, he wants me dead. I don't, dude. I don't want you dead. I don't want anybody dead.
Offered them virtually nothing new.
So obviously we were here 6 months ago, and you voted to keep the government open back then.
Yeah.
And you seemed to be against at the time.
Yeah, you want to know how much of a fucking rat he is? Okay? You want to know how much of a rat that piece of shit is? Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib? Al Jazeera journalist Anas Al-Sharif and cameraman attempted to provoke a security incident at the Netzarim corridor. Yeah. And then Anas Al-Sharif was fucking killed. Stupid fucking fat rat piece of shit. Suck my dick. Now he goes on Jake Tapper. They're all monsters, man. They're all such fucking monstrous pieces of shit. God, the indignity. There is no fucking justice in this world, bro. None. Anyway, none of it matters. You just got to let bygones be bygones, hopefully for broader peace. And they say your rhetoric is violent? Yeah, exactly, because I call him a fat rat piece of shit. That's the violent rhetoric. He literally has put a fucking crosshair on a famous Al Jazeera journalist, Anas Al-Sharif, who got killed after he did that. You know, Kami won't even celebrate the peace deal. Man, suck my dick. I already did, okay? Not only did I did, but I said I'd fucking kiss Trump's feet if he were to deliver sovereignty to the Palestinians, like a Palestinian statehood, on top of ending the genocide. I'll believe it when I see it.
Addresses Medicaid, specifically one provision reduced federal reimbursement for emergency Medicaid for hospitals. And some of that obviously goes to people who don't have insurance, including undocumented immigrants. And
Jake, it's all a lot of bull. Not a single federal dollar Not a single federal dollar goes to undocumented immigrants, not for Medicare, not for Medicaid, not for ACA. Why are they making up this lie? It's a typical Republican thing. They don't want to talk about the pain the American people are in or are going to be in because of these cuts. You know, the average family, a couple of 55 years old who makes $85,000 will get a $25,000 a year cut. Imagine them sitting down at the kitchen table one night and saying, we're about to retire, we've worked hard our whole lives. How the hell are we going to afford $25,000? But how the hell are we going to live without health insurance? But that's what they're doing. It's cruel, it's mean, they're in a bubble. 24 million Americans will have their rates raised by close to $1,000. And they're going to start getting these notices in the next week or two. You know, John Thune cavalierly says, let's do it in Thanksgiving. Well, if they can't do it now, and by the way, they voted against it 3 times when Jeanne Shaheen tried to put these bills on the floor, how the heck are they going to do it later? So this is it's a cover-up from them. It's bull. And that's because they're afraid to debate the issue because they know, listen to this, a new survey from, I think it is Kaiser Health, 79% of Americans want us to renew, to extend the health care premiums, the ACA premiums. 58% of Trump voters want it. So no. Now, one of the problems is they don't know where Trump is. When I was you asked about Trump before. Yeah. When I was at the White House, Trump said different things, but seemed not to be aware of how bad this is. And, you know, nobody reads the polls better than Donald Trump. He's going to see these polls.
But are you disputing that the addition of the money, the emergency Medicaid money to hospitals, that none of that goes to undocumented immigrants? I mean, I thought it was
no federal dollar is allowed by law to go to undocumented immigrants. It's been on that, and they just came up with this recently because they're afraid to talk about the merits.
Oh, let me ask you, because this is just in, and I know you have to go. Hamas has just announced that it agrees to
I can't wait to hear what he has to say about this.
For the release of hostages under President Trump's Gaza proposal, based on the exchange formula and providing the necessary conditions. Obviously, it's early yet when it comes to this, but it is some breaking news. What was your reaction to that news?
Well, I've always said our goal should be to bring the hostages home and have a good ceasefire, a strong, lasting ceasefire. This proposal seems to be a step in the right direction, but we need 2 things. We need to see the details. I haven't seen them yet. And second, then Trump needs to get it done. He has a penchant for announcing things before they get done.
All right, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York, thank you so much, sir.
Good to see you, Jake. Bye-bye.
As soon as this shutdown started, the Trump administration...
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
Struck out with the cheap seats.
I mean, what do I say? I'm fucking pro Chuck for the shutdown stuff, so. Your stream looks so much fucking better when you're out of the country. It's kind of crazy. I haven't even experienced a fetus F this entire time. There was a big F earlier. Oh my God. He needs to go way harder. All right. We took a brief sidestep here talking about Hamas. But, pro Chuck, yet he caved for the first shutdown. I know, I'm saying in this one, okay? He's at least doing the right thing for the time being, okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Anyway. All right. Let's talk about how Chicago's resisting Donald Trump's immigration crackdown. We didn't even know who the shooter was at that point. You know, it didn't matter. You feel me? Didn't matter. Because he was ready to, that's normal guy. Also, is this a trans pride Blue Lives Matter flag? Why does he have the trans pride colors on the American flag? Unc does not know what he's wearing, okay? I made myself watch that video 100 times. That's a perfect distillation of American conservatism right there. I've given myself schizophrenia and brain damage by watching videos online of ultra violence far too many times. And I did it deliberately, knowing full well that it was going to fuck me up. Okay, good job, Unc. Congratulations, I think. Completely normal guy unlocked. The levels of normal guy we've never seen before. And the other half of MAGA watched it 100 times because it's fake. Cinema. It's true. Yeah, basically everyone in the MAGA movement has watched it 100 times. Whether because they want to figure out if there was like any Jewish person in the crowd, or whether it be because they wanted to give themselves PTSD. I'm clocking it, okay? Wokest girl you know starts dating fucking MAGA Republican frat bro slowly but surely, due to like a couple things, probably anti-vaxxer, slowly but surely becomes the most annoying fucking right-winger of all time. Okay? Back in 2020, this girl was reposting videos about how the concept of time is like an Anglo-centric process. Okay? Back in 2020, she was like, I read Ibram X. Kendi. Okay? And honestly, I think like being timely, arriving in a timely manner is a Western heliocentric perspective, and we must actually be more open-minded. And now she's like, that's my brother in Christ who died. We must do a crusade. Oh, that's awesome. Are you thinking of someone you knew? Come on, man. This is what I do for a living. I'm a fucking truffle pig. Hey, that's AI drawn, dude. That's AI, bro. That's a AI depiction of Charlie Kirk with Jesus Christ wrapping his arm around Charlie Kirk, specifically made to look like a pencil drawing. God. There is no redeeming quality in conservatism. Not one. No respect for the arts, no sense of taste, no aesthetic vision. Everything is garbanzo, held together by petty grievances, narcissistic little fucking tyrants, every single one of them. And there is not a single redeeming quality. Maybe good barbecue, okay, fair, but like, I don't know. I mean, black people have good barbecue too. You know what I mean? It's not exclusive to the races. She got so offended. Oh, that's awesome. That's amazing. You don't understand. I think it's not us who are confused or not understanding things here. I'm going to be honest. I think it might be you. Like, Donald Trump did not waste a single fucking breath. Immediately was like, oh, Charlie Kirk's dead. Oh, well. Time to punish the left. Okay? Time to punish the fucking left. Netanyahu update. Netanyahu is surprised by Trump's response. A senior Israeli official said that Netanyahu was surprised by President Trump's response. In consultations that Netanyahu held last night after Hamas's response before Trump's statement, he emphasized that he sees Hamas's response as a refusal of Trump's plan, the senior Israeli official said. The senior Israeli official noted that Netanyahu emphasized in the consultations he held that their response must be coordinated with the Americans to ensure that it's not fixed that Hamas responded positively to the American plan. Oh, no. Oh, that's awesome. As the senior Israeli official noted that the professional echelon dealing with the hostage issue actually saw Hamas's response as a positive response that opens a path to reaching a deal. Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu's pissed because he's like, come on, man, we need to keep bombing. What? I thought we were in agreement on this. But once again, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust this. In response to Trump's statement, Israel bombs the Noor Center for the Blind. In the first response to President Trump's request to Israel to stop bombing Gaza, Israeli aircraft target the Noor Center for the Blind affiliated with UNRWA in the Ramal neighborhood west of Gaza City. Latest take from the New York Times. About 2 hours after Hamas said it responded to Trump's ceasefire proposal, Israel's yet to officially comment. Yair Lapid, the leader of Israel's parliamentary opposition, urged the Israeli government to immediately announce that it is joining the discussions led by President Trump to close the last details related to the deal. He said he was willing to provide Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, whatever political backing was necessary to move ahead with the agreement. Netanyahu might need that backing because Trump's announcement puts him in a tricky political position. He heads a right-wing coalition, at least some of whose members hope to rule Gaza forever, and would likely oppose the developing agreement. If Netanyahu decides to move ahead with Trump's proposal, he might have to rely on opponents like Lapid to shore up his rule. Samson option will be implemented this weekend. Brother, what do you mean? So Israel is going to nuke America this weekend? Is that what you're saying? Yusuf Munayer says, not so fast. Yes, Netanyahu can't publicly say no in this moment, but that doesn't mean Trump is willing to prevent it from screwing it up moving forward. There are a multitude of ways in which Netanyahu could do that, and Trump hasn't shown a will to stop him. Don't nuke Naperville, please. Do you think it'd be better for Netanyahu to listen to the deal and the deal being potentially shit, or not listen to it and Trump potentially cutting ties with Netanyahu? Trump is not cutting ties with Netanyahu. That is not happening. Okay? I think Benjamin Netanyahu is going to cuck the deal once again and continue doing whatever the fuck he wants. And then Trump is going to be relegated to Biden status. Okay? We are experiencing the death of empire. And a part of that is decrepit old leadership. We're letting a 1,000 Brandons bloom, okay? Watch the new Moist video. He's such a hypocrite. Why? What did he do? Do you think it's possible the deal will be so bad that Hamas will hesitate to accept it? The deal that Trump and Israel put together is so bad. Is already designed to be a like the maximalist position is like continued genocide and permanent ethnic cleansing of all Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. This is one step removed of that, where Palestinians have no sovereignty, no dignity, and are still ruled by an Israeli stooge by the name of Tony Blair. And Donald Trump is also in charge of it as well. The peace deal was always a fake peace deal. It's fucking bullshit. Hamas's response, in my opinion, was fairly smart. They took the pieces of the peace deal that they had already conceded to and repeated their position. And also on top of that, they said that we'll even give our weapons to the Palestinian National Committee that will run Gaza. They not once mentioned Tony Blair or, Donald Trump being the ruler of Gaza. Over the past week, Trump had been pushing his advisor to put together an end-of-war plan that all sides would agree to. Steve Witkoff, his Middle East envoy, and Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, who previously held that job and has since returned to private life, brought a very reluctant Netanyahu to the table over marathon meetings last week in New York City. They are now waiting to see if the pressure they can put on the Israeli leader will hold. Didn't Harakat al-Muqawwama just accept the deal? Why would the deal be thrown out again? Brother, you forgot to say al-Islamiyya, okay? But it's crazy that you hit the government name of Hamas. Harakat al-Muqawwama al-Islamiyya. Yeah, Harakat al-Muqawwama would be Ham, not Hamas. Ben Shapiro talked about you again. I don't care. Fuck him. He's irrelevant. Because of the New York Times piece, it's so funny because he's down to debate me. Meanwhile, he's talking shit, being like he's so violent. Okay. Is he irrelevant in January? I mean, he's going to be irrelevant then too, but I've seen on Reddit that you may be debating Ben Shapiro. Yes. He's irrelevant, but you're going to debate him? Yes. Because even though he's irrelevant, it doesn't matter. He's still Ben Shapiro, you know what I mean? For the longest time of my political career, he was the most significant right-wing figure. He's no longer that guy, but it doesn't matter. I'll still take it, you know what I mean? My dad watches Ben Shapiro. That's awesome. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going forward. I'm just going to say the full government name of Hamas every time I talk about it. Harakat al-Muqawwama al-Islamiyya has released a statement confirming that they are in agreement with the 21-point ceasefire plan that Trump has proposed. This is the liberals' future. They will never win. What is this?
So you have the word socialism scaring people, and it sounds like a huge thing is Israel-Palestine.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on that stuff?
Well, I'm going to put my coffee down. There's so many things that have to be said. And what I've learned is if you don't say all of them, people think you're abandoning them. Mm-hmm. So here's some things in no particular order that I know. I know that there are unspeakable horrors taking place in Gaza. I know that those unspeakable horrors are something that was unleashed by a war that started with unspeakable horrors being perpetrated by Hamas on October 7th.
Well, I mean, that wasn't the beginning of the conflict.
Of course. I mean, this goes back to 47 and it goes back before 47. But this is exactly my point.
Right.
The moment you say anything about, the moment I talk about...
Dog, is it a genocide or not? Like, is it a fucking genocide or not? Oh, the unspeakable horrors. It's like, no, you are making it seem as though there is a fucking symmetry. Before the genocide, there's an apartheid. No symmetry. After the genocide, there's still an apartheid. No symmetry. There's no symmetry in genocide, okay? God damn, these guys are... It's just so crazy. Like, I'm going to be honest. I don't think he's got it in him. I think he's dumber than I think he is not as cynical an operator as I thought he was. Because if he truly had like the Tucker Carlson style dog in him, he would just be like, yeah, of course it's a genocide. It's completely unacceptable. We should really recalculate our endless loyalty and support to the nation state of Israel that demands so much from us when we can't even fucking help our own citizens. Okay? That's what he would say, even if he didn't believe it. Okay? Right now, a good room reader who really wants to be president would be saying those words. And the fact that Pete Buttigieg is not doing that and still trying to do this like wishy-washy shit and thinks he can like rhetoric his way around this implies that maybe he's not as cynical an operator as I thought he was. He's just like bad. He's just worse than I thought he was at this thing. Like part of the reason why I never liked Pete was because I thought he was a rat. I thought he was like a very cynical operator, right? I think Democrats that want to gain favor are still reluctant to let go of the Israel thing. Like it's obvious. And I don't know if it's because they just like can't read the room at all. Because the moment that someone actually says those words, it's over. The moment that someone goes up on a fucking debate stage and says those words, they win. Okay? It's one of those things that gives you an immediate leg up. It makes you look earnest in the eyes of broad subsects of the population. This kind of wishy-washy bullshit will not stand. Like Tucker Carlson's going to win by Reagan numbers if this is what we are putting up in front of him. If it's Gavin Newsom and this against Tucker Carlson, he's going to go up on that stage and say those words because he knows doesn't mean that he believes those words. He doesn't have to believe in anything. He's just saying those words specifically because he knows people want to hear those words. And then it's over. He wins. Just wait. He even repeats the babies baked in ovens lie. Oh, my God.
Disgust at babies being put in ovens and people being flayed by Hamas on October 7th. Somebody says, well, you're not talking about the history of the Nakba and what happened with the displacement of Palestinians. And the moment I express disgust.
This is such a perfect demonstration of being an Israel stooge in 2025, by the way. It's so funny. Yeah, made up claim from October 7th directly coming from the Israeli state, lies about everything, while simultaneously trying to create an asymmetry. And even in the hypothetical asymmetry that you're actually describing, the made-up claim on October 7th actually fucking happened during the Nakba. That literally did happen. Zionist brigades did do that. Actually, that is documented. And not only did they do that, but October 7th did not displace 750,000 Jews in Israel, but the Nakba did that to 750,000 Palestinians on top of 15,000 Palestinians that were fucking slaughtered. God damn, dude. I'm so sick and tired of these fucking pieces of shit. Oh my God.
At watching people in Gaza being starved. Somebody says, well, you must be excusing what happened with Hamas. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
There is nothing intrinsically anti-Semitic about speaking up for the rights of Palestinians. At the same time.
Yeah, good luck explaining that to someone who is a Zionist, okay? But at the same time.
A lot of people I know who lie awake at night, worried about their kids going to college.
Oh my God. Look at the, again. These two things are not equivalent, okay? These two things are not equivalent. Even if, and I'm not saying that this is happening, but even if there was untold amounts of anti-Semitic incidents taking place on college campuses, the genocide would still be a genocide and abhorrent in and of itself. Okay? What the fuck is this argument? What is this argument, man? It's like imagine my pet project is like public transit. Or I guess I'll use a vegan example because vegans do this a lot and most vegans don't. But like the vegans that do this comparison get yelled at by people like myself and other vegans as well. Like imagine if you're like, well, there's a genocide going on and you're like, well, I'm a vegan and there's a genocide of cows happening. The fuck? The fuck why did you just bring that up? What? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, even if I were to agree, even if I was vegan, I'd be like, what the fuck are you saying right now? How is that even remotely addressing this other thing that we're talking about? Okay? And the problem is, in America, we do only address this shit, okay? And this shit is cynically weaponized against those who are speaking out against the genocide. It's fucking bullshit. And on top of that, it's not even fucking the way that they present it. Okay? This is bullshit. The way that they present like anti-Semitism allegations on college campuses is fucking bullshit. We know it's bullshit. The Trump administration took it to this maximalist position, openly showcasing the shallowness of this fucking argument. It had nothing to do with like anti-Semitism and everything to do with anti-Israel sentiment on college campuses. And the Trump administration expertly used the previous administration's willingness to entertain this fucking idiotic anti-free speech, sinister smear to do academic receiverships in Columbia and other institutes that they're still actively trying to take control over. So good job, liberals, for fucking leaning into this false bullshit fucking narrative that like anti-Semitism had skyrocketed and it became an extraordinary problem on college campuses. Anti-Semitism, actual anti-Semitism, not like fucking, you know, like the dude walking into a synagogue and like trying to stab Jews during Yom Kippur. Like that's anti-Semitism. It's like the most transparent anti-Semitic hate crime, okay? Textbook. Or even down to like drawing a swastika outside of a synagogue or some shit, okay? Those are anti-Semitic incidents. 100%. And those incidents have increased. Real anti-Semitism has increased as a direct consequence of, obviously, Israel associating everything that it's doing with Judaism, okay? But that is utterly irrelevant in terms of stopping this fucking genocide. The only way it's relevant in terms of stopping this genocide is because Israel associates all of those violent acts with Judaism falsely. And I'm sorry to say this, but there are a lot of Jewish people who also personally do that as well in the Western world. And it makes my job a lot harder. It makes people like ourselves, our Jewish anti-Zionist friends, it makes their lives a lot harder when they try to be like, no, dude, it's not like that at all. Don't listen to these fucking people. Anti-Semitism exists. It is a harmful bigotry, just like every other bigotry. Okay? Genocide is still far more consequential than that. That's it. And anybody that tries to cynically talk about like, well, you know, anti-Semitism happens so you can't protest Israel, oh, suck my dick, okay? What the fuck are you saying? You're unironically advancing the cause of anti-Semitism by doing that. It's ridiculous.
Walk the streets, you know, hear expressions of support for Palestinian civilian life, and think about the fact that even though nothing about that makes you soft on anti-Semitism, the experience has been that those two things, expressions of support for Palestinian civilian life and expressions of anti-Semitism, have sometimes traveled together because there is, in fact, an explosion of anti-Semitism going on in this country.
These things are not... Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are only fucking related to one another because Israel says they're doing this for Jews. And every pro-Israel group masquerades as a pro-Jewish advocacy group. And this, of course, teaches people the wrong fucking lessons. Sure, anti-Semitism exists, but I've never heard someone replying to the "Do you condemn Hamas?" with "You're Islamophobic." Ironically enough, in many instances, it is because of fucking Islamophobia that people go, "Do you condemn Hamas?" Because "Do you condemn Hamas?" is a question you only fucking ask because you want to justify Israel's actions to a certain degree. Because that's what that is, especially at this stage. Oh my God. Now when people ask me that shit, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like, that was basically the price to pay the piper initially to get a fucking word in edgewise. You know what I mean? If you went on the Piers Morgan show, you had to do 10 condemnations of Hamas before you actually began to talk about how October 7's responsibility is still directly in the hands of Israel. Is there actually an audience for this both sides bullshit that he's doing? Sure. There's definitely an audience. But the audience is smaller and smaller. Every day that audience gets smaller. For the most part, I think the both sides is like the squishy pro-Israel people who are like kind of ashamed of being openly pro-Israel. So they need like a little bit, they need something. They need anything they can to be like, well, you know, here's why I'm pro-Israel, because Hamas has done like condemnable actions, that sort of thing. I'm not running defense for this line of reasoning, but I'm sure a major calculation in anti-Semitic attacks is the likelihood that they're attacking people who support Israel is high, given the share of Jews who support Israel. So in a sense, it can be perceived as anti-genocide adventurous and retaliation in that sense. However, this is obviously unacceptable in the form it manifests. Yes, of course. I mean, I think it's mostly because there are very sinister elements that perfectly captured the attention of so many people and directly made the cause of anti-genocide and anti-Zionism about Jews and their control over U.S. media, control over the U.S. government. You know, that's it. It's like there are so many people. This is why I kept warning over and over again. Like, this is a warning from a dude named Hasan living in the United States of America, okay? A dude named Hasan who came to the United States of America in 2009, okay? What Jews are doing in America when they defend Israel and say this is actually anti-Semitic if you criticize Israel, or what Jews are doing in America in defense of Israel and tying Israel's actions back to Judaism is like if I was running around telling motherfuckers that they are Islamophobic for shitting on ISIS. If I just ran around and said, how dare you criticize ISIS? They are the truest form of Islam. They're doing it for all of us. They're doing it for the Ummah, and you're Islamophobic. That's what it looks like to the average person. But because for the longest time, for like the last 76 years, except for the last 2, for the last 76 years, people have been able to say this because everyone's association with Israel was positive for the most part in the United States of America. A lot of people do not realize that the dynamic has shifted. They don't realize that they were wrong from the jump about their calculations. They were wrong to assume that Israel was a good thing anyway. And also on top of that, they are wrong to assume that this is a good way to defend Israel or a good way to stop the conversation from taking place. The only thing that it does is it normalizes and justifies anti-Semitism. Okay? For the average person, for the average American, when you run around and you go, hey man, I'm Jewish and I love what Israel's doing, you are literally making people lean into the nascent anti-Semitic opinions that they already have. Because Americans can understand a bigoted argument much better than a complex argument, such as anti-Zionism. Okay? Anti-Zionism and a criticism of Israel from the perspective of like anti-fascist criticisms or anti-imperialist criticisms are much more difficult for Americans to understand. You know what's a much easier argument? Look at all the Jews in Hollywood. They obviously own the media. Look at all of the Jewish control in DC. Every American is going to look at the situation and go, "Oh my God, that does make sense actually. Yeah, you're kind of right." That's it. It's much easier to be anti-Semitic. It's much easier to make an anti-Semitic argument that Americans will respond positively to than it is to describe to them principled anti-Zionism from the framework of anti-imperialism, from the framework of anti-fascism. Because, like, what can I say when you got fucking Larry Ellison, who literally is a demonic figure himself, okay? Major IDF fan, major fan of Israel, the second richest person on the planet, Donald Trump's shadow, basically, guy who is a CIA cutout, purchasing TikTok from China with the express purpose of making it more pro-Israel. You see that and you're like, okay, well, what the fuck what am I supposed to think? Like, the average American is going to look at that and be like, oh my, it's happening. It's happening in front of my eyes. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, and then you got Barry Weiss, who's now going to be the editor-in-chief of CBS. Speaking of Larry Ellison, yeah. Look at this. Like, look. I mean, this is what I was talking about. This is at the Friends of the IDF Gala in fucking Beverly Hills, of course. Israel-aligned billionaires seize TikTok in battle for U.S. narrative control. The White House announced that the forced sale of TikTok will be finalized this week. The new ownership led by Larry Ellison, the largest individual donor to the IDF, will take control of the U.S. user data and the algorithm, which the White House says will be retrained. Ellison, who made his fortune developing Oracle, a database system originally built for the CIA, already controls CBS, Paramount, MTV, Comedy Central, Showtime, Nickelodeon, which makes kids shows, as well as Channel 10 in Australia and Channel 5 in the UK. Ellison is also expected to finalize control over Warner Bros. Discovery, including CNN, HBO, and the Discovery Channel before the end of 2025. Even before the forced sale is finalized, censorship of TikTok content critical of Israel, including the deal itself, has reached extreme levels as the platform moves to align with its prospective new owners. Fox, a Murdoch asset, is also seeking to join the Ellison consortium, a move that could enable cross-promotion between Fox and TikTok, further tightening the Israeli-aligned information bubble. Disapproval of what Israel is doing in Gaza has risen to 60% of the U.S. population, nearly double the approval rate of 32%. The U.S. still has over 3 years of Trump left. Israeli-aligned Jewish billionaires control OpenAI, Google, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Palantir, CBS, HBO, most of Condé Nast, Reddit, Vogue, The New Yorker, Wired, GQ, Vanity Fair, as well as numerous Hollywood studios, regional papers, and radio stations. Europe, meanwhile, remains largely absent, offering little real competition in the information space. It's one real success story. Telegram, which it managed to comprehensively alienate after France arrested its founder, supposedly for not handing over enough user data. Will the EU and the other U.S. allies align with the Israelified TikTok algorithm or attempt to create a politicized alternative of their own? The centralized alternatives are key, blah, blah, blah. The rest of it doesn't matter. But like, here it is. Here is Larry Ellison in his own fucking words, okay? Larry Ellison here is at the Friend to the IDF Gala in Beverly Hills. Here's what he had to say. Tell us, what is your connection to Israel?
What is your connection to Israel?
Well, the renewal of the Jewish state is something that I think touches all of us. For 2,000 years, we were a stateless people. And now we have a country of our own, defended by all the brave men and women of the IDF. So anything we can do to support them, who, devote their lives for preserving the state of Israel, keeping the people safe, and allowing our state to continue sometimes in very, very difficult situations.
Did you visit Israel?
This loser doesn't even live in Israel. Of course, bro. These motherfuckers don't give a shit about Israel, brother. What are you talking about? Like, they care about Israel in the sense that, like, it's an opportunity to make money. Okay? I actually did not know Larry Ellison is Jewish. I didn't either. I just like...
I have been to Israel. I have been to the border. I have spent time to the people who govern the state of Israel. And I feel a deep emotional connection to the state of Israel and the Israeli people.
You are an high-tech person. What do you think about these
You are an high-tech person.
startups and high-tech phenomena?
Oh, well, after Silicon Valley, there's an area, Herzliya has probably got more startups than any other place other than Silicon Valley in Northern California. So we've actually acquired a number of Israeli companies. We have 2 CEOs at Oracle. One's name is Safra Katz, and she was born in Israel. So again, we love the country of Israel, and we'll do everything we can to support the country of Israel.
We recently hear that many people criticizing Israel, especially after the Gaza operation. How do you feel as someone just saying we love Israel so much?
Well, again, it's a difficult situation, isn't it? To conduct military operations around civilians is very difficult, and of course, there were tragedies, and civilians were hurt. That's a terrible thing. But one thing we know for certain, that the Israeli army did everything they could to minimize civilian casualties. And in that regard, they've done a much better job than a lot of other armies all over the world throughout history.
He kind of talks like Elon, bro. These guys are all the same. They all literally, for some reason, I don't know if it's they go to the same plastic surgeons or something, like they all turn into lizard people, bro. Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, they get to a certain point and they're just like, I don't know. I just like, I don't know if it's the same type of autism. Peter Thiel, another great example of this. Like you hear them speak and you're like, what the fuck? What? How? I look at guys like this and I see the exact same thing that I see with that famous televangelist. I forget his name. The one that was like standing on top of his car when the journalist is asking him about getting a private jet, and he's like, they're demonic entities, or like Kenneth Copeland, yeah, like they just look demonic. They all have this like demonic look to them. I think it might be a white gay liberal man thing. Okay, but Elon Musk isn't gay as far as we know. And neither is Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg is the #1 wife guy. The phrase lizard people is going to get you in trouble. It's a real anti-globalist, anti-Semite term. No, man. It also means like fucking sociopathic billionaire elite, okay? Half of the billionaires I just talked about aren't Jewish either. Calm down. No. I'm not talking about fucking David Icke, okay? Elon is the #1 ex-wife guy. Okay, fair. These dudes always come across like they're like aliens that are wearing like a human skin suit. And they're trying to play the role of like a human. Like they're trying to go through the motions of like what a human would sound like and would look like.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, so we got Larry Ellison doing that. Also, here's Larry Ellison Ron Prozor is an Israeli ambassador, outright interferes in American domestic politics, but since it isn't Russia or China, nobody will care. So this is a new thing that came out. I forget who it was, but I think like someone hacked Larry Ellison's emails, okay, and revealed a treasure trove of emails. Someone hacked Jeffrey Epstein's Yahoo email earlier as well, and this is yet another hack. New from DropSite. Larry Ellison vetted Marco Rubio for fealty to Israel. Hacked emails reveal. The billionaire Oracle founder is on track to take control over the American media. In this article, you find out that he is literally talking. He's literally talking to like the permanent Israeli ambassador to the UN about vetting Marco Rubio. As the nation's top diplomat, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also played a role in the TikTok talks that steered the company towards Ellison after playing a lead role as a senator demonizing the app. He was also closely involved in the rollout of Trump's plan for Gaza's future. The enclave to Blair. Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, tasked the Blair Institute in the spring with coming up with a post-war plan for Gaza, which was recently completed. Also, Larry Ellison, at the time, gave a major donation to Marco Rubio, and people were confused by it. They were like, why? Why did Larry Ellison, who we thought previously was woke, why did he give so much money to Marco Rubio? And they were like, oh, maybe it's because he thinks Marco Rubio will be like a more softer approach to you know, Trumpian politics or something. No, it turns out he literally had a lunch with him and straight up talked to him about his loyalty to Israel. And Marco Rubio was like, of course I'll be loyal. Straight up. In the emails, he openly says it, by the way. The Israeli ambassador in the email says, did you vet him for his loyalty to Israel? Like, it literally comes across like a David Duke conspiracy. You have the UN ambassador to Israel talking to Larry Ellison, CIA's very own Larry Ellison, multi-billionaire, and they're yucking about over like how loyal. No, it wasn't Danny Denon. This is before Danny Denon. Talking about how loyal Marco Rubio will be to Israel. Here it is. Ron Prozor to Larry Ellison. Larry, hi. Please send me his speech. Thanks. Okay. At the time, Rubio was seen as a strong challenger in the GOP presidential field that would ultimately include underdog candidate Donald Trump. The emails show the Israeli diplomat and Ellison arranging to meet with one another, with Prozor soliciting Ellison's views on Rubio as a potential candidate who would advocate on behalf of Israel. On April 26, Prozor sent Ellison an email titled Rubio Speech, asking the Oracle founder and CTO to send him a copy of the speech from the then candidate. The emails don't specify which speech, but Rubio kicked off his campaign a week earlier with a speech that criticized Obama administration's hostility to Israel. The next day, the two traded messages indicating that Prozor and Ellison had dinner together, and that Ellison would soon be meeting with Rubio directly. I had a great time too, Ron. I'm looking forward to the next time, Ellison said, adding, P.S., I'll tell you how dinner goes with Senator Rubio. Larry, hi. I really, really enjoyed spending the afternoon and evening with you. Time flies with you. Thank you. Big hug, Ron. On April 30th, Prozor sent another message to Ellison to follow up, sharing his phone number and thanking him again for the evening they spent together. How was the conversation with Marco Rubio? Did he pass your scrutiny? Do you have a chance to talk about Israel? Would love to chat. A few hours later, Ellison responded in the affirmative. Hi, Ron. Great meeting with Marco Rubio. I set him up to meet with Tony Blair, adding, Marco will be a great friend to Israel. Follow-up email exchanges between Prozor and Ellison in April 2015 discussing previous meeting. A month later, Ellison, who had backed Mitt Romney in 2012, hosted a fundraiser for Rubio at his mansion in Woodside, California. That would be only the beginning of a broader range of support that the tech billionaire would offer in attempting to bolster Rubio's campaign. Over the course of the 2015-2016 primary, Ellison plowed $5 million in the Conservative Solutions Super PAC, which supported Rubio, who, as Ellison privately hoped, advocated vocally for Israel throughout the course of his presidential bid and beyond. Ellison's support for Rubio perplexed some political observers at the time. The CEO of the political crowd PAC, known as Crowd Blue, Stephen Hilton, told the San Francisco Chronicle that he had found it interesting that Ellison, who was not then well known as a supporter of right-wing causes, should support a candidate as conservative as Marco Rubio, speculating that it could reflect Rubio's past effort to implement immigration reform, a crucial issue for Silicon Valley leaders like Ellison. Nope. It was because of fucking Israel. Also, Tony Blair is really important here as well. Ellison, who was vetting Marco Rubio at the behest of the Israeli state, by the way. American citizen Larry Ellison, by the way. Okay. Also, has given or pledged more than $350 million to Tony Blair's world-changing project, making him the largest donor and helping it expand around the globe. Do you now understand why Tony Blair is going to be in charge of Gaza? Do you understand how this kind of stuff happens? Hasan, you have no idea what you're talking about. Please just stop talking. It shouldn't be recognized. It's a make-believe place. Hasan, I do not agree with anything you ever say, ever. Hasan, I don't agree with you. You have a very bigoted opinion on this subject. I hate you, Hasan. You literally said that yesterday, Hasan. I hate you. You have no idea what you're talking about. They did not do that. I hate you. Okay, I love this person. Although they are obviously a pro-Israel moron, I still appreciate how fucking kind they are. And they don't even do the double S. Respect, chatter. This is my most polite hater and also most consistent one. He says, please just stop talking. This is a guy who's also given up. He's like, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, first of all, I do. And secondly, I'm reading a news article. Like, it's not like I'm just like talking shit, you know? I'm not just like railing information off the top of my head. So you might be mistaken and assume that I'm just like giving you my opinions as opposed to like the facts. I'm just reading a news article. Of course, written by Hamas. Anyway, Oracle and TBI's connections are not just rhetorical. By 2023, joint retreats have become commonplace. Tony Blair Institute and Oracle. At the Institute's headquarters of the One Bartholomew Place in London, the teams would convene in the basement with executives from Oracle. Senior TBI employees have been hosted at Oracle's headquarters in Austin. It's hard to get across how deeply connected the two organizations are, a former TBI staffer said. The meetings were like they're a part of the same organization. In other words, if the relationship persists, Ellison and Oracle are positioned to take a lead role in developing Gaza. We don't have to guess what type of society Ellison would hope to usher in. On an investor call last year, Ellison said that, this is the video I must show you. Wait, come on. Where's the video? Do you guys have the civilization will be on its best behavior video? It's one of the most like every billionaire. You know how every racist can't fucking stop themselves from like openly saying some racist shit? Like every Nazi at some point will eventually like, deny the Holocaust or something because they can't help themselves. Like they have to say it. Every billionaire always has a quiet part out loud moment. And you hear that and it just exists in your mind permanently. And you can never, ever see them the same ever again. Okay? When you hear what I'm about to tell you, when you hear what I'm about to show you, You will never forget it. And I've shown this video before on the broadcast. And that was when I was like, this is a dangerous guy. Okay? Here is Tony Blair. Tony Blair, fucking, what am I saying? Here is Larry Ellison talking at an Oracle Funder Summit, right? I think it was like an investment conference for Oracle. Talking about mass surveillance and AI.
Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly.
Have you seen John Wilbur's video on you as a smaller guy on Instagram, but 1.5 million followers and calls you on your shit? Calls you out on your shit today? Brother, get in line, okay? I got government ops. I got government ops, brother. The fuck do you mean some random dude on Instagram is calling me out on my shit? All right.
Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video, by the way, and the camera's always on. You don't turn it on and off. And by the way you turn it on, you can't turn it on. I'm going to the bathroom. Oracle, I need 2 minutes to take a bathroom break, and we'll turn it off. The truth is, we don't really turn it off. What we do is we record it so no one can see it, but no one can get into that recording without a court order.
The longer one is better than this because the bathroom side is like crazy and it shows the depths of his insanity. But like, I don't like this video. There's a longer one where he describes why he thinks this actually leads to a perfect society. Okay, and it is completely psychotic, bro. This is an hour and fucking 14 minutes. Give me a goddamn timestamp, man. Thank you, chatter, for sending me the full video, but like, I don't want to watch the fucking hour and 14-minute video. 1 hour and 8 minutes.
Absolutely lock down schools so that dramatically reduce the case of anyone being on campus that doesn't belong on campus. And immediately alert, the second someone pulls out a gun, immediately alert, use AI cameras to immediately recognize that. But we keep everyone off campus.
What's wrong with his arm? He's like 80, bro. That's what's wrong with his arm. Oh, yeah.
Your body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior because...
Isn't this awesome? Straight Arrow News showing Larry Ellison predicts AI-powered surveillance is in our future. Straight Arrow News, also owned by like a fucking right-wing billionaire guy. Fucking sick. Yeah, this is the same clip here.
We're constantly watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
When you come to government and what government's doing, there are artificial intelligence tools, and some of them I know that Oracle have developed around financial management for government. But also, tell us a bit about because you're right at the forefront of this revolution, what it means for what government should do in terms of its digital infrastructure, digital ID.
Talking BB, shut the fuck up.
Critical.
Sometimes you gotta cut people off, bro. Sometimes they sometimes they are mean, they talk behind your back, they're rude, sometimes they commit genocide. It's a couple of different things, it just depends. But yeah, BB I'm not a fan of.
I think that's shared by overwhelming majority of people. By the way, it's shared by almost everyone, every elected official most elected officials that I've talked to that have worked with them on both sides of, interestingly, the political aisle. But He's the one constant over there, and it's.
I think it's him, but I think it's a lot of the government over there. I think it's very much. There's a lot of problems that need to be addressed that don't even end with him. I think our support is a bit of a problem. I think our unconditional support's a bit of a problem, and I think for young people especially, it's a huge problem.
I understand. No, look, I understand. I mean, it's you know, I've long been a supporter of the state of Israel, but not its current leadership. And I completely understand that sentiment. But I hope we can separate. Just as much as I hate Donald Trump's administration, I still love my country, and that, to me, has always been an important distinction.
Yeah, if 85% of the country liked the mass apprehensions and genocide, then yeah, you would fucking have a different opinion.
Everybody had like equal voting rights, probably.
Well, I certainly support two-state solution. That was one of the emphasis. One of the
oh my God, Connor is talking about
Israel.
Israel
Everything to
with the governor of California.
I think it's the only solution moving forward. And
why do you think it's the only solution?
Well, I mean, this notion of two states is foundational. The ability for people to live their lives and govern themselves, and this idea that he's given up on it, I think is disgraceful.
What does it mean? What does it mean, like foundational? Ooh, sorry.
No, I believe in sovereignty. I believe the ability for people to have their own representation. I believe people live their lives in dignity and live their lives on the basis of their norms and on the basis of their history and culture and traditions, and I believe in the notion of sovereignty, and I believe countries' rights to govern themselves.
And then when I saw his appearance on the Note Boys podcast, it kind of opened my eyes to research a bit more. And now I think that potentially a one-state solution may be the only possible solution.
Well, we have a little bit of disagreement on that. I'm not falling. I'm not going to align with Bibi Netanyahu on that point of view.
No, I don't align with Bibi. I think that's more of a Palestinian support solution, just getting equal rights and being able to live on where they live.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's different approaches is to reach that same, at least as you've described it, that same perspective. But I've long believed in two-state solution, and I believe it's the appropriate and preferable path.
You think Jared Kushner is going to do a good job?
Come on, Jared Kushner is part of this grift, and the idea that he's part of this TikTok deal, and I mean, this is, part of the TikTok deal indirectly, I guess. And that's a whole nother conversation about everybody involved.
The algorithm's getting worse on there. Now we're all on Instagram Reels. Instagram Reels is kind of taken over, which is crazy. You told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, well, Zuckerberg's, it's his competition over there at TikTok. But it's interesting. What do you think? I mean, forgive me, I was conflating with Jared, EA, and they've now taken private EA, which is a proud California company. What do you make of that, and the Saudis and everybody involved in that deal?
And with EA, wasn't it? Oh, buying EA?
They put 55
They
billion
own
or
everybody,
something.
dude. They own like part of Nintendo now too. At this point, like I think it's bad, but I think again that's kind of what I was getting about earlier about just capital in general. Like everything's.
We are watching the number one political journalist in the country, Connor Eats Pants,
and
talking to the governor of California, Gavin Newsom.
Yeah,
over a game of Fortnite.
Well, it's interesting. From a gaming perspective, what do you think what it means?
From a gaming perspective?
Yeah, what do you think? I mean, in terms of innovation, what do you think of it?
I don't think it'll innovate. I think it'll probably just get more expensive games and like more like bad games instead of good games. Dude, okay.
Oh, what the fuck? I can't see. What the fuck? Damn, you got owned, Connor.
Did you see they made Antifa a terrorist organization?
It's difficult to define the organization.
It isn't one. It isn't a thing. It's not a thing.
Exactly.
I was going to sell merchandise as a joke.
CA Gov Excel.
That was going to be Antifa gaming.
That's his username.
What's not a joke? What is not a joke is Stephen Miller calling the Democratic Party.
Please talk about Stephen Miller. I know he's watching. Okay, what do you think? What do you know about Stephen?
Oh, you should just check my Twitter account and check Twitter and TikTok
I saw him
and
give a
Instagram.
speech at Charlie's Memorial.
think about
and
it?
I was amazed. He is quite the figure. He is so excited to be the president. And he's like, oh my God, I get to like control everything. People will finally listen to me. And
Gavin Newsom is doing more gaming than you.
He
Shut
is
the fuck up.
architect of a lot of the things happening on the streets of American cities.
Did
And
you see his wife on Fox News last week called him a quote sexual matador?
I missed that. I did see a clip, but thank God
You
I
watch
missed
Jesse
that clip.
Waters?
Jesse and I are involved in a lawsuit. I have a lawsuit against Fox for $787 million, quite literally. You can Google that.
It's a whole lot of
And
money.
it's because Jesse Waters knowingly and openly lied and misrepresented the conversation I had with the President of the United States at a critical juncture when he was federalized in the National Guard and militarized in the streets of an American city in Los Angeles. I have very strong opinions about Jesse Waters. Fox
Jesse Waters
and-
seems like he seems like he just knows he can just be evil and he kind of laughs at it. It's kind of awesome. Like I will say, it's evil as he is. I have a bit of not respect
With
but I
Mr.
enjoy
Beast
his
on the
program because
fucking-
He's just like, who else hates poor people? What's wrong with homeless people? And then like he just gets millions of viewers.
He's I think he's competing with the Five, right? Bigger than Hannity now.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean, his
crazy.
ratings are off the chart. But here's the bigger problem: 14 of the top 15 cable shows are all Fox. They're all right wing. I mean, where the hell's my party again? We're getting crushed on podcasts. We're getting crushed on the cable networks, and so we've got to break those silos, and we got to get our shit together. And that's, why I appreciate you giving me this privilege
dude,
and this
of course. Hey,
platform.
thank you for
and
coming
the
on.
opportunity
Again,
to
like
engage,
traditional
man.
celebrities don't seem to respond. I'm just one guy. Like at the end of I don't have a booking agent, and so I'm trying to get listen. I love having you on, Gavin, but I would love to have Miranda Cosgrove on. I would love to have like
Okay.
Selena Gomez, any of these like actual celebrities, but like they don't respond because their publicists just think they need to go on like I don't know Joe Rogan, or go on I don't know Travis Kelce's podcast.
All right, well, just mark this. Well, you've had plenty of celebrities on here, brother.
Like who?
Jesus, what the hell are you talking about? So don't shortchange
Who have
yourself.
I had on that's a celebrity?
Well, I don't know. I mean, isn't Elon Musk is a goddamn celebrity?
Okay, but he had to go on under an alias. He had to pretend
No.
like it wasn't him.
Well, I don't think it was him.
You
I
don't think
listened
so?
to a portion of that. Well, someone right that night,
ex-girlfriend thought it
whatever.
was
That
him.
just it was a whole different kind of conversation. That was. I'm just saying. Okay, I'll leave it at that. I don't need any more problems in my life.
Fair. You think about Jeffrey Epstein?
Okay. I just would say this. We brought up Elon. I just think it's interesting. Elon tweets out that Trump's in the Epstein files. 2 days later, Pam Bondi says there are no Epstein files. I'll leave it at that.
That was interesting.
Boom. Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, they
Just
seem to
saying.
be a little bit of like antsy about that. Like they really don't want that to come out.
I don't know.
In a world where
mean,
that information does come out and say the president is implicated, what do you think happens? Do you think they impeach him? Do you think they do anything about it?
I think this. I don't know what the hell's happened in this country.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. Like the concept of the governor of California on a Nintendo Switch playing Fortnite is so disarming that I think that's why it opens it. The conversation just flows so perfectly in that process because he's too much of a boomer to like be able to talk and play this game at the same time. And I think that's how you arrive at like moments like when he's talking about fucking Benjamin Netanyahu.
Part of me is, it's not my obsession, but I find it remarkable how much focus it was of the far right, and now, their own guys being implicated, and
It's
all of a
because they
sudden they're
thought it
finding
was like
excuses.
going to be like a Democrat, like a pedophilia ring.
Of course,
It's really just more of like
No,
an
man.
elite rich person pedophilia ring.
You think he's
There's
actually him playing or an
there's a
aide? I
darkness
don't
in all
know.
this and the conspiracy and the Pizzagate stuff. I mean, it's led to a lot of serious and crazy things. People acting on it, people being violent around it, people being lied to and manipulated. It ain't right. And I hope people are I hope the Epstein. I hope if nothing else, it wakes people up to how they're being manipulated and used. by a lot of these media folks, and how they stress test the information that they gather, and they get it from different damn sources.
Oh my God, Connor should
and don't
ask
get
him about
pulled
his
into a filter
kid.
bubble. And that's exactly why I go on these right-wing shows. It's why I listen to right-wing media. It's why I know what the hell Jesse Waters says
I
about
listen
me.
to right-wing media
so
too.
much
I
so
think
that
it's like one of the most interesting things to listen to, because you just kind of like see, like, you can, if you have like a modicum of intelligence, you can just like listen and be like, oh,
They talked about him already? Wait, what just happened?
want me to hear so I can like reference this with like actual information.
Yeah, but look, I mean, millions and millions of people are persuaded by what they say, the bullshit and lies every single night. And that's why I'm trying to fight fire with fire. That's why I'm getting back, doing all these all cap tweets and you know.
I wasn't
anyone with
effing.
thank
He
you
was
for your
effing.
attention to this matter. That's why I'm doing these AI videos. I know suboptimal, Connor, from your perspective, which I totally appreciate, and trying to put a mirror up to this absurdity and trying to break through in a communication that's trying to be, you know, have a little bit of humor, because with respect, Democrats need to be, you know, we're not the most, I don't know, entertaining or humorous folks.
I think that like, I think it's,
yeah.
I don't even think of it as Democrats. Like, it's just like
politicians.
Yeah, politicians in general. Like, don't
I
listen
blame
to
every
them
F
for
on
the
this
most
platform
part.
on you. Yeah, I know.
Like, I think that's why
Yeah.
I like you, is at least you're
Water.
doing something. And I especially like that it's like getting under Trump's skin. Like, he's obviously very pissed about it. He hates your existence. He hates that you're a guy.
Yes. He does on all fronts. And he came up. It's funny. I had a conversation with him last time I talked to him, and it was an important conversation that I thought we were going to have. And the conversation begins with, "Hey, what do you think?" This is Trump talking. He goes, "Hey, what do you think? You know, this new scum thing. It's pretty good, right?" Because he calls me new scum.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Pretty good. It's pretty original." I said, "It's not original." He goes, "What do you mean it's not original?" I said, "Brother, literally in 8th grade, I was called new scum." I said, "It's not original." And he was kind of hurt that it wasn't. He thought he had come up with something so original, so good. And so, but this is the President of the United States, who's 79 years old, acting like a 7 or a 9-year-old.
I don't get him, because like he literally had Meatball Ron, which was that hit. That was good. And then he like started calling him like Ron de Sanctimonious. Like, what is sanctimonious? Oh my God, Gavin. I picked you up.
What's
in
that,
bed.
dude? Oh, you brother. See, I should have paid more attention.
Oh, never mind.
I'm getting-
Snipers.
Yeah, take them out.
All right, well,
Take
for
them
that
out.
one, I gotta ask. Earlier this year, you made
Jesus.
some comments about trans kids in
What is-
sports. Is there anything
it's-
you want to elaborate
look,
on with that?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to a guy who's been a champion of LGBT rights. When I was mayor in 2004, I pissed off my own party because I started marrying same-sex couples, 4,036 couples from 46 states and 8 countries in what we call the Winter of Love in San Francisco. And I take a backseat to no one in signing more bills and for the community than I have, including just recently appointing a trans judge and appointing more trans leaders to positions of real power and influence.
That's good.
And but I'll finish this briefly. But on the issue, the exclusive issue of sports, I've had a difficult time for the last couple of years on the fairness issue, on these with some track meets and some other issues that have come to my desk, and I've struggled with them. And I was just being honest about that. But I hate the way the Republicans are manipulating and using the community. It disgusts me.
I think that like engaging with that as like an issue, like the trans kids in sports or whatever, is part of the problem though. Like, I think that like highlighting that as if like that's like something that is genuinely affecting a lot of people is in and of itself hurting the trans community, because for the most part, trans people are not winning sports. They're not active in sports for the most part. And when they are, you know, I guess you could say it's a case-by-case basis, but I honestly don't think it even is. I think for the most part, trans people should just be able to compete in sports. And when you bring up that issue as if it is like something to highlight and to have nuance on and to run on policy on, I think it hurts the trans community. And I think it's, you know, something to keep in mind.
I agree with most of what you said. They're highlighting it.
Oh my
They're
God,
running on
dude,
that,
Connor is
and they're
fucking
making a
cooking,
policy
bro.
issue. Neither of the.
I got raptured because I have there's no more use for me. There's only Connor
but on the receiving
and
end,
pants
do you think
and the
it's
eating of
fair?
pants. I don't need to do anything anymore.
High-profile
It's the
circumstances
fucking
where, honestly,
Mr. Miyagi meme, you know?
respectfully,
I'm like
I've
holding his
struggled with
hand
that,
and then they're
I
holding
said
my
as much,
hands.
but as it relates to being a champion,
Teenage Mutant Ninja
for
Turtles meme.
LGBTQ rights, you are
I have
quite literally
retired.
talking to someone who has more receipts and more,
No, you're right.
more support
You're totally
for
right.
more
You're
policy
totally
than
right.
I have.
You have
and
done
so
a lot
I'm
more
trying
for
to
the
hold
trans
both
community
things.
than most governors in the country.
Yeah.
I'm
So
not
it's,
going to question that.
and I,
Not
I
Mr.
also have a
Miyagi,
trans
the
godson,
Splinter
and
meme.
I just say this with love, man, because I hate the way that the community's been exploited and weaponized by Trump and by the right, not just Trump. I mean, it's sick. But on that issue, I've struggled with it, and I could lie about it. I could tell you something I don't believe.
Connor is the
but I
Isaac
don't think you
Chodener
believe me on
of
anything else if
Twitch.
I turn it on. So
I got
that's-
you.
Yeah,
I guess that's
my
why I say it
nuance
though.
on
It's
this,
like
man.
it is like it's something that even
Trump
mentioning, I
released a
think, is,
video?
like, part of what feeds into what makes it a policy issue. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, no, look, I get it. But when but when someone asks me a direct, I don't, whatever.
All right, let's watch.
I wanted to
Oh shit! He released the Hamas. He released the response to the Hamas peace proposal. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Breaking news! Breaking news! Breaking news! Breaking news! All right, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is releasing yet another possible AI video on what is it? Effing? What happened? No, it didn't F right. Small hiccups, no worries. Okay, you guys freak me the fuck out, dude. Calm down. Calm down, dude. Okay. It was a little baby stutter. Okay. All right, let's take a look.
I think the countries that helped me put this together, Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and so many others, so many people fought so hard. This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down and concrete. Very importantly, I look.
Oh god, this is shit, dude. Uh-oh. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what's happening? Bruh. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. That was a real F. That was a real ass F, bro. Okay, we're good now. I think we're good. I think we're good. Hold on. I'm going to hit an ingest fix. Okay. Calm down. Calm down. I'm going to hit the ingest fix. All right, we're going to do a delay test. Subscribe right now. For free with a Twitch Prime or gift a sub right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, there's people saying PBS. All right, subscriptions are coming in. God damn, that's a big ass fucking delay. All right, Jesus Christ. Okay, I am going to fix the ingest, so you're gonna see a F, like a brief F. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. It's fixed. I had to fix the ingest. Brief F, but we're back. Not being a part of the Evan, just seeing through the whole thing was wild while the Chad died in front of me. Okay, we're back. All right, secondary subscription test. Subscribe now. Delay test. Secondary delay test for subscription. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. There are no ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service. It is entirely funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your voluntary subscriptions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime or your gifted subs give you the option to rewind the Piker Broadcasting Service's videos now on demand. Okay. All right. Let's continue. We're going to start it from the start. This video starts weird, by the way. I don't know why.
I want to thank the countries that helped me put this together. Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and so many others. So many people fought so hard. This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down in concrete. Very importantly, I look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents and having some of the hostages, unfortunately, you know the condition they're in, come home likewise to their parents because their parents wanted them just as much as though that young man or young woman were alive.
He is so weird, bro. I'm telling you, when you get this man to start talking about like serious shit, like things that involve death, he can't be serious even for a moment, dude. Yeah, it's weird. I don't get it. They're dead. Who cares? I told the parents, I said, who cares? They're dead already. Why do you want their bodies? It's like you feel like they're alive. It's like you want them to be alive, but they're dead. They're not alive. Why do you want the bodies so bad? Like, it just... Yeah, it's like his Ukraine take. Only a body can stop a bullet. Ukraine is the flattest from the standpoint of land. Only a body can stop a bullet.
So I just want to let you know that this is a very special day, maybe unprecedented in many ways. It is unprecedented, but thank you all, and thank you all to those great countries that helped. We were given a tremendous amount of help. Everybody was unified in wanting this war to end and seeing peace in the Middle East, and we're very close to achieving that. Thank you all, and everybody will be treated fairly.
Okay, so he's really hyping it up. I will say. He's hyping it up, but he did not say that Israel must stop the bombing in the video. And Israel has also continued to bomb Gaza throughout this process. But that could mean that it's ramping up its intensity of the bombing when a ceasefire is imminent. That's usually how Israel operates. Also, just so you understand, like, how completely fucking distorted Israeli society is. What? Newsom says he may go to TwitchCon this year. Wait, what? Why is Congress reporter for Courthouse News is following Connor Eats Pants? Oh my God, what a world we live in, dude. That is amazing. Newsom and Connor spar a bit on governor's position on trans athletes. Connor says he thinks the governor bringing up the issue despite limited number of trans athletes hurts the trans community. Newsom defends himself as a champion of LGBTQ rights, but says he struggled with the issue. Connor has lost the governor completely by doing the bit that Little Big Planet got canceled because it was too good of a game. Newsom was genuinely confused by that. Lamau. Newsom says he may go to TwitchCon this year. Bro, it's like he he knows I'm not going. That's why he's coming. That's why he's showing up. Benjamin S. Weiss, he's a viewer. Wait, what the fuck? I didn't know that. He keeps saying this, but BBB provision he's talking about apply to folks with legal permanent resident status. Republicans are citing he's talking about the big, beautiful bill provisions that Democrats propose repealing, which was a provision cutting alien health care. But if you look at the text, it applies to people who have legally permanent residence. Yeah. Well, we know he's not in here right now. Let me tell you, okay? he's watching the True Politics Chad. Tell Connor to ask Newsom if he knows you. The answer to that question is abso-fucking-lutely. Of course he knows who I am. And he will never admit that. I'm pretty sure he would be like, nah, I don't know who that guy is. Yeah, I wonder if Gavin Newsom knows who I am. He's, at this point, interviewed Atrioc on his podcast, gone on the Lemonade Boys podcast, and is doing Fortnite Fridays with Connery's pants. What do you guys think? The way you really know that Trump did not consult with Israel before responding is how the pro-Israel camp is reacting. They're clearly unsettled and also don't know that what their talking points are supposed to be. Mark Dubowitz, reminder, when the Islamic Republic decided to play games with President Trump during negotiations in Oman, they overplayed their deadline and at their hand. Trump supported Israeli strikes and then bombed them. Watch out, Hamas. Only President Trump, backed by the IDF, could force Hamas to consider a deal. Must be. 48 hostages freed. Yeah. Hamas's recent proposal that President Trump's plan to end the war, which Israel had accepted, is unfortunately predictable. A classic yes, but no disarmament. Are you still in France? Yes. Analysis highly worth listening to. It is fascinating to see the fury from Israel and its defenders at Trump for accepting Hamas's counteroffer and telling Israel to stop the bombing. I'm going to be honest, dude. Ryan jumped the gun a little bit last time Trump did this as well. I love Ryan. I obviously respect him tremendously, but they do get, he knows you? Really? What's he saying? Gavin Newsom just called you impressive beyond words? He's glazing me? Oh, God. Oh, no. What have I done?
I told you I was on with Sean Ryan, his Navy SEAL, impressive dude.
Well, he calls Sean Ryan impressive too. So that doesn't mean much, huh? Wait, I can rewind now.
We're back to like the dictionary. We use like books, we use a dictionary. Source.
I will have Gavin on the stream for sure.
Would you go on Hasan's stream? Do you know about Hasan?
He's impressive beyond words.
Yeah.
I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get you in touch.
I'm very, very impressed by a lot of what he has done and say what he says on not everything I agree, but a lot of things. They seem impressive, being very, very good.
What about the Nelk boys?
Well, I love the Nelk guys.
They seem like fun dudes, man.
They seem like fun dudes, and those guys, I think we're just working on logistics to get on that.
Fucking Connor, you piece of shit.
With Sean Ryan, his Navy SEAL, impressive dude. We spent 4 hours. Literally, it's a 4-hour podcast.
He met Mehdi Hasan, I think.
Visit with him.
He thinks Connor means Hasan Minhaj. I think so too.
They're doing some pretty remarkable, doing a remarkable job.
I think he means like Mehdi Hasan or Hasan Minhaj.
Politics. He had Maga hats everywhere, and I think it was whatever.
I see. What do you think about like Zoran Mamdani?
Do not fall for gruesome Gavin Newsom's demonic temptations. This guy's a lib. He's a lib. What do you mean? Of course. Listen, I call balls and strikes. Okay. Nah, he wouldn't say I don't agree with everything if it was them. I think he knows he meant you. No, I'm joking. Because he said stream.
It's really, and the more I watch him, the more impressed I am.
Gavin has to know who you are. Remember, he sent you a letter on your birthday one year. No, that wasn't like an actual one. That was something that one of you guys actually got for me. It's just like something that the office sends. I might just be a random chatter, but let me tell you, Mr. Newsom is not a nice guy. Be careful, he will seduce you. I know. Wait, he's talking about Zoran?
Yeah, I think it was whatever,
I see. What do you think about like Zoran Mamdani?
I don't know enough about him except what I read and see. This is a hell of a campaign he's run. And his use of social media, the energy he's built, his laser focus on cost of living, and it's really. And the more I watch him, the more impressed I am with his maturity for a guy that's so young He's not that young, but he is. I've been pretty impressed watching him. But again, I
Okay,
don't
bro.
know enough
Bro's impressed with
about
everybody.
him or
He's impressed with me. He's impressed with Sean Ryan. When you say Sean Ryan, sandwiched between me and Zoran, it almost feels like you're easily impressed.
I think politics at this point has broken this barrier of like being like you have to play by the rules and do whatever. Like
at first I was like, wow, high praise. That's crazy.
More like open to
now I feel like maybe everyone's impressed.
Extreme idea. I think extreme's the wrong word, but just like breaking this mold of like traditional. I think everybody should be able to live in a house, right?
Well, I just, in the practical application of that is changing zoning laws and land use laws. Now I'm losing people on their board, but this is the how. And we're very proud this year we had the most significant housing reform that the state has ever done. And let me
all right, now I got to fucking play video games so we can get gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom on the broadcast. Now it's just a matter of time before Trump's victory royale montage is released. He said Steve will do it is iconic. Shut the fuck up. He did not say that. That's crazy. You missed to submit the Charlie Kirk stuff. You need to respond to these allegations. What is this?
Are fake, like the anchor arms from Hasan. I'm calling your bitch ass out. I think your muscles are fake, like the anchor arms from SpongeBob, and I think I can bench press you. Pull up.
The fuck? I mean, I think she could. Valorant duo with Margot Rubio. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm pretty heavy. Did she say she can bench press me or out bench press me? like me. My body. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Let's be real. He said Marjorie Taylor Greene is a once in a lifetime beauty, top in her stable. Stop making up Gavin Newsom. Stop making up Gavin Newsom quotes, man. Shut the fuck up. Top in her stable. Oh, Jesus. Ay. What a fucking... Gavin Newsom says Marjorie Taylor Greene is a once in a lifetime beauty. Top in her stable. All right. Did you watch Connery's Pants Fortnite Friday? We were. Did you see that Elon called ADL a hate group in response to their Turning Point extremist org designation? ADL immediately retracted the designation. So cucked. Yes, I covered it yesterday or 2 days ago. Not only did they do that, but then also the FBI officially stopped cooperating with the ADL even after the ADL deleted its entire extremism glossary. Oh, they're not. See, they're no longer saying kidnap from a tank, at least. Anat Angrest, whose son, an Israeli soldier, captured during the Hamas-led attack and still being held hostage in Gaza. I mean, they're still saying hostage instead of prisoner of war, but in a statement posted on X on Friday, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of Britain said Hamas' response to President Trump's plan was a significant step forward. He said it brought the conflict closer to peace than ever before. In President Trump's video statement, he thanked Arab and Muslim countries, specifically mentioned Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, and Turkey. We are at the table. Masa Bizis. Yeah. Months and months Months and months went by. No solution. Erdogan comes in, says 1 minute. Ends the genocide. We are the table. Erdoğanca masa olur zaten amına koyayım. Yeter please. You're safe, sir? Oh my God. Good news coming down. Second U.S. appeals court rejects Trump's order curtailing birthright citizenship. Oh. Reese. Okay. And so many others. And while he expressed hope that the hostages return home, he did not mention Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. In the video, which was a short 1 minute and 10 seconds, Trump said that everyone should be treated fairly in the negotiations ahead, and said that he looked forward to having hostages released to their family members. In many ways, it is unprecedented. You can't get out of this pig pen so easily. You and Gavin better become boys quick to safeguard your trip home. Low key, I was actually talking to the Pod Johns about this, but like, as much as I criticize Gavin Newsom, he has been a magnet for a lot of the hatred from the right as of late, because he keeps saying, like, you know, Stephen Miller's a fascist over and over again. So it kind of takes a lot of the attention away from people like myself. So I do appreciate him for doing that. Okay? I do appreciate him. On Connery's Pants Fortnite Friday, Gavin Newsom says he's impressed beyond words with us on the hunt and says he would want to go on a stream. I'm very impressed by a lot of what he's done and said. Not everything I agree, but a lot of things. This is why you shouldn't talk to him. No, I'm going to egg him on to say some crazy shit so that they're too invested in prosecuting Gavin Newsom instead of me. Yeah, Gavin Newsom cooked here, I fear, as well. No, this was also a solid choice as well. This is not because I'm giving Gavin his flowers. Like I said, call balls or strikes. I have always repeatedly mentioned that although he is basically one of the worst governors when it comes to dealing with the housing crisis, because he's completely captured by corporate interests in that regard. And he is Mr. Veto Pen. When it comes to criminal justice reform, he has absolutely tried to move the needle in the positive direction in the state of California, and yet has been yelled at endlessly, but he still followed through on it. And I know this from obviously my own personal relationship with people that have worked tirelessly to make that happen, specifically in the state of California. You going to agree with him on Marjorie Taylor Greene being a once-in-a-lifetime beauty? Yes. California universities have bent to the will of Donald Trump and signed this insane compact. Will lose billions in state funding immediately. California will not bankroll schools that sign away academic freedom. Yeah, this is a smart play, I think. Except they literally didn't do this for Israel, for the record. So, you know. UC's straight up caved on every fucking anti-Israel, like prosecuting anti-Israel speech on campuses. They caved on all of it. Yo, Hasan, how are those EU-attached bottle caps? Thoughts? Don't get me fucking started. This is my most Amerifat position. I despise it. I despise it. Call Connor. Connor says call him. I don't know how to... Where am I? Like on Discord? I think they are rippable. Hello? Wait, I can't hear you. 1 second. I'm on my away output device. Hello? Can you hear me?
You're leeching, dude. You're leeching, bro.
What? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're leeching, bro. You're leeching.
Wait, did you finish? Did you end your
Yeah, it's done. I'm done.
Dude, that was incredible.
Wait, really?
Yes, dude. You're so good. You've gotten so, like, you were already good, but you've gotten so much better.
Aw, thanks.
No, like,
I tried.
as far as like staying on issues, and like, even when you were doing it with like Santos, obviously he's more of a meme than like someone as serious as like Gavin Newsom, but like the fact that you were pushing him on like one state and like causing him to examine or describe why he was saying that he was like for a 2-state solution, like that was incredible.
Thank you.
That was very good.
Thank you. I mean, I think it's like important. I think that like it's something, it used to be something that was like you could ignore. Not that like you should, but like it used to be something people could ignore.
Yeah, no, for sure.
You know, I don't think it is at all now.
No, you the reason why I'm saying that's incredible is because, like, listen, I don't think Gavin Newsom has ever had to respond to that beyond like one question, and usually in a situation like that, he'll just be like, "Oh yeah, I don't like the government, but I love the people," or something like that, which is what he tried to do with you as well. So I think that was very good. That was very good. We were joking, but like you're you know, Ezra Klein is going to write a piece on you and say you're doing politics the right way. Connor Eats Pants is doing politics the right way.
I almost mentioned Ezra Klein, but I didn't know where to go with it.
Yeah. But
hey, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Are
no,
they going to let you back in the
really
country?
good. And I'm not saying that because he glazed me, and I'm riding the high of him saying that
He
he
did
was
glaze you. He did do that.
impressed beyond words. It's crazy.
Are you back in America yet?
No, I'm in France.
Cross your fingers, dude.
No, I know. I already have a team. Like I literally ahead of time was talking to the ACLU and stuff just to make sure that if something does happen, you know, we're ready. We're ready to go.
Sounds good.
Because like
host me if you get like detained.
I will. I'll host you.
Leave the auto host on.
Okay, you got it.
All right, dude. I'm playing Deadlock now. I gotta go.
Of course. All right. Bye.
All right, bye.
Play Fortnite from jail. Greenblatt vilifying pro-Palestinian protesters again. As we enter Shabbat, we stand with the UK Jewish community mourning the 2 lives lost, confronting a sickening reality while the community believes protesters flood the streets not in solidarity but to amplify hate. As my friend Phil R. asked, what are they really here for? I mean, the answer is really simple to this question, okay? Man, that guy was leeching. That's what he said. Son of a bitch. I was leeching, though. He's right. He's not wrong. I was leeching. The answer is simple. Anti-genocide. Anti-genocide. That's it. Like, on the one hand, that is a abhorrent anti-Semitic hate crime, okay? No one should be fearful to go to their place of worship. Absolutely. This doesn't advance any cause or anything. It's just ridiculous. It is an anti-Semitic hate crime that took place. 1,000,000%. That is completely separated from the epic magnitude of death and destruction that Israel is unleashing upon the captive Palestinian population. Here, I'll give you an example, okay? This was a heinous hate crime. And then we found out that actually the cops themselves, I mean, it's still the responsibility of the attacker with a knife, right? But we found out that I think it was the cops that shot one of the two people. Wait, they shot both of the victims? I thought two people died and then one was in critical condition. It was actually the cops that shot both of them? No, I thought the cops shot one out of the two people that were killed. Cops shot two people, but one was injured and one died. Wait, I'm confused. Do you think he shot someone with his knife? No, I thought he stabbed someone to death. And then cops killed the other person on accident. Because I saw that there were two deaths. So was that actually the attacker being counted as... Wait. No, I think one person was stabbed to death, one person was shot and killed, and then one person was shot and injured. The cops shot and killed one person and shot and injured the other person. But the attacker actually stabbed someone, right? Okay. So I didn't misunderstand that. So one guy was killed by the attacker. Yeah. So here's what takes place. I didn't have time to cover this yesterday, but basically what took place is this guy walks up to a synagogue, right? It's an act of terror. It's an anti-Semitic hate crime. He walks up to the Heaton Park Hebrew congregation in Middleton Road in Crumpsall, and he has a knife. Okay? I have the police statement. I know. I have the police statement. I'm going to describe the incident from the start. So he walks up to the, or he drove his car. I don't know. He might have driven into it. But he tries to go in. You know what? Hold on. I'm just going to fucking pull the article of the incident first, instead of trying to recall from memory, because I don't want to fuck it up. Does anyone have a article? Okay, guys, stop sending me other stuff. Thank you, Fizz. Okay. So hold on. Where do we start? Here do we... No, these are the updates. So, guy rams his car into pedestrians outside of a synagogue on Thursday morning and then attacks them with a knife. Okay? He wore what appeared to be an explosives belt, which was found to be fake. Okay? The assault took place as people gathered at the Orthodox synagogue on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, and the most solemn day in the Jewish calendar. Chief Rabbi Ephraim Mirvis, the head of the Orthodox Judaism in Britain, said the attack was the result of an unrelenting wave of Jew hatred on the streets and online. So, basically, what ends up happening is he drives into a crowd. He goes in the synagogue with a knife, and also what looks to be a fake explosive vest. Okay, and from what I understand, I think like they also tried to close the door on him as well, like keep him out of the synagogue as well. And cops come in 7 minutes after the incident begins, okay? And they start shooting. And in the process of shooting, at first, there were multiple victims and 2 people were killed. 2 of the synagogue attendees were killed. Okay? And at first, people thought that he had actually, stabbed and killed all of the people. what we found out after the fact was that the autopsy revealed that it was actually the cops that ended up shooting two of the victims. One was critically injured. The other one was killed. Okay? Now, one of the things I will mention here is that, once again, thank God that in England, they don't have the amount of guns that we do. Okay? That is instantly the first thing beyond, obviously, talking about how heinous of a fucking act of violence this is. Thank God that England has decent gun control, much better gun control than we do. Okay? British police have identified the suspect who drove a car to the members of the public outside of a Manchester synagogue on Thursday before attacking people with a knife. His name is Jihad al-Shami, which a lot of people were saying, like, the fuck, that's fake, right? Like, no, Jihad is like a normal name, guys. I mean, his background is like kind of odd. He's Syrian. He's a freelancer who worked from home. No family, no public footprint, a social circle. Weird, sure. But like, Jihad is not like a weird, it's normal. Jihad is a normal name, okay? Jihad is a normal Arabic name. It's a normal name in Muslim countries. Just so you guys understand. I know, because I saw a lot of people like making jokes about that, being like, dude, this sounds fucking crazy. It's like, sounds like a J.K. Rowling character. It's like, no, it's a common name in Arabic. Yeah, there's even an American who plays football for the Eagles, and his name is Jihad Campbell. Yeah. I mean, it's normal, but it's not common. Yes, it is both common and normal. It's just another name. It's a regular-ass name. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, it's not as common as Muhammad, but it's a fucking regular-ass Arabic name, guys. Calm down. Okay? Yeah, it's not only just for boys. I think it's for girls as well. Anyway. He was a British citizen of Syrian descent. He was shot dead by firearms officer just minutes after the rampage began. Manchester police report one of the two victims killed in the attack was hit by police gunfire, and one of the three people hospitalized was struck by a bullet fired by the police. In any case, this is a heinous incident. It's a heinous incident. It's an anti-Semitic hate crime, 100%, right? It's an act of terror. Two things that I want to bring up is that not a lot of, from what I understand, not a lot of media attention was given to the stabbing of Sheikh Mohammed Yusuf that took place a week prior to this. Luckily he was in he remains in stable condition, but also on top of that, instantly people turn around and got mad at the pro-Palestinian protests that were taking place in the UK, because this is happening while the Samud flotilla was being intercepted by Israel. And this goes back to the asymmetry of not only media coverage, but like the asymmetry of humanity, of Muslims and the way that Muslims are covered in the Western media, and how much attention is paid to Islamophobia in Western media. UK had Salafist terrorism. I know. I'm not even going to get into that part of it. It's just like, I know there's a lot of fucking weirdos in the UK as well. But the point I'm trying to make is, while these guys were saying like, how dare this, like this was during Yom Kippur, it's you know, it's true. It's a incredibly important Jewish holiday. a Jewish day of atonement, Israel killed 53 people in Gaza. 53. Like, perhaps it's one of the clearest demonstrations that Israel has nothing to do with fucking Judaism, no matter how much people claim that that is the case. No, it's not whataboutism. It's an incredibly, incredibly important point that I'm making here, which is that not only is Israel completely disconnected and only uses Judaism as like a defensive shield, okay? But also on top of that, people who want to defend Israel will then turn around and say they will use a heinous hate crime that took place against Jews in the UK to try and stop anti-genocide protests from taking place. It's fucking ridiculous. Timestamp. UK Home Secretary called it un-British to protest against Gaza.
On Thursday night in Westminster, a demonstration took place in support of a flotilla trying...
Israel's actions have also caused a concerning number of people who said that the synagogue once donated money to Israel, so therefore, by their logic, is a valid target. Yeah, that kind of shit is completely fucking unacceptable, dude. And it's wild to me that, like, especially Muslims would fucking ever make that comparison because, dog, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, dude, you can protest outside of a synagogue if they're literally selling West Bank land inside of the synagogue. But under no circumstance can you connect the entire Jewry or places of worship to Zionism and then directly attack random fucking people. That is the most psychotic thing. And not only is it psychotic, Muslims have experienced violence of this sort post 9/11 non-fucking stop. So if there's one group of fucking people that should be understanding of what that feels like, what that looks like, it should be fucking Muslims. Now you might turn around and say, well, son, like the majority of Jews in the UK support Israel. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? It doesn't matter. It does not fucking matter. That's ridiculous. It's completely fucking ridiculous.
trying to take aid to people in Gaza. The Home Secretary described it as un-British, coming just a few hours after the Manchester attack. We spoke to one of the demonstrators about the Home Secretary's comments.
I'm deeply disappointed in the Home Secretary coming out and saying that, because all she's doing is sowing division, and our communities have to come together.
But some people would have thought that was not a day to have any kind of political protest. It was a day to grieve and a day perhaps to take a step back. The Home Secretary's called it.
See, this is what I mean also, okay? Those people are fucking grieving every day, okay? Hey, big dog, Muslims have always had a history of violence during the very beginning. Thanks, man. What do you fucking mean? It's a genocide, for the record. Fuck that guy. That guy's a Islamophobic piece of shit. It's a fucking genocide. Every day is a day of grieving. The fuck is this psycho saying? Every day is a day of grieving. This is why I brought up the fact that Israel killed 53 Palestinians on Yom Kippur, okay, in Gaza. Are those not lives? That's the question. Because they are. But the way that people treat it in the media is just a statistic. They have perfectly collateralized those lives in Gaza. They're all kind of responsible for their own demise. You know what I mean? Oops, sorry, shouldn't have been born there. Shouldn't have been born there. An area that Israel simply wants to expand into, an area that Israel simply wants to dominate, an area that Israel has to occupy. I hate this shit. Those are lives too, man. I can grieve for both. Some parts of the we oppose killing innocent civilians crowd seem to turn a blind eye to the killing of innocent civilians if they can justify it. Easily dismissible of inconsistent, immoral opportunists who fall on the right side of the Palestine issue by happenstance, not by ideological conviction. Yeah. It's pure reactionary response. It's just you're pure reactionary. It is completely and utterly unacceptable. Then Sheehan, to spend the Yom Kippur, the holy day of afraid, the Day of Atonement, slaughtering caged, starved, traumatized civilians, and to not see that slaughter as something for which you should atone, to have burnt up your soul so completely is hard to fathom. That in and of itself is a perfect depiction that Israel is just simply fucking using Judaism as like a shield and as a weapon, okay? And nothing else. How are you going to, on the one hand, say this is such an important fucking Day of Atonement, and then also, on the other hand, slaughter people en masse? Anyway. They're also blaming Deputy PM Lamy for recognizing a Palestinian state. Dude, I'm going to be honest also, for the record. The people that are doing this shit are so fucking cynical. Like, if you're doing this, it kind of feels like you don't care about the victims. Even if they were your friends, even if they were your fucking members of your community, you care more about Israel, seemingly. Like, the fuck do you mean? That person, I don't know what their fucking perspective is. It's very obvious that they were anti-Semitic. Whether they falsely believe that they were on some righteous fucking vengeance mission or whatever, okay? It doesn't matter. It was a heinous fucking crime regardless. But that person is falsely connecting. That person is falsely connecting his actions to some kind of righteous vengeance quest about Israel and Israel's actions in the same way that these people are. It's just two sides of the same coin. That dude, if we are to assume that he thought he was doing something for Palestine, which is, again, insane, is also connecting every Jewish person to the actions of Israel in the same way that Jewish people who are yelling at David Lammy are also connecting themselves to the state of Israel and its heinous actions. It's ridiculous. How do you know that that was a motive? I'm saying if that was his motive, Chad. I'm not saying that that was his motive. Okay? What we do know is that it is an anti-Semitic hate crime. Obviously. You don't just like walk into a fucking synagogue and start stabbing people. Regardless. Like that's what it is. It is an anti-Semitic hate crime. So you knew the guy? Oh, come on, man. Don't even fucking joke like that. Green Party leader accuses Shabana Mahmood of being deeply irresponsible.
From the Green Party, which opens its autumn conference in Bournemouth this weekend. That's his first since party leader Zach Polanski was elected with an 84% mandate. He joins me now from Bournemouth. A very good morning to you. And I do want to start by getting your reaction to the attack on that Manchester synagogue. As I understand it, you grew up in the Jewish community in Manchester. So give us your reaction this morning.
Well, it's difficult to find any other reaction that's new other than saying this is a horrific attack. As you say, I'm a Jewish man who grew up. I went to a synagogue that was very close to this synagogue. I went to school close to this synagogue. So this is both personal for me and is political. I suppose my deep reflection on a day like this is the work that I'm proudest of as one of the 5 people in the last 100 years to be in a leadership position in British politics that is Jewish, is to say that I'm really proud of interfaith work, where I've come together with the Muslim community to say actually an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And actually the only authentic response is solidarity. We need community cohesion and we need people to stick together.
Have you been able to speak to anybody there? Give us an idea on what impact this will have had on the community in Manchester and the impact on Jewish people across the country.
Well, it's awful. We know for a long time that anti-Semitism has been on the rise. Again, I experienced that personally on social media, but we also know that there's members of the Orthodox community, both in Manchester and in London, who have had both verbal and physical attacks. I think it's about ultimately, though, I think your last contributor in the last package was really right. This can't just be about more security. We can't just spend more money on weapons or people or build bigger walls. We ultimately need to have a conversation in this country about what does community cohesion look like. We know that the best work is when communities are invested in, when people eat together, they can pray together, they can gather together. And I think decades of both conservative austerity and now Labour austerity is really causing some of these divisions in society. And actually, this is a moment to step back and look at how can the government, how can anyone in civil society play their part right now in unity rather than division.
Kemi Badenoch has
This guy's awesome.
linked some of the language around the war in Gaza. She says phrases like global intifada with creating a hostile atmosphere for Jewish people. The Greens have been outspoken in their support of Palestinians, but do you share those concerns about language?
No, I think Kemi Badenoch's been deeply irresponsible there. We need to not conflate the Jewish community and the ongoing genocide in Gaza, and actually putting those two things together, I say personally as a Jewish person, makes me feel more at risk. I think you can both be...
That's the goat talking. Respect.
Absolutely clear that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in our country is totally unacceptable, and you can stand against the ongoing genocide and our government's complicity, in fact, active enabling by selling arms to Israel. Those are two different issues, but we can hold the nuance and complexity of recognizing right is right and wrong is wrong, and we can say that clearly.
Well, while we talk about language, your deputy leader, Mothin Ali, has been criticised for his response to the October the 7th attacks. He called it the end.
It's like, bro, come on, come on. These guys aren't even like real Philo-Semites, okay? That's the other thing, because you got a Jewish man talking. Put some respect on it. You know what I mean? If you're going to be like dick riding Israel into oblivion from a position of Philo-Semitism, you got to let the goat talk, okay? He's Jewish. You can do that to me. You shouldn't be able to do that to him, right? But such is the mind of Christian Zionists, where your Judaism is also taken away from you in that moment, where it's like, okay, yeah. Don't use your Jewish background as a shield to defend these disgusting terrorists who are pro-Palestinian. I know what you're up to. Let me follow up on this and be like, why won't you condemn your fucking MPs? It's like, it's just so ridiculous, man. It's so ridiculous. Like, how can you flip it on and off like that? It just always reminds me of Richie Torres and the Adam Friedland conversation, where he was like basically yelling at Adam Friedland for being pro-Palestine and not taking the issue of anti-Semitism seriously. It's like, Richie, what the fuck are you saying, bro? He's Jewish.
White settler colonialism. He's since apologised, but is it appropriate to have him as your deputy leader?
Well, I think the key words there are he has apologized, and this was before he was deputy leader. What I would say more widely, though, is I'm a Jewish man who's feeling this genocide deeply. Every single day, the equivalent of a classroom of children are being slaughtered in Gaza. And so as a Muslim man, whilst I don't condone the language, I can understand why this is also an incredibly difficult time for many Muslim people, as it is for Jewish people.
It's so rare to see a human being. Like, just... Because that's what he's doing here. He's just being a human being. You say he's staying on message and stuff, but like, that's it. He's just like, come on, man. Come on. Like, what are we talking about? There's a fucking goddamn country out there that's just like literally killing, as in his words, a classroom full of children every day and saying that they're doing it in my fucking name. And then also on the other side, you got a dude who's like victim of vicious attacks. And his fucking statements that predate like 2 years of genocide, and you're over here trying to talk shit. That's a good dude.
Ultimately, I think...
No wonder the Greens have been picking up a lot of steam. In the words of Gavin Newsom, what an impressive man. I'm very impressed.
Rather than trying to divide communities, I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm just saying more widely, rather than dividing communities, I think this is really a moment of reflection and actually going, how can we all take responsibility to make sure our language is nuanced, that it's...
Like, look at how little... By the way, it's so funny because, like, you got a Jewish dude, okay, who's in a position of power. He's the head of the Green Party, right? Being asked about his thoughts in the aftermath of this heinous anti-Semitic attack. And then instantly, the majority of the conversation is basically bullying him for daring to recognize the humanity of Israel's victims, while simultaneously talking about how dangerous it is and how disrespectful it is that Israel says that they're doing this for people like him. Jews in the UK, Jews in the United States of America, Jewish people all around the world. So, of course, that's not the right answer. We don't like that answer. So the rest of the interview from that point on is just fucking like what was it, like 2 minutes in? They were like, what do you think about this as a Jewish man, about this heinous anti-Semitic attack? And he gives his thoughts. And then the rest of it, for like 5 minutes out of the 7 minutes, is just bullying him because he gave the wrong answer. Like, this is so corny and so transparent. Okay? This is so fucking transparent. Like, what these people are doing is so transparent. They're like, wow, heinous anti-Semitic attack took place. Time to yell at some pro-Palestine people. Doesn't matter if they're Jewish themselves. Doesn't matter what their background is. Time to yell at those guys. In some ways, it's no fucking different than what Donald Trump did, where he was like, Charlie Kirk is dead. Look at my ballroom. We're going to start prosecuting the Antifa terrorists in honor of free speech. It's like, okay, well, it doesn't feel like you really gave a shit about Charlie Kirk, man. I'm going to be honest with you. You kind of immediately moved towards an initiative of tackling political dissent in the country. Very odd thing to do. Look at my ballroom. Look at my ballroom. Isn't it beautiful? We're building it. It's going to be beautiful.
But also that we don't turn our eye from what's happening, and we do what we can within our role in a democratic structure to do that. And that's why I'm so proud that today we're about to have our biggest Green Party conference in history. And the reason why I say that is I think the antidote to all of this is the ballot box. And I want to make sure that everyone in this country right now knows that my message from the Green Party is we will lower your bills, we will protect the National Health Service, and we will actually invest in communities. I think that's the antidote to so much of this toxicity.
Shabana Mahmood said that she was disappointed to see pro-Palestinian marches go ahead after the... Still.
Every time he's like, listen, issue focused. A lot of instability, a lot of anger in the air. We're here to bring people back together on a united message. We're going to protect the NHS. Okay? We are going to solve people's economic problems. And she's like, well, what about the pro-Palestine position? Should they be covered under the National Health Service? Do you really believe they deserve it? Come on, give me something. Anything. Tell me they're not allowed to go to the hospital. Something.
Last night across the country. She said that she thought it was dishonourable. She said people could have just stepped back and given communities a day or two to grieve and process what had happened. Does she have a point, do you think?
No, I think Shabana Mahmood is also being deeply irresponsible. There's a lot of it about. I think ultimately conflating protests against a genocide in Gaza and ultimately weaponizing that against an anti-Semitic attack on our streets, a terrorist attack, is deeply irresponsible. And again, democratic, non-violent protest is a cornerstone of our democracy. And I think it's worrying when government are increasingly trying to crush down dissent and again using what is a brutal attack that many of us in the Jewish community, in fact all of us in the Jewish community, are feeling very deeply, to try and use that to point at a protest and say people don't have a right to also speak out against the genocide. He's both conflating issues, it's incoherent, and it's exactly the opposite of what we need from politicians. We need statesmanship in this moment. We need responsibility. We need people to be sensitive about their language, but also recognize that there is complexity to this, and it can't just be about finger pointing at people who are very worried about a genocide.
In practical terms, the Prime Minister has pledged extra security for synagogues and other places where Jewish people will gather. Do you feel enough is being done to protect people?
I think it can't just be about spending more money and investment. That's part of it. But actually, this country right now is having a conversation about patriotism. And I think that probably needs to be a deeper conversation than just waving flags. I think it has to be about why do some people not feel like they belong here? Why do they feel unwelcome? And actually, how can we make sure that everyone feels loved for their community and loved from their community? Those are complex things, particularly when there are tensions in our communities. But we know when we get this right, this is what's part of what makes Britain great. Migration, multiculturalism is all really important part of being British. It also requires the work. And I think far too often the work is not done. Instead, there's just been angry words. Angry words are not going to get us anywhere. We need unity, we need complicated conversations, and we need to bring people together rather than divide.
Damn. He cooked. He cooked. That was excellent. All right, that'll be all for me today. 7 hours, half day Hasi. You already know what's up. You already know what it is. I will be back tomorrow. I think tomorrow I am not streaming the race, from what I understand. I will be streaming the race on Sunday, so I will be doing my regular stream. I will be doing my regular stream at the regular time, late at night. As always, half day Hasi is back. Half day Hasi is back. You're streaming way too long for being in France, man. Have a good rest of your day. I know. I'm going nutty mode. I know. But yeah.
Hey, I'm just doing this to sound like Bo Burnham.
Love you guys.
But I'm chillaxing the chat.
See you tomorrow. Same time, same
Hasan.